if if I don't think you're here, so if I missed you coming in, please just say here. So Adam Scheckman, Nealon, Alyssa Conway, Josie Schaefer, Joan, Sophie Minsk, Nishta, Sherm, and that is it on my list. And so with that, since we have different order of events now, with that, I'll call the 27th meeting of the 2019-2020 legislative session to order. The time is 6:04. There were 2 student concerns submitted, so let me share that document in Ledge. Give me 1 sec.
David Sherm's here.
Oh, thank you. Once I'll multitasking here.
Sophie is here as well now.
All right, 1 sec. 1 sec. This is the student concerns. I just put it in Ledge. So you said Sherman, Sophie?
Yes.
All right. So the student concerns, there's 2. We'll proceed with reading them like we have in the past. The first one is academic rep engineering. And I think Ashley, if you could.
Yeah, of course. I am an engineering student living outside of the 20740 zip code. I want to thank the legislatures who voted and advocated for a private vote. This measure is important in protecting minority and marginalized students on this campus, including students who are legislators, from harassment. It is obvious from what is seen in the media that marginalized communities and ethnic minorities are more likely to be targeted for their actions and opinions. It is significant that we as a university took steps to protect these vulnerable groups. I hope you are all staying healthy and safe.
Great, thank you. And then the second one, sorry, it's in my way, a residential rep, so off-campus outlying. I know Alawi was bouncing in and out.
I'm here if you need me to.
Yeah, okay.
All right, cool. As a student member of the Committee on the Protections of Student Voices, I am so happy to have found out that SGA has taken many of our concerns into account in regards to amending the standing rules of order. Private voting specifically is something that SGA has needed for a long time now, and I'm so glad that this passed along with many other positive changes. Thank you to all who spoke in support of this. Outside threats and intimidations, as well as intimidation and harassment from students on campus, often makes it harder for students and legislators to speak and vote with their conscience. We cannot speak about transparency and accountability when problematic power dynamics make it systematically harder for some to use free speech and vote how they believe is right. We're all students, and safety and mental health of all people, no matter where you fall on a contentious debate, must be prioritized. This is important for issues ranging from LGBTQ+ students to our undocumented community, and I hope that it will bring a more healthy and safe debate in the future.
Thank you. Those were the only 2 student concerns submitted. So the next thing on the agenda is approval of the minutes. Before we do that, I just wanted to shout out to our great legislative secretary who stayed up late, and then after she left, she then came back, watched the live stream to make sure that she wasn't missing anything. And so I just kind of wanted to give her a shout out for all the hard work she puts in that often goes unsaid. And so with that, I'll take any motion on the minutes.
Motion to approve.
There's been a motion to approve. Any seconds?
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, so approved. So then we'll move into speakers time. Our advisor wanted to kind of say a final statement before we get into the bylaws. So Joe.
Thank you, David. And thank you to the leadership for giving me time to share just a few thoughts. First, congratulations to all of you for a successful year. This is my 12th consecutive omnibus that I've participated in some shape or form. What has been a tradition over the years about this last meeting of the current administration, besides the marathon nature of it, I think I've only been to one meeting that has ended by midnight, is that it is both a culmination of all your efforts for the year and the legacy you're providing for future SGAs, not just next year's administration. Although my memory is not as good as it used to be, I can still trace how the organization currently does business and how previous administrations influenced changes over the years in the current format of your GBMs. I think it is important to keep that in mind as you get into the wee hours of the evening to have a broad perspective on the work that you do tonight and how it can have long-lasting effects for the organization. And because of that, I believe it is important for you to consider the tenor of your interactions tonight in service of the greater goal of making SGA a stronger and better organization for many years to come. I also recognize, similar to previous years, this meeting occurs right after a hard-fought election season. Thank you to all who decided to volunteer to lead this organization for another year, and congratulations to those who won in their positions. But as there has not yet been a long period of transition since the results were finalized this weekend, it is to be expected there may still be difficult emotions for those of you who participated. I only hope that you, together, have the ability to work beyond those difficulties in service of something bigger and more important than what takes place here this evening. I believe the best possible outcome can only be produced as a result of this body working in true community to advocate and support all current and future undergraduates at UMD. Best of luck as you engage this important work over the next several hours, hopefully not too many hours, and thank you for allowing me time to address you.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you for all the support you've given all of us throughout the year. And with that, we'll move into the finance report. Mr.
Hey
Vice
y'all.
President.
Hey y'all, one last time. Before I start with my report, I'm going to say a brief statement. I'm not going to take any questions on this. I have shown this to some people. Hello, I want to take this time in my privilege at the last general body meeting to elevate the voices of some who said they do not feel comfortable sharing their stories. This statement is not meant to attack anyone on ethics, anyone that leads the committee, or anyone that was anyway involved with the committee. It is solely to give voice to the people that feel like the process has worked against them. Some people were brought before the committee and have felt that they were not given their due process rights and that the system may have been used as a weapon against them. And as a result, decisions have been levied against them which they feel is unjust. There may or may not be appeals to the governance board. I'm not at liberty to say. The process, I want to emphasize the process, not any of the people who are in it, who have been in it, or who will be in it, are to blame for this. It is broken for both the accused and the accusers, and we should make sure that this is a comfortable and safe environment for all, and that the process is not used and weaponized to hurt people. I just want to reiterate again that this is an issue with the process, not the people, and that's what we're here to talk about tonight. How to make sure that these injustices don't happen again and to fix the process. Thank you. And then those are the SGA accounts right there. And then the last allocation bill is happening today in like 20 minutes, or I mean, 2 seconds. Notable inclusions are the SGA budget for next year and the Student Legal Aid Office. I'm happy to talk about anything other than the statement I just made. All right.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Thank you. And so the rest of the money is going to be rolled over, added to the allocations pot for next year. Is that how that works?
So the money from legislative reserves that's left, legislative and cabinet reserves, are going to be rolled over to exec reserves for over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And then the money that's left in exec reserves over the summer is going to be put into the regular allocations pot.
All right, great. Yep. Thank you. All right, before we move into first and second reading calendar, just a friendly reminder, all points and motions until we get into committee of the whole, just direct them to either Kisley or David. Because I don't have Slack open just so that I can manage everything else. All right, there's nothing on first reading calendar. Second reading calendar, we have S200429A, an act regarding the April allocation of funding. So I guess Mr. Vice President.
Wow, that was quick. Yeah, we did our funding. It's all there. I do want to point out there is one additional clause just to make sure that it's very transparent. We've had some issues because of COVID-19. Guidance regarding enrollment and how much money we'll have for next year is kind of not there. So I did add a clause allowing for progressive budget cuts to be made after the fact in the event of there not being enough money, because we're not able to give out money that we don't have. But yeah, other than that, please pass this and give student groups money for next year.
All right, are there any questions for the VP?
David, Bsop Conway joined. So,
yep. So are there any questions? All right. So it's confusing with these bills. There's not really a committee report because this is sponsored by the committee. So I'll ask, is the body ready for the main question?
Yes.
Hearing yes, we'll move into a period of voting. All in favor, please hit the check. All against X, all abstaining, raise your hand. Please vote. A couple people not voting. Public health, oh, perfect. Undergraduate studies, architecture. All right. And so with a vote of 29-0 the bill passes. So I'll write that in before I forget. All right. Next on second reading calendar, we have S200422A, the Omnibus Institutional Reform Act of Spring 2020, sponsored by myself as Speaker of the Legislature. I'll take a motion from the pro temp.
motion to move into a committee of the whole after dissolving the Legislative Assembly, adding the executive body members and the members of the CBL committee.
And Gov Board, if you could.
Oh, it's Gov Board. Okay, adding Gov Board as well.
To extend the invite to our friends in the third branch. So I'll take any seconds to that motion.
Can we have the advisor also be there just in case? Like, can he be a participating member?
If the body thinks that would be helpful, my only concern, how about, can he be an ex officio member? So it's not voting, it's just in case of advice.
That was most appropriate.
Second Alawi's original motion.
As a voting member or as an ex officio?
Oh, not as a voting. I just want him to be able to speak.
Yeah, so as an ex officio, would that be possible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think ex officio is fine. Then should I add cabinet as ex officio as well? Because I just, yeah, the whole of
the ex officio.
I assume they'll be spectators.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm in a meeting for the next 6 hours. I wish I could. Sorry.
Could you mute yourself, please?
Sure, mute yourself.
All right. Are there any seconds on that combined motion of voting members being those who are members of CBL, Gov Board, and Exec and Ledge, and ex officio being the advisor, the rest of cabinet that are not voting members on CBL? So are there any seconds to that motion?
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, we'll move into the committee of the whole. We will start with the bylaws, then proceed to constitution, and then proceed to the Ethics and Accountability Handbook. Parliamentarian, take it away.
Thanks very much, y'all. Please, buckle up. This will hopefully be a shorter meeting than many of us have planned for in the past, but it will require everybody to be aware. As you have seen on the screen, hopefully right now, please correct me if not, but one of the greatest innovations to come from the parliamentarian has been the use of a new chess clock for the first time in 2 years. So I will keep that on screen the entire time to better track debate, so I won't have to be switching back and forth. Additionally, and this is just, I think, going to be the easiest thing, it's my intention here to go essentially from top to bottom in this document, given that in our last essentially mini omnibus session, we just went through everything with kind of disregard we didn't leave anything out, the point being. So obviously there will be kind of, special focus on those things that did get CVL reports, but that's not to say that we won't be considering those things that didn't get reports or got unfavorable reports. With that said, I think it will be probably most prudent to have, objections as before in order to move into a period of debate should it be necessary. But I would also see it to be the best thing if there could be like a second for objections, just so that, if it's one person's specific view on something that holds us up, that we don't go into those things. Also, please do use the go faster, as will be, predictable in order to keep going throughout this meeting so that it can keep going. I'm assuming that we're going to be using 4 minutes equally divided, unless there's clearly a contentious question, and we will try to be flexible on extending debate, but again, no more in any case than 10 minutes equally divided, and that should only be in extreme cases. Please, message your friends, message anybody else about what you want to see happen in the debate, but please try not to debate unnecessarily or to essentially filibuster things. That would be unfortunate.
And I'll also add, we did a good job of this towards the end, but if something is said, don't repeat it, just say ditto or agreed or whatever, just to keep moving along, and we'll do our best to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak, who wants to speak.
Yeah. Also, it was one thing brought up in the standing rules of order themselves last week. If you see somebody who hasn't spoken during a speech that you've already spoken on, or you see somebody that hasn't spoken in general, please try to give them some kind of deference in order to enable all voices to be heard here as much as possible. With that, if there aren't any other things, I think we're going to start jumping in here at 6:21. So, ready? Mr. Speaker, by the way, the North Hill representative has just shown up. With that, there is a technical change here that was considered favorable by the committee to change commuter representatives to off-campus outlying. This is essentially just to respect the name. Are there any objections to considering this favorable? Going once, going twice, seeing none, we will change the name to respect what it actually is in practice. There was a quasi-proposal then to try to ensure that we have different majors represented in the College of Behavioral and Social Sciences. This was seen by the committee as setting a risky precedent. Then essentially we just have, people that are representing very specific major programs rather than overall colleges or departments in some cases. And so this was voted unfavorable in early CBL of the semester 0 to 4 to 1. I will offer, are there any desires to speak on this, or can we move forwards without this change? Or without such a change, I suppose. Seeing no objections, seeing a no.
I was saying no to not talk about it.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, assuming that then we don't want to continue talking about this, I'll resolve this comment. Yes.
Should we go through the favorable ones first? Or do you have a process that you want to go through?
I just think skipping around is going to unnecessarily confuse people in this process.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, so that change was favorable. And then also the same thing essentially happened for CMNS, seeing that it's essentially corresponding to not have these sorts of major restricted representatives. I'll resolve this. Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, thank you. This is a more substantive change proposed by the Speaker Pro Tempore. It reads that a legislature may establish an office to help them coordinate their efforts with constituent outreach. This would be a up to 2-member office. It would not be mandatory. It would be discretionary from legislators themselves, as long as they just inform legislative leadership of their decisions so that everybody is, at hand. I'm assuming this will be of some interest, and so I'm open to debating here. I see a hand already.
Could we change it to representative instead of legislator?
Okay, sure. I see that, Kisla.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, that's essentially technical.
So do I need to explain my reasoning? Are there any objections, first of all? If none, then I don't think so. We need to wait on this.
All right. I see one hand from the policy representative.
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Bottom 3.
Thank you.
Yes.
Student
Can I
body.
ask a question?
Yep.
Sure.
So just to clarify what this would do, would the people in the office, like, can the legislators or representatives send people from their office to substitute in for their other mandatory duties? Or is this strictly for them to just help with outreach?
So the way I phrased it, that I can probably chalk it out more, but my initial intention was that they will be able to switch with the legislators for any of the outreach efforts. Whereas, like, if the legislator has to meet their department head, like engineering meets the engineering student council or whatever, then those can be substituted by these people. But all the mandatory duties needs to be done by them.
Okay, thank you.
Student body president.
When we start the time, people are going to start talking. You might as
Yeah,
well.
I agree that this is going to start going into debate. So which floor?
No, I just have a question.
Okay.
It's just, are they allowed to appoint and unappoint at their will? Like, if like someone's not doing their job, does the rep have full ability to just remove that person, or is there a process for that?
Well, they're going through legislative leadership, so I would assume that unless, yeah, they would have the authority, but they would have to inform the legislative leadership if such a decision come across. And I would assume that the legislative leadership would talk it out with them and make sure nothing is done rash.
Okay. I'm going to start a timer just separate for general questions to be 4 more minutes. I see a couple hands, a few hands. Cambridge.
Are you going to call on us? Oh, okay. I just have a question. So would these substitute for office hours, and how would there be a check to make sure people were actually doing their office hours instead of just saying that they were in this other location on campus doing office hours?
No, this is nowhere related to office hours. As I answered VP of Student Affairs, this change just makes a legislator have an office where they have people who can substitute them for meetings which they have with the administration. So let's say that I have a meeting with someone from the health center, and because of a scheduling conflict, I cannot. And this issue pertains to my constituency. I don't think so any other legislative body makes any sense to go there. So I would send someone who is from the same constituency as me, and they will go.
So it's not a physical office. So it's not like I'm an engineering student and I also have office hours in the Reed Center. It's a virtual. It's like staff.
Yeah, it's basically staff. This is okay. Just to give a whole idea about it, this is loosely based on University of California, Berkeley's idea of legislative office, where each legislator has their own office with a certain number of people there, and these people are basically supposed to help them out with their outreach efforts in the constituency. As everyone knows, our SGA has been lacking on it for a while, so this can just increase the amount of effort. And since I would say that this is going to be a very trial position right now, after a year, I would really appreciate someone from next year's legislative leadership to figure out if there can be a better language for this. Next
Please
question.
try to keep Q&A short.
Yeah, if you guys are, if your questions are already answered, I would ask you to lower your hand, and then off-campus outline Alawi. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to, I'm asking a question. So just to be clear, is the final say on who's on the position, who's getting dropped off the position, on legislative or the legislator themselves?
So the legislator will recommend them to the legislative leadership, and then the legislative leadership will confirm them.
To clarify, the way this is worded with information does not really imply that leadership would be able to reject candidates necessarily.
Yes.
If that's the question.
Okay.
Leonard Tan rep. Leonard Tan. Okay, I'm just
Sorry, you can skip me. You can skip me.
okay. Director of SMP.
Is there anything that stops someone from having something like this now? Like it seems like a vice chair's thing.
Yes, it does. So, to my knowledge, the legislature were never given the office to have, never given the opportunity to have their own subordinates, and this is basically in a way similar to that. And I'm just outlining it in the bylaws so they know this is one of their capabilities. They can have someone as appointed members in their offices in a way. Josie, you're up.
30 seconds on questions.
What keeps somebody from abusing this and not showing up to any of their own constituent meetings? Maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but
Well, the legislators are opposed to their office hours and other duties anyways, so they can actually not exactly abuse it because they will have to be around for a while. Worst case scenario, they don't go to in-person meetings, but if they're sending their subordinates there, they have to report back to them, so they're almost getting everything from them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, seeing that informal question period has elapsed, I would prefer it if we either move to debate or vote on this specific amendment, combined altogether in 4 with A through C combined.
I want to see if this is a friendly motion. To the engineering rep, would you feel comfortable with saying may appoint and remove members of their office for C? Would that be a friendly amendment or no?
Will be friendly to me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Friendly.
discretion would allow that anyways, but yes.
And I have another friendly question. Would language in for another line like 4D to say something along the lines of legislative staff cannot complete official responsibilities of the representatives or something like that, so that to the public policy's point, so there wouldn't be any quote unquote abuse.
Yeah, I just initially I just thought it was redundant because it was said as legislative duties, but it's fine. We can have some more language on the same thing. Doesn't change much.
Okay, excellent. Seeing as such, are we ready to move to a period of voting on this?
Wait, I have a concern.
All right, then we're moving to debate.
Oh no, it's just with that last wording.
Sure.
So technically meeting with say DSAC or NHAC is considered mandatory by the bylaws. So that would unduly restrict it.
What would be appropriate language to substitute?
I'm not exactly sure.
I would say this is fine. It's there is always some room of difference between the actual words of the bylaws and the actual practices. So this can be just understandable.
Ideally, we minimize that now, but I think mandatory requirements would be sufficient here.
Yeah.
Are there any objections to if we want to split it? That's okay. We can do just what I have highlighted separately from the addition, because I understand that was a last minute addition.
We split it.
Yeah, so let's vote on 4A through C, because there doesn't seem to be any objections to that. So all in favor, please click yes. All opposed, please click no. All right. I'm assuming the hand raises are abstentions?
Yep, I'm abstaining.
Just wanted to make sure. All right, so with a vote of 26 to 0 to 5, the A through C passes. And so this will be, so now are there any objections to line D?
I object.
Okay.
Do you wish to debate or just vote?
Vote.
All right. Thank you.
Can we not make friendly amendments?
We can if you have proposed.
Can I propose one, please?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. Or maybe it's a point of clarification first, but it's just really confusing me how it says, sorry, it's really small. Requirements in place of representatives themselves. Does that mean members themselves of the? Because can we change that to members? Because with 2 representatives in there, it's really confusing.
Legislative staff may not complete mandatory requirements in place of members themselves?
because it says that legislative office has 2 members, but then the 4A says a representative. So
this would be legislative members, I suppose. Like members versus the representative is the wording that's being used right now.
okay, now that makes thank you.
Sure, of course.
Office members.
Sure, that's fine. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we can just take a vote on this.
All right, yes, let's vote on D.
So again, all in favor, check. All opposed, and while the night is still young, and I remember to say this, if you don't know what you're voting on, ask. You can unmute yourselves, ask. I'm happy to reiterate. I want to make sure everyone knows what they're voting on. So we're voting on just D, that one line at the bottom of page 3. So with a vote of 28 to 1 to 2, or now 28 to 2 to 2, it passes. All right.
All right, vote totals won't be too consequential unless they're very close.
Yes.
There was a proposal early on in the CBL session to change from 1 to 2 transfer representatives. There was never, and these are just like, grammar amendments, but I don't remember ever having gotten a clear number on the number of transfer representatives, but the general concern here was that the transfer community is underrepresented and it would be useful to reach out to this constituency better.
I have a question.
Yes.
Will this affect the election that just occurred?
No, transfer reps are appointed because theoretically transfer students may not be on campus during the time of the election.
I see.
That's the reasoning for why they're appointed.
Further questions? South Hill?
I think that's an abstention left over.
Oh, okay, no worries.
So do we actually know what we still don't know what the number is?
It's certainly more than 1,800. It's it's solidly in the thousands. This wouldn't be unreasonable.
Point of personal privilege. Can we clear the participants thing so that?
Happy to. Done. Further questions, or maybe move to a period of voting on this now?
I think we're seeing no objections. We'll move into, I think.
Wait, can I actually say something to answer Elena's or the director of SMP's point?
Fine.
There are 854 transfer students at UMD, which would square with exactly 1 representative if we are being equitable.
Could you provide a source for the number briefly?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Thanks.
I'm just gonna drop it in the ledge channel.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question for that. Does that include like people who came from community college in your numbers?
I do not know. I just Googled it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I remember when this came up, the transfer rep wanted to reach out, but I don't think they gave him an answer. If the transfer rep wants to comment on this, otherwise we'll just. All right. Yeah, I don't think the transfer rep got an answer. So, are there any objections to making it? David, what do you want to do? Since we don't.
I don't know. I mean, absent an official number, I think this might be a little bit risky.
Should we pass it on the contingency that we find a number?
Hold on, there was a number also posted by the undergraduate studies representative that I'm trying to find out right now.
So it says for fall 2018, there were 2,338 total enrollment of transfers. So
that is still in line with 1 rep.
Yes, correct.
Okay. But that's enrollments for 1 year that were transfers.
Yeah.
So the real number could be much greater?
Yeah.
Or am I misinterpreting?
2 years because sophomore year they change. Like
okay.
A lot of people change. So 2 years, yeah, it puts with 2 reps.
Okay.
Sorry, go on.
It would maybe be nice to just consider this contingent on finding an official number.
Yeah. and we have the leverage to like change that later because we're choosing our appointments.
It's relatively easy. Yeah, so let's vote now. And the vote here, yes, is to move to 2, contingent on finding sufficient numbers for 2. That would be around 3,600. And no would be not doing this in either case. So please vote now.
Hey, I found a number about University Systems of Maryland.
Let's vote and then come back to it when we have a contingent number.
Okay.
Is it possible to vote regardless of the number?
Given that we don't have a number, that's a third option that I don't know how to evaluate fairly. I mean,
you can click go faster. We'll see the go fasters. The go faster will be.
Yeah, that's fine. Go faster could be regardless.
Apologies, I'm just confused what we're voting on right now. Could you repeat
that?
Okay.
3 options. Yes will be to consider 2, contingent on there being a sufficient number of transfer students. No will be to not consider 2 in any case. And using the go faster will be to say, in any case, we should have 2 transfer representatives.
Okay, thank you. And just really quickly, 2 contingent on what cutoff one more time?
1 per 1,800 is the usual ratio.
Okay, so I have an official number of new transfers who enrolled. So it's about 2,300 to 2,500 per year. New students who are enrolling. So I guess an average of about 10,000 total.
That aligns more with what the understanding of the committee was at the time, I believe.
That would also depend on the outflow of transfer representatives when they graduate. At what rate are they graduating, and at what rate are they?
I think we
need to vote. We can't keep wasting time like this.
We've spent a good amount of time discussing how many transfer students, and we will try to get a number from the Office of Transfer Students as soon as I'll email them, or the transfer rep will email them tomorrow. So a vote of yes is it's changing it to 2 contingent on that response. A vote of no is keeping it as 1, and a go faster is also a vote of keeping them as 1.
I have a question comment. I feel uncomfortable voting on something contingent on a number that we don't know which source we're going to get that number from. I would like to see an option where we can table this for the new legislative group to vote on it with that information so we can be making informed decisions.
That would effectively be a vote of no.
But yeah, that is a vote of no.
Okay, then thank you.
Yep,
So wait, one more time, sorry. The official source that we're getting it from is the Office of Student Trans.
It will be from a university, yes, and I will post the
university department.
It will be a university department, and if that number does not exist, then the change can't be made.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, with a vote of 20 in favor, 7 opposed, and 2 go fasters, this will pass contingent on that number, and I will update the legislature as soon as we get that number, and whether or not the change will be made.
I will say at this time, and I will be kind of ruthless about this, we just spent about 10 minutes on a question and we're still at the top of page 4 and we've been spending 20 minutes. That would be a very bad rate extended to 60 pages. Next was a change that was considered unfavorable by the CBL committee. That was to add a legislative district for spring admitted freshmen, which was seen as falling under the first year position. This was unanimously against in the committee with just me abstaining. Are there any objections to striking down this proposed change? Seeing none, so removed. Next, what is the comment here? Okay, thanks. 6 here, subclause 6 would be 1 budget training workshop for student group officers. If it would be favorable to the author's intent to remove the student group officers, just because that seems confusing with the requirements for this to be for representatives.
It would not be favorable because I could change it to budget training, just leave it at budget training workshop.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, okay. So yeah, thank you. All right, as such, then, are there any objections to considering this change included for representative requirements?
Can I ask a question? One information.
Fine.
Are we still having, like, during the beginning of the year, we have like finance training, right? So is that getting removed? Instead, you're just gonna go to budget training?
It would be an addition.
Yeah, it'd be an addition. So there's finance training. According to the handbook on accountability and ethics, we're already supposed to be doing this. I didn't realize that till I looked at the handbook really late.
Okay.
I object.
Do you wish to debate, or
would you like to debate or just vote?
No, I'd rather just vote, but I object.
Okay, moving to a period of divided voting.
So now we'll move into normal voting again. So check a vote of yes will add the requirement to attend one budget training workshop. A vote of no will not add that requirement to the ledge, and then abstention will be the hand raised. All right, please vote. It passes with a vote of 22 to 4 to 6.
Fantastic. Next would be at least 1 hour of finance committee deliberations this semester, same essential rationale. Any points, but I would prefer to keep moving quickly on things like this. Any objections?
I also object.
All right, thanks. We'll vote.
Ben, was number 7 also in ethics?
No, that one's new.
20 to 3, 20 to 4. Please vote, everybody. Reached a majority. That will be favorable. Added, I would recommend that the proposer just rescinds this because it's at the discretion and leave of the Speaker of the Legislature in Clause 1. Will the proposer see it favorable to remove this because it's redundant?
Yeah, you can just remove it.
Thank you very much. Okay, this would be to strike performing weekly polling of at least 25 students on the questions decided by the Speaker pro tempore. This was proposed by me. This is a hill that I like to die on because no one really does polling, and if they do it poorly. They only do it for their friends, and it's kind of a waste. Are there any points of clarification, information at this time? As such, let's move to a period of voting on whether or not to strike weekly polling. A vote of yes would be to strike it. No would be.
There's no objections. We'll just take it in.
Okay,
are there any objections to this change?
Great.
Seeing no objections, keep going.
Lovely. All right, and this would be to change approval by the Speaker to instead of the pro tempore.
Sorry.
Fine.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, it's just like since we took out polling from Speaker pro tempore, anyways, the amount of work that the pro temp has now is very minuscule. So I think this is something that they can help the Speaker with. So might as well just manage it.
I would also add that the pro temp is usually the one who manages office hours anyways.
So this does respect the de facto intent of how office hours usually work. As such, are there any objections to moving this in alignment with what is the general interpretation? Going once, going twice, sold. Wonderful. Okay, 4.1a, legislators serving on the Committee on Financial Affairs are exempt from this requirement. This would be to strike at the discretion of the Speaker pro tempore, just to ensure that there is always an exemption present. This was favorable by the committee unanimously, with me abstaining. Are there any objections to striking the discretion of the pro tempore? Once, twice, gone. Additionally, striking the discretion of the Speaker pro tempore essentially corresponding, and this was a favorable change, for the exemption on serving on 2 committees. Are there any objections to what is now a corresponding change?
It's the same.
Isn't this just repetitive?
It is repetitive.
Can we get rid of that whole line?
Which one?
4. It doesn't make sense because we already say it in 1.
Yes, that's correct. Then let's strike it. Thank you. Good call. Okay. Vacant representative seats shall be, instead of filled prior to the 3rd calendar week of each year, they would be then filled by a reasonably qualified candidate within 3 academic weeks after the seat has been vacated. This was seen as favorable to the below. Solely striking the prior to the third calendar week was seen as unfavorable, just because there would not necessarily be a deadline in place. So I think the vote here will be to replace the struck clause then with what is in green text proposed is favorable by the committee. Are there any objections to keep this deadline in place?
I object.
This new language. Yes. Okay. Do you wish to debate or just to vote?
I would yield like 30 seconds.
All right, 30 seconds it is.
We should be ensuring that students have a representative, even if it's not the best candidate. We should be making sure that they have. It's better to have some representation, even if it's bad, than no representation at all.
I would just note here that that's kind of the intent of replacing here, because there's 3 academic weeks after the seat has been vacated rather than prior to the third calendar week of each semester. So there's a potential contingency in which somebody would be waiting several months to fill a seat just because the current deadline is less specific.
Oh, my point was the reasonably qualified candidate. That's what I was taking issue with.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just because it's not sufficient?
Because it doesn't. I think I'm going to get voted down. So.
All right. Thank you.
I think just move to a period of voting on this.
Yes, since there was an objection, we'll move into a period of voting. So it is to change the language from third calendar week of each semester to a reasonable qualified candidate within 3 academic weeks after the seat has been vacated. A vote of yes, a vote of no, and a vote of abstention. It's not a vote of abstention. All right. I think it passes. Yep.
It did. At the discretion of the speaker, or additionally, by the petition of at least 1/3 of the legislature, there may be general body work sessions following adjournment of a regular legislative meeting. I suggest maybe a few seconds for the amendment proposer to explain. Alex?
Yeah. So it has been told to me that the legislative body is allowed to petition for a work session, but it's unclear whether this is an informal or formal policy. And I've heard different things from different people. I think we haven't had nearly enough work sessions this year. And I think having more work sessions will help improve the culture of the organization and also just helping us like have safer and more informed debates. So I think this creates a clear process for how to have a work session. And before I was told that you would need 50% of legislature plus 1 to hold a work session. So I think that's a little bit too high considering how many people we have in the ledge. So I think we should just be having more work sessions, and I hope that this amendment would encourage that. So any questions, I'm happy to take.
I've got one. Could it possibly be 1/4? Because 1/3 is still pretty high, and if it's about anything like sensitivity.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right.
Seeing that's friendly to the proposer, changing to 1/4, which for reference would usually be about 10.
Any other questions, thoughts?
VP of Finance?
Just a thought. Would these work sessions petitioned by the legislature include the executive board, which sometimes has to go to work sessions?
And others at the discretion of the speaker?
That would depend on the content of the work session and the discretion of the speaker. So
what I mean is will the petition, like, can they say, like, in the petition, would it say the legislature and the executive board, or would it just be for the legislature? And
I think it would be appropriate to say and or the petitioners, should that be the case.
Yeah, that was just my question.
I think or would.
Yeah, no.
Okay, seeing as such, assuming no further questions, are there objections to considering or by the petition of 1/4 of the legislature with additionally that kind of corresponding change with the discretion of the petitioners?
Point of information. So
Sure.
1/4 would be 10, right? So say, are we going off the assumption that's supporting?
I mean, it's like 39 right now, if I'm not mistaken. So if it's under capacity, maybe it's like 8, but somewhere in that range.
Currently, we're at 38, and we still have off-campus outlying seats and a couple others that we haven't been able to have applicants for. So it will be like a full ledge is around 40.
Yeah. So would this, I guess, like my question is like, would this be on like like would this be on like the total ledge itself, or just the people who like attend during that time?
I mean,
so, like,
if the legislature is less than full capacity, then it's just of the legislature, the quantity that's currently around.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, okay, my fault. Is this during like the session itself, or is this just like the total legislature altogether? Like the amount?
It's the number of legislators at any given time. Like,
okay.
At the time the petition would be made, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Would prefer to move to appear to voting if there are objections, or to just take this as friendly and favorable by the entire committee of the whole. Any objections? Going once, twice, gone. Thank you. And that corresponding change was included. This was a ridiculously redundant thing that was pointed out by the engineering representative to also say again that work sessions will be held following adjournment at the discretion of the speaker. This is almost necessary to strike because it makes no sense. It's technical. So that's fun. Okay, moving down, and now we are at the top of page 7. The proposal was for the speaker to reserve rooms for general body meetings for the following legislative session. Then there was there a proposal to strike general body meetings, and if so, why? I'm just looking to understand that specifically.
Tell either. I looked at it the other day and I was like, I'm confused. I don't think there was a proposal to strike it.
Yeah, I think this should just read as to reserve rooms for general body meetings for the following legislative session. This is traditionally a role of the speaker and is just to align with what usually happens.
Well, it's actually not the role of the speaker. It's just this year because
it just has
been
been
ESJ. I've already reserved the rooms for next year.
Great.
So that next year's ledge doesn't have to worry about it. But I think that should be codified so it's not a last minute scramble.
Fantastic. And this was favorable by the committee, of course.
I'm going to clear all, so if there's any objections or anything. Any objections?
Once, twice, seems like a good idea. Why is that?
I'll fix it. You keep going.
That's fine. All right. Would be to ensure that, please don't click everywhere if you can, guys, please. To ensure each representative seat has a placard, including that representative's title, and a space for the representative to affix or insert a marker showing their preferred pronouns.
I was going to say, someone made a comment that this could be moved to under the duties of R&R, and I see that as favorable.
Okay. If you would then go ahead and copy and paste it to the appropriate place you see in R&R, and we'll get to it.
I'm on a phone. I'm so sorry.
I can do it.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. All right, so we're moving to the next relevant amendment here, which is that the Speaker of the Legislature shall be an undergraduate in good standing in the university and the Student Government Association, nominated by at least one representative rather than a representative. I would offer this some explanation from the VP of Finance here.
So the basic idea is that the speaker has a ton of work on their plate. And right now, making them be a legislator, like first be elected as a legislator, if they're chairing the meeting, they basically like don't get that constituency loses a voice. So for example, like it's fine if it's a CMNS representative, but what if they're like architecture? Or what if they like they're one of the representatives for a constituency that only has one rep? If that person becomes the speaker, that those students basically lose a vote representing them all the time because the speaker has to remain impartial. So the idea would be follow the precedent of the House of Representatives, follow the precedent of Senate, the RHA Senate, in the United States Senate, and allow for there to be an undergraduate student take that role so that they serve the legislature, not serve the legislature and a constituency.
Thank you. I see a hand raised from North Hill.
Two things. One, just a slight correction. RHA Senate technically doesn't work like that, but it is similar. But it says an undergraduate in good standing in the university and SGA. Do we have like a determination of like good standing for SGA?
Yeah, I think that's kind of a grammatical error. Could we just delete and Student Government Association?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine getting rid of that.
Can we say undergraduate member just to be consistent with our?
That's fine.
That's also.
So when you talk about in like good standing, you're talking about like kind of like grades or like just an upstanding student. I mean, I feel like that's kind of subjective.
No, it has a technical definition legally, just to have not academic probation, to not have any financial obligations outlying to the university or something like that.
We use
It's a
it.
specific
That's
thing.
language. That's language that's used in elections too. I think.
It is.
If I'm wrong, but
First
like,
to misconduct.
Yeah, as well as misconduct, most importantly. Thank you.
Sounds good.
I have another question.
Sure.
So, well, the VP of Finance, you talked about like maybe like to prevent it, to make sure that like architecture doesn't like lose a seat, or like any of the seats that only have like one person, but this wouldn't restrict those representatives from running, would it?
it wouldn't restrict them from running, but it would ensure that, yeah, it wouldn't restrict them.
Corresponding changes for representatives nominating themselves and things like that.
And another quick question is, if you're a representative and you're elected into the speakership, could you resign from your representative role and remain just the speaker?
I suppose that'd be possible. I don't see why not.
All right, I still love it.
Okay. As such, are there any objections? I think it would probably be appropriate to just consider this procedure altogether, with representatives then also nominating themselves, and then for kind of a necessary runoff until a simple majority is received.
Wait, can we split the question about the the new term, this thing that I'm highlighting right here? Just this one line.
Okay, yeah. Well, let's then just move sequentially here. So the first thing that would be up for objection is an undergraduate member in good standing in the university nominated by a representative instead of just a representative. Are there any objections to this?
I object.
Okay. Do you wish to debate or just to vote?
I'm not sure how to form the words right now, so if anyone else wants to talk about it first, I just think that the speaker should be elected as a representative, like it has been.
Okay.
Like, this is not how Congress works.
Can we start?
This has been debate. Yep.
All right, but that's all I have to say. So if anyone else wants to speak, I just think that this is not a good idea.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else wants to take the floor here?
If I may, just point of clarification. Did you say that?
Debate.
Sorry, in point of information, did you say that that's not how the United States Congress works?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's so point of clarification. Congress can elect somebody who isn't a representative as their speaker.
It would also be maybe relevant to say that the VP often presides over the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, I would.
It has a hand raised. Engineering rep.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what the Cambridge representative said. I also think it's essential for the speaker to have knowledge of the organization and how we run and how meetings go, and that has already been checked off by the Election Commission when students run for the legislature. So I think by adding this, we're missing that integral checkpoint.
Thank you. Further floor? North Hill, business, off-campus outline, anybody? Just tell me what floor.
Go ahead.
I'm on the affirmative floor.
Thank you.
So this change, although it seems like, a little different from, what we usually do, like as was already stated, that's how it works with many state legislatures, and that's also how it works with the U.S. House. And essentially, this would be a change to ensure that, the speaker, to the point of the engineering representative, that they wouldn't know what they're doing. This person, if there were to be a person outside of the SGA, they still would have to be approved, by the legislature. So if there were to be concerns about their eligibility or on their, merits of whether or not they're good for this position, that those concerns could be, fixed during a hearing or through a vote.
Thank you. Any further debate?
I can go.
For which side?
Negative.
I think sorry, no. Other off-campus outlying had their hand up first.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
I would like to speak affirmative. So I ditto to all the other points the affirmative people said. Also, when it comes to engaging students, this is the main reason I joined SGA and the main reason I propose most of my amendments and bills. We should try to engage students as much as we can. And this includes in leadership, which means we're not just doing like, yeah, we're engaging students. Oh yeah, but not in like serious, meaningful ways that give them power. Like we need to actually be serious and put our money where our mouth is and like actually give power to have significant influence in the organization. Thanks.
Other off-campus outlining, I believe, was negative.
Yeah, thanks. So in the case of like giving power and stuff, I really do feel that when it comes, I feel that the speaker of the legislature should be elected from the legislature itself rather than an undergraduate member from the entire university. And so I would look favorably if the amendment does say anybody who's in the legislature itself rather than the entire university. But I just really feel uncomfortable with the fact that if we brought it to the entire university as a whole, then people could just because a lot of the reason why is that especially in your first meeting when you're voting for this type of stuff, you don't really know what's going on, and the only things you do know what's going on is that your friendships and like the people who are you talking to in like during the election times and stuff like that. But I just feel like this could be a very easy way of just shoving in somebody who like knows like from like an agenda sort of perspective. So that's why I feel like if it's somebody from the legislature itself who's been on the legislature, then I'll be all right with it. But I just don't think it should be everybody from the university.
Okay, thank you. That would be a vote of no here. Next for the floor, Leonardtown, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Ditto to the previously raised points. And this is sort of like
which side?
Affirmative. Sorry.
Thank you.
I would like to say that having experience in managing parliamentary systems is not something that's exclusive to the SGA. And like I like use this in like when it comes to like political like campaigning and stuff like that. There are a million more people who are probably better at it than me that are like involved in similar organizations outside of the SGA who have just a right to take the mantle of leadership without necessarily having needing to play the game. If we can all come to like consensus that they're worth like leading us and holding us accountable, I don't see why we should be limiting our own power as ledge.
Thank you. Okay. VP of Finance only because they haven't spoken yet. Or at least not recently. I don't know what's going on. Student body president also raised a hand if they wish to speak.
I was just going to say I echo a lot of the off-campus outlines points.
Which one?
Of the negative.
Thank you.
I think not only there's definitely parliamentary things that can come from outside, but how our organization works and how it's structured is like critical as well because they sit on exec. So.
Gotcha. Thank you. Point of information, I believe, coming from Cambridge.
Yeah. So reading this, I'm like confused. So is it that if it's a representative who nominates themselves, then they have to give up their position to be speaker, or it's just open to representatives and people outside who want to be speaker? Like
the latter.
Okay, so it's the latter.
It could be either.
So it could be a representative who wants a position, but then they can also say representative or someone from outside as well.
That would be acceptable. Yeah, by the way that is written.
I mean, that's what point I is for.
Yeah.
That they can nominate themselves.
There was a question previously raised by North Hill about the potential for them to step down. They could do that at their own discretion, but it wouldn't be necessary. Further points, debate is very thin on both sides.
Can I get a point of information?
Sure.
Is this same procedure going to be for speaker pro tempore, or how are they going to get it in?
No such language is there.
Okay.
All right. I think going down the list, Cambridge rep, if you had things to say.
That was it. That was just the point.
North Hill rep.
All right, to address some of the concerns that have been raised about they have to have this knowledge of the organization. I mean, we don't restrict people from running as who have just been elected and haven't been in SGA before. So why would we restrict someone from running who isn't a legislature? Additionally,
thank you. Thank you.
Time is elapsed here. Sorry.
Oh, I didn't see it.
You're fine. You're fine.
Engineering rep, if you want to take 5 seconds.
I assume. Yep.
I want to propose an amendment.
Whatever. Okay, propose. Sure.
That if the issue is like that a person is double representing a constituency, that then once elected speaker, they are just speaker, and then their original position is replaced.
I suppose direct that to VP of Finance, right?
That's not, I mean, that is a concern, but that doesn't solve all the other concerns. So that's not favorable with my original intent.
That's fair.
Okay.
So I think
As such, I think we should move to a period of voting on this.
Yep. So we'll move into a period of voting. A vote of yes will add the language. I guess expanding the people who are eligible to run for Speaker of the Legislature. A vote of no will not add this language, and you can abstain by a hand raise. So please vote. All right, please vote. All right, with a vote of 19 to 12, this passes.
Okay. So considered. Then we move to the new term and the first meeting of the spring semester.
Yeah, so this was my amendment. There's two primary reasons that I proposed this. First of all, at that first meeting, as someone previously mentioned, no one really knows each other, especially for all the people who are new, which is a majority of the people. And so that election, while I'm not saying that it's not valid or legitimate, because it is, as we do have a debate and there's questions, it's not as thorough and as formed as it could be, as it would be in like a real Congress where like people have like legislative histories and like they go up through local government and blah, blah, blah. Like you have more to judge them on. So people are kind of making more blinder decisions in that first meeting. And so this amendment would essentially allow us to have an election also in the beginning of the spring semester. I think also we need to have a check on the speaker's power and their ability to follow the ethics and accountability handbook. And I think this would pose a real check on that. I envision that this would probably lead to the same speaker getting elected for the second term in 9 out of 10 cases. But I do think just having that there will motivate and encourage the speaker to be more diligent in the way that they follow all of our governing documents. Yeah, I'll take any questions if people have any.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So why is this like a necessary change when there are other remedies to, getting rid of a speaker, whether that's impeachment or calling for a new election to the speaker?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. Because I was thinking about that too. Like, do we even need this? But the reason that I think it is necessary is because, as we've seen, even starting an investigation stirs up an insane amount of drama, especially, considering the kind of toxic culture that's really pervasive in this organization. And a lot of people don't want, like, for the sake of drama, for the sake of their own mental health, don't want to be the ones starting something. Personally, I have felt a lot of intimidation in regards to the investigation that was started. And so I think making it like a mandated thing versus just like something that can happen poses like a much more like real check on the speaker. Yeah, does that answer your question? Does that make sense?
That pretty much answers my question. I understand.
Okay.
I was also going to add to that. I mean, for different reasons. It takes 2/3 of the ledge to call up a new vote for a speaker, which is a really high check. And just it being automatic and like outlying said, they're likely going to run again, or they could decide not to run again. Like it just automates the process, and they'll probably be reelected.
Yeah, another point I want to bring up is that we should be encouraging, as many ledge as possible in this organization to take a more active role. Like, it often feels that some people kind of dominate in this organization. And, I think this will, create an opportunity for even more people to be involved. And I think that will help rectify a lot of problematic power dynamics that we've seen.
Cambridge.
Mine's a question for the person who wrote this amount. So for the first meeting of the spring semester, so the whoever's speaker during the first meeting would work on projects throughout the winter break, and then would that just pass to the new speaker if they're elected, or would it work where they were elected before winter break so they could work over winter break? Like, how would that change of power necessarily work with like the long break and like long-term projects and stuff like that?
Yeah, so basically the fall semester speaker would be working through the winter break. I would envision that if in the small cases where there is a new person chosen as speaker, that the former speaker would ideally continue to work with them and kind of pass on that torch in that type of way. Yeah. Also, as I note, the speaker pro tempore, I think I added the amendment there too. So, yeah.
This doesn't let me raise my hand. Can I just?
There are other hands first, please. Off-campus outlying.
Yeah, can I get a point of information?
You go.
Is the motivation for this only as a check on the speaker? Is it also like is the motivation for this only as a check on the speaker, or is it also having new legislators who've been on ledge make a more informed decision about what they're deciding on?
No, the primary motivation is to have people make a more informed decision. Like, after a few months have passed, everybody kind of sees at least part of how people are working. Also, like, there's a huge number of new legislators who are brought in between our first meeting and when we have that first meeting in spring. So this allows the new members to take an active voice in the leadership of the organization. So it's not like the primary motivation is not a check, although I think that is like a benefit of it. The primary motivation is more engagement from different legislators and just creating a more like transparent and like cooperative organization where we're all taking part like in those like important decisions about ledge leadership.
Student body president.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think that this idea has good intentions, but I think what's going to end up happening in my own thoughts is that this is for the negative, sorry. That instead of actually trying to make decisions or make progress, the speaker is going to spend the entirety of their first semester trying to be reelected, which is going to lead to get nothing done. I think it's going to cause a lot of division within the organization, and instead of trying to unify and work cohesively, it's going to instead cause a lot of problems. So that's it.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree with that because I think...
David, can you stop the clock?
I'll let the people with
Apologies, I had to step out and now I'm back. Thank you.
It was at like 1:38, I believe.
Okay.
When I stopped.
I'll note it. It's just, please understand I'm trying. Okay. Alex?
Other people have their hands up. They can go first.
Okay.
Anyone with their hand up?
Can I speak because I'm not allowed to raise my hand since I have co-host access?
Which side?
I'm going to speak on negative.
Okay.
So the reason I wanted to speak on negative, I really like the idea, but I do not agree with the way it will actually practically happen because so the speaker's first semester usually like practically just happens to be the meetings which are not that important. And by the time they reach the second semester, the big meetings come up. So the whole practice that they get of conducting a GPM, it's not that easy. And once they understand how to do that, they can do a good job in the second semester. And this just takes away the whole option to do that. Also, all the work that Speaker Pro Temp does, which is a corresponding change, I guess, is about committee assignments. And the first Pro Temp will do the committee assignments for both because winter break is still when the first person is there. So the second Pro Temp will have literally nothing to do. So,
Actually, a point of clarification on that, as I said before, there's a large number of new legislators that come in. I would say probably about half the organization, at least a third, is new by the time we get to second semester. So the Speaker Pro Temp would have committee assignments to do.
Any further debate?
Yes.
Side?
I'm on the negative side.
Thank you.
I think this proposal has, a lot of good in terms of like what it hopes to do. But I think that we should respect the fact that we have SGA elections once a year, not once a semester. So I don't think legislative leadership should necessarily be elected each semester. I think that's not really the way that it should work. I'm done.
South Campus Commons rep has had their hand up.
Thank you. I just want to speak on the negative as well. And okay, this is dittoing what the business rep and the student body president said, but I just think throughout the academic year, we should be encouraged to work together and not be splitting apart.
Thank you. Okay, we're seeing that time has elapsed on one side. Does the affirmative wish to exhaust the rest of their time?
Can I be?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to connect on my computer and I keep adding David Reckman in the chat. Trying to.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and debate for the last seconds that I have. So this is like, I get the point about you don't want the speaker in their first term to be like, trying to get votes and like working against people and stuff. But I genuinely believe that if the speaker needs to do that, then that is why we need to have a new election. Like, yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Time is exhausted on both sides. Shall we move to a period of voting?
Yeah, let's do it.
Thank you. Yes will be to say the new term and the first meeting of the spring semester. No would be to keep it at once per.
Can you clear it as well?
I just agreed. Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Then there's no one in the waiting room that we see it from our end.
I'm rejoining. Sorry.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
I accidentally joined the CBL Zoom call from last night again. That's what happened.
That's where the real fun's happening.
All right. With a vote of 7 to 18, this does not pass.
Oop, accidentally confirmed one extra change. Is there any objection to representatives nominating themselves? I think this was a part of the previous conversation that people agreed to. Clearing.
I would also
any
say
objections?
this is in line with tradition.
Yes, it is.
Any objections?
Seeing no objections.
Business rep, is that an objection?
That's not an objection. I just had a question for the chair.
Yeah.
Since the most recent proposal that we just voted down is very similar to the ones for pro temp and R&R, would we possibly not have to go through the process of debating and voting on each?
I want to go in order. Let's hit that question.
Those amendments. So I got you.
Or if off-campus outlying wants to rescind before we. I want to go in order so that people aren't confused where we are, like we were last week.
I completely understand. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Representatives may nominate themselves. Are there any objections to this? I don't see any. So take it.
Seeing none, without objection.
Yep.
Going once, twice. Good. Thanks. And then this final procedure, I think makes sense to consider jointly. Should there be more than two candidates, a new vote should occur with the candidate with the least votes removed. And then this, for clarification, would repeat as many times as necessary until there were a simple majority if there were several candidates. Are there any objections to this? This is kind of in keeping with general procedure.
It's basically like similar to ranked choice voting, if anyone's confused.
Any objections? Seeing none, you can put it in.
All right.
All right. This, Alex, is this kind of contingent on the previous?
Yeah, I'm removing that. I'll remove anything that was like, similar to that other one that failed out of respect for time.
Okay. So are you rescinding or I suppose?
Yeah, I'm rescinding. Sorry, I'm just catching up.
No worries. I want to make sure we don't miss anything. So.
Yeah, and then this of the new speaker is essentially technical in my mind. Yeah. Okay. Either way, changing student body president to parliamentarian for the election of the new speaker for the pro tempore.
Wait, that would be irrelevant, right?
No,
not necessarily.
No, relevant.
Speaker vacates the office. So if I dip and Kissler wants to be speaker.
Yeah, also be yeah, sorry.
Are there any objections?
I don't see any.
Pro tempore?
Question. Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So the only objection I have is that parliamentarian is just an appointment of the speaker and president. Like they are not representative of anyone, and if the speaker leaves, they can just ask. Like it's not exactly having a new person chair the meeting. The person who will be chairing the meeting is just the appointment of the last speaker. If there is a conflict of interest there because that was an appointment, nothing is being solved with this.
Okay.
Wait, how is there? What do you mean conflict of interest? The parliamentarian is elected by the body or appointed.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
But I serve at the pleasure of the speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment to see if the amendment sponsor would be favorable to it.
Yeah, what is it?
Instead of saying the parliamentarian, would you look favorably upon it saying the vice president? Because usually with legislative bodies, in the U.S., typically when the speaker isn't available, the vice president or the lieutenant governor, whoever's in the second in line position, usually chairs, the meetings and is the presiding officer. So would you look favorably?
No, I would definitely be favorable on that. My main concern is just the too much power in the office of the president's role.
Is there any objections at this point? That's irrelevant. Vice president versus student body president. Any objections at this point?
Yeah, I would object. I think that doesn't make any sense. If you're going to pull someone from the executive branch, why wouldn't it be the student body president?
Because we always pull the president for almost everything else. So why not give vice president a chance?
Oh, that is kind of a weird argument because vice president also listens to the president.
Are we ready to move to a period of voting on this? I don't think this is going to be really an adjudicated conflict by debate.
Yeah, we can just vote.
Let's just vote. Okay, please vote. Yes would be vice president. No would be student body president. Just for happiness. Okay.
So I believe with a vote of 14 to 15.
Nope. 15 to 15.
Oh.
Wow.
The tie.
So I guess against change and for more debate. So 15 to 16 to 2.
Okay. As such, student body president remains. Just as a heads up, we are at 1 hour and 6 minutes into this and we're 7 pages into it. Remember, this is about a 61-page document, maybe 65 once all these changes are considered. Please do keep that in mind as you continue to debate. D, we already struck the requirement for polling above, so it would be reasonable to strike it here. Are there any objections to striking it as a corresponding change? Seeing none, so considered.
I believe, yep.
This was to maintain jurisdiction over the committee handbook. I believe the committee handbook is up for removal in general. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Wait,
okay. Are there any objections to removing this clause? Sorry.
Are we voting on removing the committee handbook, or we're just voting on removing it from the Speaker Pro Tem's power?
I believe since the committee handbook essentially doesn't exist, it would be, potentially in order to just remove that there's jurisdiction over it.
I put in, the reason I asked is because I put in a thing having the committee board come back and have jurisdiction over it.
Okay.
That's what I'm actually talking about.
Oh, I was not aware about it, so I guess we can come back.
Should we table this?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. To maintain with the Director of Communications the SGA seal and logo handbook. Is there such a seal and logo handbook?
I resend, but I think it's a cool idea.
Okay. To perform other duties assigned by the speaker. Wait, is this? I don't know why that's not a suggestion, or is it? I'm confused. I think that was just there anyways. All right, Chief Financial Officer versus Vice President of Financial Affairs. This is, every time we see this, it's just going to be approved as a technical amendment, absent objection, which would be a strange objection. Any objections? Thank you all very much. Okay, the Speaker Pro Tempore. Okay, so this is also kind of corresponding similarly to the procedure outlined above for Speaker. Seeing as it was negative before, does the amendment proposer seek to rescind?
Wait, that's yes. For the Speaker Pro Temp one, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, but I would like to keep this bit about the ranked choice voting.
Yeah. That's separate.
Yeah.
Okay. Any objections to the similar kind of ranked choice style majority vote that was, present above?
Can we not say ranked choice? It's runoff.
Yeah, it isn't really ranked choice. RCV is something else.
Louisiana primary, baby.
Okay.
There you go, jungle.
Oh, jeez.
Any objections? None.
There we go.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Chief Financial Officer. Second Look Fair versus Stampfest to reflect change in name. This was considered 5-0 to 1 and is essentially technical. Any objections at this time? Going once, gone twice, sold. Space there. Next is CFO versus VP. Thank you. And then this now is the R&R thing that was proposed above by the North Hill representative. Do they wish to consume a brief amount of time just to explain? I think this is probably a good idea.
Sure, I'll take like 30 seconds. I think that this is it's something that technically should already be occurring with the guaranteeing of each seat a placard, but the main thing was to include the ability for these placards to contain stuff for people to put their pronouns on. I think it makes sense to be under the recruitment and retention. And I wanted to put it here in lieu of a bill to mandate funding so that the funding is automatic. It can be worked out. I'll take any questions if necessary.
Any objections here? Going once, twice?
Not necessarily an objection, but I think it's just like a clarifying comment. If it's under R&R, it would still be going out of ledge reserves either way, whether it was a bill or not.
Wait, may I clarify how the funding works?
Go. Just go.
So it might be able to come from like general operations. I didn't budget for this in the most recent thing, and y'all didn't approve that because it didn't exist. It probably would come from like general operations, but there might need to be a bill passed if they want something more than just like a piece of paper. Like that just might have to be a thing that
verify. Have we had to use a bill in order to fund the last set of placards that we had in the middle of this year?
No. So there was a bill for the placards material. This year with the creation of new placards, we just reused the material because we had both the paper necessary for it and the table tents.
Cool.
But if you're curious, I can pull it up later.
I wrote the bill.
No, it was Duran who wrote the bill.
Oh, a different bill?
Yeah, it was 3 years ago.
Oh, I had a joke bill that I think I sent you.
All right. Any objections to it?
Seeing none. So considered.
Off outline, if I put in the same language that we used above just to make it easier, because it seemed like it wasn't fully written yet.
So I understand that this is desired to be kept. I would ask the debate is abbreviated here, but I think maybe the special comment is that R&R is separate and that there are special concerns for the fall and the spring.
Yeah, I'll be super brief. R&R is separate. A lot of the concerns people raised about I don't think are valid when it comes to R&R, and also, I think a lot of people leave this organization, and I think we really need to take a much more serious approach to that position. So I'd like to vote unless anybody else would really like to debate.
Just vote. Let's vote.
All right, so a vote in favor would have R&R elections be, I guess, twice a year. A vote of no will hold it once a year, or whenever there's a vacancy. Please vote. All right, I think I'm going to call it with a vote of 10 to 18 to 2. It does not pass.
Okay. And then I'm re-adding that language that fell out. And is there any objection to just considering the similar election procedure of the runoff Louisiana primary?
Shouldn't it say?
Yeah, say that. Yeah.
Yep, it should. All right, I'll let that be fixed. It sounds good.
And then shouldn't 2 be under I, like indented?
It doesn't go that far, so I just said the above, and I've been doing that for the other ones as well.
Oh, okay.
We can clarify that later if it's very necessary.
Not how Louisiana's primary works.
We can.
Okay, great. Next is to attend and not to take roll, never take roll. That hasn't happened. This is what the speaker does. This was unanimous in committee. Any objections?
All right.
Seeing none. To organize all polling data in conjunction with the speaker pro tempore. This is not something that the pro tempore is doing anymore, so this is corresponding change. Are there any objections? Seeing none, so struck.
Article 2.
Getting there. All right, cool. Now we would be replacing the 3 VP structure with the vice president and the chief financial officer. This is pretty much technical. Doing it. And CFO.
Wait.
Oh, you don't want that in the executive, do you?
No.
You don't?
Well, then
I don't want the chief CFO to. I mean, it gets weird. I'm fine leaving it there as long as we can deal with it later.
I have a question. What's the difference between the executives and the executive board?
The executive board is the executive.
I can answer that. Like the executives are the elected members, whereas like there's people like the chief of staff and the deputy chief of staff that are on, or the speaker that are on the executive board, but aren't the executives.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
It's very technical.
So also for clarification, the Constitution says the executives are members of the legislature. Sorry, I just need to say that.
All right, thank you. So would the VP like to move into debate or just vote?
We can vote here. There's another clause later that accomplishes my same point.
Okay. So, all right. So all in favor of adding the CFO to executives, given the definition of executives, and all opposed can vote no.
Point of information, could someone explain what executives is again?
Yeah, Ireland, can you do it?
So in terms of my rating, executives, or at least the historical nature of the institution, executives have always been people who have been elected by the entirety of the student body. And it says that right there.
Yeah, that's why it would make sense.
All right, please vote. All right, I'm going to call it with a vote of 19 to 1, 22 to 1, it passes. And there's been an abstention as well.
I'll ask, is it appropriate then to have the CFO on the executive board as well? I understand that the treasurer is there, but should it also be the CFO to reflect that they're in the executives?
I would debate on that.
Okay.
That's why I'm going to debate.
Is it necessary if there's no objection to it just being the treasurer?
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's the next question. Are there any objections to it just being the treasurer?
Yep.
Okay. Objections from my
objections to it just being the treasurer.
All right, thank you. So we'll move into debate, 4 minutes equally divided. VP of Finance, would you like to start off?
So we're talking about, I just want to be clear what we're talking about. We're talking about just including the treasurer or?
Yes.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Wait, would it be like CFO versus treasurer, or would it be?
Can we tackle one at a time? So first should CFO go, second should treasurer go.
All right, that's fine. Then I'll add a suggestion here for CFO and then
CFO. First we'll talk about CFO and then we'll talk about treasurer.
All right, so first question is the CFO. I assume that then this would be the negative floor from Mr. VPI. Go.
All right. So the point is, I wear two hats in this organization. One is handling all of the allocation stuff, and then also being the treasurer of this organization and going to exec and going to cabinet meetings. To have them go to executive board meetings and cabinet meetings, doing all that, there's really not the point of having the treasurer anymore. You might as well just not call it the CFO anymore. You might as well just call it a VP of finance. They're going to be overburdened, like I have been, like the last year's VP has been, the VP before that. Like the whole point of this split is to split them up so that the huge time commitment that is being the VP of finance doesn't result in the burnout, and so that the CFO can focus on making sure that the process is as equitable and fair as possible so that they can devote all of their time to that. What we don't want is the CFO starting to like merge into the rest of the SGA and like focusing too much on that stuff and not focusing on the process, the funding process, and meeting with student groups all the time. Because every hour that they're meeting with the SGA is an hour that could be taken away from them meeting with student groups, responding to emails, or being more accessible. Yeah.
I do want to note there should be a corresponding change here, potentially save for the CFO. Just because otherwise all executives would inevitably capture that. So, I mean, we can just consider these together, but the primary thing here is C, and we'll do what we need to with A, just to respect the decision that's made here. Sorry, I've run out some of that time, and we'll respect that. Is there affirmative here? Ex officio is not necessary. All right, who wishes to debate?
I have a point of information for the parliamentarian.
Fine.
So the first 2A that says all executives, if we were to not add the language that says save for the CFO, or my question is, would it be possible to not add the language that says save for the CFO?
Well, it just depends on what we do in C. If we're going to include the CFO in C, then we're going to delete save for the CFO. It's just to respect that and ensure that we don't inevitably write ourselves into a conflict. Whatever we do here will be logically consistent.
I'm waiting for Sherm because he had his hand up before me, but or the Leonardtown representative.
You can go first.
So I understand the VP of Finance concerns. I would like to say, this is on the negative, I would like to say that exact means at 5 p.m. on Sundays. That is not typically a time that the VP of Finance is meeting with student groups. I would also like to say that the CFO has to correspond with the president on a lot of different things. And I believe that this would create a lot of division between the organization and the funding process, something that already exists and should not continue. And I think by removing the CFO from being on exec, I think would create a lot of problems. That's it.
Okay. I would also like to speak against this.
Well, are you speaking for the CFO being included here? So that's affirmative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
So basically, my reasoning behind this, that against the VP of Finance is current reasoning that the treasurer should be there. So treasurer is an appointed position of the CFO, and as to my understanding, executive board is just primarily members which fall under the president as the executive leadership. So if this just does not make sense to me, then is the treasurer going to act as a liaison to president to CFO? So yeah. David Clark.
Thanks.
Would the Leonardtown rep like to speak?
No, my points were ditto to
Right,
the president.
Thank you. Move on.
SMT director.
I guess I have a question, which is like, what would be the point of having the CFO there? Like, would it just be to like be with the exec board? Because from my understanding, they'll only be working with like allocating money. So like, would that be the point? I don't know if that's two. I guess anybody on the.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
I would say that the funding process is one of the most visible parts of the organization, and when that goes wrong, or there are problems with that, or whether it's great and fantastic and everyone loves it, that affects the view of the organization. And so when we talk about big picture problems, those are types of things that we talk about in exec.
All right. Off-campus outlying has their hand up, or I don't know if business rep, was that a leftover?
It was first, I thought.
That was a leftover. I apologize.
Oh, okay. So what I'm speaking. I'm confused by the sides. I'm speaking.
Affirmative is for CFO being included.
So I'm against. Yeah, I'm negative.
Okay, thanks.
Acknowledging the point brought up by the president that there's a disconnect between the organization and funding. I definitely agree, but I don't think the way to fix that is to create more burdens for the CFO. Like, the CFO is one of the most time-consuming positions. I'm not to, with all respect to everybody else, I think there are a lot of other positions that are just as time-consuming, but it is one of the most.
Time here. Sorry. Okay. Does affirmative wish to consume time? And please don't do so just to do it, but if you feel that there are additional points to make.
That's a point of information.
Fine.
I guess this could be directed to the negative floor, but do you see it being the CFO and the treasurer, or just the CFO?
They're independent questions.
Or whichever version, you know.
Ben, would you like to answer that briefly?
Or I guess that wouldn't be for Ben, but
I can tell you my vision would be that it would only be the CFO, because in my understanding of the treasurer, they sit in cabinet.
Okay. Can we move to a period of voting now on this, please?
Yep. All right. So to clarify, a vote of yes will put CFO in exec on the exec board. Sorry, language. A vote of no will not put CFO on the exec board. So again, a vote of yes will put CFO on the exec board. A vote of no will not put the CFO on the exec board. Please vote. Again, a vote of yes will put them on the exec board. A vote of no will not put them on the exec board. If you don't know what you're voting for, please clarify. All right. Yeah.
Yes.
18 to 15. The CFO will be on the exec board.
So actually, the way that I'd prefer to do this will be just to say all executives, and that will be construed to include CFO because they are an executive under 1A or 1C rather.
Okay. The meaning still stands. Yep.
Yes.
Right, so
ex officio member, sure, whatever. That's technical. Ex officio isn't necessary. But the treasurer then would be considered now.
I would then motion, since there's really not a point in having the treasurer, I would motion to just get rid of, just call it the VP of Finance and have it be one position.
It's a little late for that, but
I can rescind my amendments, can't I?
Do you want to go through at least 2 hours of work to fix all of the technical amendments made to 3 sets of governing documents right now in your anger?
Election with a CFO?
Fine.
Do you wish to rescind this amendment?
No.
Okay. Are there objections to considering the treasurer as a part of the executive board?
Quick question, would they be a voting member?
That's open.
The goal would be, originally that was the original intent of the author.
With the results of our recent vote in mind.
I would still say that they should be a voting member because they're the ones handling the SGA's treasury. They're not. And so like when exec spends its money, you want the person you want the expert on the SGA's money voting.
All right, I think is there an objection?
I have an objection to them being a voting member, but I don't have an objection to them being on the board.
Second, then.
So I guess, should we do it in 2 parts, whether or not they're on the board? And if then they're added to the board, then we can do a voting or not voting member? Would that make the most sense?
I would recommend that.
All right, so let's do that. Are there any objections to having the treasurer be on the executive board?
Seeing none.
No objections. we'll now ask, are there any objections to the treasurer being an ex officio non-voting member?
Don't say ex officio.
Don't say, just non-voting member. Okay.
Yes, I object.
Okay.
Should we move to appear to voting on
Yes.
this?
Then we'll move into appear to voting. 2 minutes both sides. The
Voting?
affirmative would be
Voting does not mean debate.
Yeah, voting.
Oh, voting. Oh, you're right.
Voting. Yeah. Yes would be to keep non-voting. No would be to allow them to vote.
Again, yes is non-voting member, a no would be voting member. Please vote, and you can abstain. With a vote of 15 to 12 to 3, it will be a non-voting member.
Did not mean. Director of Communication is then considered as a non-voting member. Are there any objections to doing so?
Yes.
Okay. Do you wish to debate?
Yes.
Okay. Negative, floor is yours.
I would say that there are definitely instances in which the director of communications should be in executive meetings. We have at multiple points this year invited cabinet directors earlier to come sit in on exec to have certain conversations. I do not believe that the director of communications has to or should be in every single one of those meetings. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Anybody
Can
wants
I
to take?
speak?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
go,
can.
please. It's yours.
So as director of communications, I think that it's not about the individual meetings that they attend, but I think it's the bigger picture. I think they need to be part of all the meetings to understand what is going on in order to help what communications plan is.
Okay. Okay. Can we move to appear to voting on this, please? Thank you.
Someone else wants to talk. So a vote of yes will add the director of communications as a non-voting member. A vote of no will not add them to the exec board. Please vote.
Seeing a vote of yes, assuming.
Yep.
Yeah.
18 to 10.
Friendly time check. We are now 90 minutes into the omnibus session, and we have considered 10 out of more than 60 pages. Please act accordingly, meaning please go faster. Deleting a new executive in the event of a vacancy. Are there any objections, or actually could Northville explain briefly?
Sorry, where are we?
Page 11.
Scrolling.
To appoint, so that the president would not have the power to appoint a new executive in the event of a vacancy.
I made that amendment?
Apparently so.
I
Well, you said to strike it. I mean,
I just don't remember this. I mean,
what do you want to do with it?
What's the current? Is that the current thing? If like a VP resigns, they just get a new one gets appointed?
Well, yeah, but we also changed the VP structure, so I assume that this change might be kind of reasonable.
Sure, I'll carry it.
Okay. Are there objections to striking this, given that we consolidated VPs and well executives overall? Objection from VP of Student Affairs, I think. Hello, VP.
Sorry, that was an accident. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Seeing no objections, going once, twice, struck. Thank you. And then these are some more minor changes. I would prefer not to debate on any of these, but to suggest this amendment from the Director of SMP would be to ensure that the Director of SMP is on the Title IX Student Advisory Board. This is to reflect de facto practice. Are there any objections as such? Seeing none, so approved. Striking the University Senate Campus Affairs Committee. Does this just not exist?
Moving it to GI.
It just doesn't meet.
No, G1. Look at G1. This.
What? Oh, okay. So that's corresponding. That makes sense. Good. Thanks. So any objections to making this the presidential duty, which would make the most sense? Okay. Seeing none, so approved.
I have a question.
Sure.
for Title IX Student Advisory Board, it's like the director of SMP technically runs Title IX Student Advisory Board. So would it make more sense to just strike that whole thing?
I mean, I think it's at worst redundant just to say to serve on or appoint undergraduate members to all advisory bodies requiring student input, which it is one, so might as well keep it.
Okay.
Yeah. Director of Academic Affairs under the University Senate Educational Affairs Committee. This kind of reflects practice. Are there any opposition? Any objections? Once, twice, taken. Okay, will be Director of Student Affairs. Yep, probably technical in, I guess that's 19, but outdated on Roman numerals. But yeah, any objections here? Going once, twice, taken. Now this would be for the president to serve as the ex officio non-voting member of the University Senate and member of the University Senate Campus Affairs Committee. This is probably a good idea. Any objection? Seeing none. Taken in both parts that were proposed. Thank you. Period at the end. Moving on. The SGA's representative to the University VP of Student Affairs, Student Advisory Council. Going once, twice. Taken. Commencement Speaker Committee. This is traditional. This is one of those things that the president does do. Member of the SGAC working group, and also the chair of the C Termination Appeal Board is needed. Madam President, do you have updates on what's going on with the C Constitution?
Yeah, I mean, the C Constitution, like they've approved it, so it just needs to be approved by SAB and then actually us. But because we've gotten to the end of the semester, those changes won't be approved this semester, but something like that we would hopefully approve next year.
Okay, I think the as needed clause would generalize it so that if it doesn't exist, it wouldn't be a requirement. So that's probably okay. Sounds good then. Any objections to this? Seems like a good idea. Once, twice, gone, and resolving that comment. Thank you. To maintain regular dialogue with the University VP of SA and University administrators as needed to address the goals of the administration. These things make sense. Any objection?
Is there a hand raised from the Cambridge rep?
Yeah, I just have a point of information. I also know that the president serves on the board of trustees, I think it is. And I just like if that could be like reflected in here, like to serve as a member on the board of trustees or like some language like that, because that is part of their duties along with the SALC president.
So it's board of trustees and then board of governors, which are two separate things. I can write in the language if there are no objections.
Wait, so are we accepting new amendments on the floor? I thought that we were not doing that.
I mean, no, as long as they're not completely new. If this is necessary to improve the meeting, we'll do it. But yeah, I mean, trying not to have things on the floor. Is it necessary, Ireland, or can we get away with this?
I mean, if you ensure a successful transition, it's not necessary, but if you guys don't want me to add it, it's fine.
I think it'll be fine. Okay. So any objections to 3 and 4 together? Going once, twice, great, thank you. Removing, in this case, the VP of Financial Affairs and substituting the treasurer. This would be one of the things the treasurer should be doing to have signing power over the SGA account. It's essentially definitional at this point, and it had unanimous assent in committee. That was like 7 or 8 votes at that point in the semester for reference. Any objections here? Going once, twice, taken. Adding in the coordinator of recruitment and retention here for the educational retreat and training session. This seems like a good idea and probably happens de facto anyways. Unanimous assent in committee. Going once, twice, gone. The president may at their discretion dismiss unelected and unappointed. Wait, what? Officers would be technical, but I could the VP of Finance clarify unappointed?
I meant to say unconfirmed.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
Unconfirmed.
Yeah. Great. Are there any objections to this? I mean, this probably makes sense as a presidential duty. Director of SMP, question?
Yeah, I have a question. Doesn't it say that everybody has to be confirmed anyway? So wouldn't that just be everyone and mean that they couldn't dismiss anyone?
I don't think chief of staff is confirmed.
It should be according to the Constitution. Well, right now, according to the Constitution, everyone should be.
I didn't mean to open that. Like
all right. That'll be something later.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no objections, once, twice, taken. Okay, thank you. This is a large succession procedure that was typed out in enormous detail because we now have a president and then a VP. Just reading through this briefly, in the event of, I hope to explain this so that it doesn't need to be debated. We worked hard on this. In the event of a vacancy in the office of the student body president, the VP would assume the role. If the VP weren't willing or able, the speaker would serve in the interim. That's actually new. We'll consider that separately, I suppose, because that was not what we discussed. Originally, it was if the VP is unable or unwilling to serve, the chief of staff would serve in the interim, and then succession procedures would occur in about a day. The speaker would also notify the organization of essentially this procedure within the day. And then any undergraduate student, this is another proposed change that was unfavorable, to be able to submit a nomination for president to the speaker because it'd be essentially unmanageable. That's why that was voted 1 to 8 to 1. And then the legislature would be able to select a new president from all nominated candidates through a 2/3 majority vote, thirds, plural. Candidates would be deemed qualified by the governance board, who would step in and ensure that good standing and incumbency requirements would be respected. And then there would be essentially that kind of runoff style vote with the 2/3 going on. The advisor, chief justice, and speaker would verify all votes and the election outcome. There are a couple questions within this, but I want to ask if there are any objections to the overall outline of the succession procedure, which is essentially necessary against the old one.
There's some technical questions, but not objections.
I object to the chief of staff going before.
Well, I know, but that's a separate question. We'll get to that after we vote on the main overall substance.
So
we will.
Am I going to ask questions? Quick.
Yeah, go.
All right. So A says the VP will assume the role, and then D says the succession procedures will occur. I think that those like contradict themselves. It needs to say somewhere in A will assume the role in the interim, or is unwilling to serve, succession procedures will occur. I mean, those are like
in B it says if the vice president is unable or unwilling to serve.
Right. But that D is on the same ranking as A and B.
Well, succession procedures, I suppose, like maybe re-election procedures would be preferable.
Re-election procedures?
I don't know. I think this is splitting hairs, frankly. I
mean, okay, if it's in the interim, that solves everything.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. I agree that it could be vague, but I think it makes sense in practice.
The second question is on H, which says the SGA chief. I don't know a wording yet, but like the speaker or chief justice could technically still, or I mean the chief justice, sorry, the speaker could still run. So
let's just add if there are conflicts. I don't.
What's the language? What's the language in the election rules for verifying results?
Let's find out.
Sorry, just noticed it.
This is small, but it's fair.
In the interest of time, can we just vote to like make it synchronous?
Here, it's something like this, so I'll copy it.
If I may, I have it up. This is John.
Hi. Are you looking at? I assume what was the Elections Commission? Is this correct? If you're looking on screen,
I have the current elections rules document up.
I know, so do I, and I copied it over. Are you looking at I?
Correct. Yep.
Thank you. But who instead of the Elections Commission chair would be appropriate in your opinion? Chief Justice?
Speaker Pro Tem.
That's good.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Great.
What are you saying?
That's, yeah. Sounds good. Okay. Does that solve the technical question, Northhill?
And then there's this part of it.
Which?
The election results verification part of it?
For, I suppose, just results verification. That makes sense to me.
It says election.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. It does, yeah. It wouldn't have mattered either way. But let's just say election results verification.
Right. An H as well. Yep.
Sorry.
Never mind, it was fixed.
Okay. Cambridge Rep hand.
Yeah, I just had a question. So since we changed it now that any undergraduate student potentially could be the speaker of the legislature, I was just wondering if like if anyone has had a problem, like I don't know the language quite yet, but should they be like third in line in the interim if they hypothetically could not have had the vote of the entire?
So currently it's chief of staff.
Yeah, the speaker of the legislature is a speculative question, which isn't directly relevant to the first question. but that is a concern potentially for that kind of second or third amendment on the amendment.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, of course. Student body president, hand.
I would say that as much as this is, sorry, clarifying question. This is about whether or not it's the speaker or the chief of staff, right?
We're not there.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We just want to consider all of 2, and then we'll consider the VP of Finance's amendments on the amendments. Yeah. So if there are no further objections to the overall text, then we'll consider the subsidiary questions. Going once, twice. Cool. And now we'll consider those specific changes. So the first one would be for the Speaker of the Legislature to be serving in the interim in place of the Chief of Staff, or well, before the Chief of Staff, I suppose, in that line. Any concerns, Student Body President?
Yeah, I would object to this. As much as David and I work very, very close, or the speaker and I work very, very closely together, the chief and staff and I talk basically all day, every day, and would know exactly what was going on within the organization. This is also an interim role, and I believe that the speaker taking this, on, I think would be way too much on somebody's plate from both the speaker and the president roles. So I believe the chief of staff is the best person to carry that on in the interim.
Okay. Counterpoint, Northville?
Well, yeah.
Or just point?
What?
Did you raise a hand?
Yeah, I did. All right. So I'm gonna disagree. This is speak to, I guess, the affirmative of the amendment. So while the chief of staff does have that insider knowledge, the chief of staff also can be appointed and reappointed and dismissed at any moment's notice. So they don't necessarily will have all that knowledge. And also, if the president has a vacancy, maybe due to resignation, there could also be some problems there. The last thing is the speaker is already confirmed by the legislature by at least a majority vote with the runoff system we approved. So they have more, and the chief of staff isn't confirmed. So it's a little worrying that the chief of staff serves in the interim, as opposed to somebody who has gone through quite a vetting, at least by the student body, in that indirect sense. All right,
thank you. VP of Finance.
Yeah, so we just talked about how important going to exec is. The original intent of this is that the Speaker of the Legislature goes to exec, so they would know all of the big picture ideas. Because once again, they're just serving in the interim to keep the thing going. I just don't want the third in line to be someone who's unelected, unappointed. I mean, this year's chief of staff has been great, but right now the president could choose literally anyone, the most unscrupulous person, and there'd be no check on that. And then it could be the third person in line. I find that to be a huge issue, and a huge issue with checks and balances.
Okay. Great. So I assume we'll move to appear to voting on this. Yes would be for the speaker, no would be chief of staff, status quo.
Please vote. And you can abstain. So a vote of yes will change it to the speaker. A vote of no will make it chief of staff. We'll keep it chief of staff. Yeah. Please vote. All right, I guess I'll call it. Vote of 14 to 15, it remains chief of staff.
Okay. Any undergraduate student as opposed to members of the executive cabinet or legislature, I would note again that this was unfavorable in committee due to the feeling that it'd be infeasible. As such, does anybody wish to, maybe the VP of Finance wishes to speak in favor of this amendment to kind of bring it back here? Or can we dismiss it?
I'm not going to spend too much time.
Okay.
If we're trying to be as open as possible, if we had a huge issue with transparency, then shouldn't we be allowing more undergraduate students to propose changes to our leadership, especially if there's an issue with the president stepping down? But that's it. I'd go to a vote.
If I may say one thing, this isn't. If we do not pass undergraduate student, I think we should also do the suggested expansion to officer.
Okay, that's slightly separate, but
right. That's why I brought it up.
Okay, fine.
Well, would the pause the clock, please?
Sorry.
Question for the VP of Finance: would you look favorably on the amendment to, instead of any undergraduate student, to make it officer as per the definitions we defined last week?
I mean, I'd rather it still be any member, but I'd rather officer to just executive cabinet. So if I had to choose, it'd be my thing, then officer, then.
Well, that's unfortunately not how that works.
Well, that was my suggestion, was in the case that undergraduate student.
Let's vote now. Let's vote on the first question of undergraduate student versus members of exec cab or ledge. Then we can consider the officer question as this other alternative. But let's vote now. Yes will be for undergraduate student. No will be for members of the executive cabinet or legislature.
Please vote. I'm going to vote of yes, we'll make it all undergraduate students. A vote of no, we'll keep it at members of the executive cabinet or legislature. All right, I will call it with a vote of 13 to 16. It will remain. I would view favorably changing it to officers.
I agree.
Well, that's the definition currently, right? Officers are members of the executive cabinet or legislature.
Yeah,
no,
I would.
That doesn't include chief auditor. It doesn't include deputies.
Yeah, some other kind of office of the president roles. So officers would be a little more expensive.
Oh, wait, I'm confused now.
You're fine. Are there any objections to using officers instead of members of the executive cabinet and legislature?
Yeah, well, sorry, I rescind that proposal.
Well, I think it's still on the table.
I'd like to make that proposal.
Let's just vote on this. I don't want to consume time here, frankly.
Right.
Vote of yes will be for officers. The vote of no will be for members of the executive cabinet or legislature.
Please vote.
Sorry, which one's which? Can you say it one more time?
Yes, officers. No, members of the executive cabinet or legislature. Seeing a vote of yes is strongly carrying here. I will move to any SGA officer. Thank you. Okay. Striking VP of Academic Affairs is essentially necessary at this point. We've kind of gone in too deep, so this is technical. We'll clear all, but yeah. Yep, cool. All right. And then put outreach stuff here. That's nope.
Wait, did you accept the vice president?
What?
Someone accepted the vice president. I don't know if we wanted to talk about it.
Oh yeah, you're right. I appreciate that. Let's talk about it briefly. These are kind of general, broad strokes things. Any objections, concerns here? There is a subsidiary question about undergraduate students for succession procedure.
I'm changing it to officer.
Okay, that's good. And that would be corresponding. Taking some font choices. Very good. Thank you. Any objections to the overall substance here for creating the student body vice president? Going once, twice, seeing none. Great. And then officers, I assume.
Yeah, could you fix that?
Yeah, I'll fix it now. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker.
Wait, that's me being annoying, but there should be a letter G.
Wait, why?
Where my mouse is in. That's like a separate task, right?
That's fine. Yeah, appreciate it. Any SGA officer here, and then we'll move down to CFO.
Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention it. The Justice Associate Judge Bryce is also here, so count him in the vote.
We counted them in one Gov board, and he's a voting member of CBL.
Yeah, all good.
He's included.
Okay. Would be struck would be to perform duties assigned by the president in the administration of the executive branch. This is essentially a symbolic thing. It was contentious in committee. It was about even roughly. I do apologize, of course, to the VP of Finance for not considering it when he was present, but even still, it was contentious. It's coming back to the floor here and open to debate here. Would like to jump into debate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't we go over a lot of these changes already, especially related to the CFO when it came down to the bill that we voted on a couple weeks ago?
Largely, yes, but these are still specific roles. Yeah, we didn't go through all of these.
Point of clarification, that bill literally just changed Vice President of Financial Affairs to CFO throughout the document.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I remember having this debate about this specific clause as well. So I just don't want to be dilatory.
That was in committee, not on the floor here.
Yeah, we did not debate this.
We'll relitigate this. That's fine. Martha?
I was just adding the election thing that you just approved.
Yep. It was good. Technical. All right. Do we wish to debate here? Just about. We're probably debating. Ben.
I'll take the floor.
Yeah.
So the point is to have, or I'm in favor of striking. So the point of this is to have the vice president or the chief financial officer focusing on the funding process. As soon as the president is allowed to start telling them to do other things, start meeting with these legislators, start doing all this other stuff, you're taking them away from the students and making them a more internally focused thing, which we've said we need to stop. That's why we have the treasurer position in the first place. We need to make sure that the the chief financial officer is doing all that. And then people are going to talk about there needs to be checks. Everything that the CFO does is checked by the legislature, not the president. It's supposed to be checked by the legislature. That's where the check comes in. And with that, I reserve my time.
Thank you. Tori, Vsauce?
I want to speak on affirmative. Yeah, I would also say that, like, I would urge everybody to consider listening to the people whose positions are currently in question. I think we can all agree that Ben has a better idea of the sort of time constraints and work that is involved in this position. And I think we really need to listen when he says that this is something that, like, we need to consider in order to make this process a lot easier and for the two different, like, office holders to be able to dedicate more time to their respective processes. I reserve my time.
Student body president or Northell, either. Which side? Northell, yeah.
Oh, I was going to speak to the affirmative.
Okay.
The CFO is elected independently of the president and could be from another side of a potential ticket or party system. The fact that they can just be told what to do by the president, even potentially in the event of a split victory situation, is egregious.
Thank you. So noted, student body president, I assume the negative.
Yeah, I would just like to say that first, I'm very well aware of the time that the VP of Finance spends. This is not a knock on his ability to do this job, or this is just about simple hierarchical structures. And this is something that we've talked a lot about this year, but there has to be somebody who is in charge. And I think that by removing the president's ability to do this is one, it doesn't make sense that the CFO would even be in the executive branch, and you're creating a fourth branch in the SGA. And I think that would be disastrous. So.
Great, thank you. I'll keep that line, Alex.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, but I would just appreciate it if we could keep points about the Constitution and the rules, like, separate from people's personal relationships with people. Like, no one was insinuating anything about the current VP of Finance, and I would really appreciate it if we could just keep the debate focused, like what we're discussing.
Thank you. All right, moving forward. Final points. I would prefer to move to a period of voting, seeing as everybody has spoken at least once. Yes is to strike, no is to keep.
Sorry, can you clarify voting? I'm sorry.
Yes is to strike the amendment as proposed by the VP of Finance. No would be to keep performing duties assigned by the president.
Please vote. All right, with a 15 to 12 vote, passes.
Yep, okay. Moving forward, voting member of the C funding board unless they appoint a designee. Those seen as favorable in committee, all right. Any opposition here? Seeing none, so approved. Okay. Then this is just normal text. Yeah, okay. Unless they appoint a designee, is this any objection here? Seeing none, so taken. Deputy, and these are definitional changes. We liked the names in committee too, if you were wondering. Treasurer of the
We like the name deputy too.
What's
deputy
that?
Toothie. We like the name deputy Toothie.
No, wait.
Little clunky.
Oh wait, I think,
like
I think it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to mean deputy chief financial officer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll adopt the Tootha.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not worth. It's not,
to maintain signing power, this should be a treasurer role, so that's seen as unfavorable here or favorable to strike, I suppose. So let's take that out. Okay. Also to pay SGA funds, that's also a treasurer role now. To review all cabinet reserves funding requests before they are voted on by cabinet, this would be a treasurer thing. Correct me if I'm wrong.
well, now it's up for debate, I guess. I think it still should be treasurer, but
okay. Any objections to making this a treasurer thing?
All right.
Seeing none, so taken. Thank you.
Wait. Sorry. Can we copy that language? Because I don't see it under treasurer.
Okay.
Right, Ben? Sorry, VP.
To draft and submission.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. It should have been there.
Well, there is to reserve. I'm copying it just briefly to check.
Oh, to review all cabinet funding requests.
Yeah.
That's B.
That's B. That's sufficient. All right. To submit allocation recommendations to the campus finance committee as needed. I assume that would probably be favorable here.
What's the okay.
Wait, yeah. What is the campus finance committee?
Wait, where do you see this?
D here. If you're looking in CFO.
I don't think it meant to. It's not supposed to be campus finance committee. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be vice president of student affairs, because technically,
okay. If you put
everything that we pass is technically. It doesn't really matter. That was me getting fanciful.
Okay, whatever works.
The vice president of student affairs.
Yeah, sure.
Vice president of student. Okay. Next, deputy CFO versus AVP of financial affairs. That would be seen as favorable here. Then next up would be to draft and submit the SGA budget. This would be a treasurer thing, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me if I'm wrong here.
I think
was the intent to make that a treasurer thing?
Yeah, that's the intent. I think I have it there. Yeah, I have that in E of treasurer.
Okay, so considered. CFO shall be able to attend all executive, cabinet, and committee board meetings as an ex officio member. That will be CFO's voting rights shall be decided by the chair.
So we kind of jumped the gun when we talked about voting in earlier. The point would be that the CFO still could go to all of these meetings. Like the CFO could still go to exec if they needed to go to exec for whatever reason, say they were going to talk about the funding thing, but they wouldn't be required to go every week. And if they decided to go, I'm not the new one, if they decided to go, they could possibly get voting rights if the chair of exec or cabinet or committee board decided that they earned them, but it wouldn't just be like, oh, they could show up whenever and get rights.
But since now we've added them on as an executive, is this still relevant?
I would say it's still relevant for committee board and cabinet.
So noted. Okay, thanks. Makes good sense.
Can we make committee board contingent on the existence of the later existence of the committee board?
I think that would be assumed.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
That's meant to be assumed.
All right, so should we then come back to this?
No, just contingent.
Let's do it here, and just the committee board part can be contingent.
Okay, we'll make a comment. All right.
Yep. Any objections? This was unfavorable in committee, I should note. But the CFO is a busy person, and I think it might be appropriate to just allow for this.
the reason we were unfavorable on this was because it was talking about should they go to exec or not.
Oh,
Like,
okay, that's true. No, that makes good sense. So now that that's probably clear, the committee's concerns also would have been. Cool. So considered. Great. Treasurer of the student government. All of this was favorable. Seeing a couple little grammar amendments. Sorry. All of this was considered favorable. I don't know what the question is from North Hill.
No, it's not. I'm not a fiduciary.
It's not?
I am
Really?
not a fiduciary. Well,
What
it really
happens
means nothing.
if something isn't paid? Like, we don't have to worry about it legally, right?
Let's not. I can talk to you about it after. There's no
Okay,
point.
cool.
That sounds, yeah, like a clarification. Good. Alrighty. So all of this was favorable, and then it was they need to be appointed by the CFO in consultation with the president. That also probably makes sense. Are there any objections to any of this in subsection G here?
I object in consultation with the president.
Okay. So that'll be a separate question, but the first question will be everything in clause 1 in subsidiaries. Any objections there? Seeing none, so taken. Okay, and then what's in question here? So I'll approve this and then highlight in consultation with the president.
Or can I just?
Do you wish to?
That was my amendment. So can I just rescind it?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, what do you want to do? I guess it needs to be appointed by the CFO, I suppose.
It's already pointed in there that it's put in earlier that they appoint someone. I think.
Okay, then we can just Do you want to rescind?
Yeah.
Great, thanks. So done. Subsection G needs to be deleted because we don't have a VP of Student Affairs. We have a director, and that will be a corresponding change. Okay, submitted goals and timetable report to the legislature. I think this is essentially technical. Any objections to submitting it to the legislature?
Can we just verify through the speaker or something?
Yeah, I'll say care of the speaker. That's language that's used other places.
Why can't that just be included? Why can't that just be included in their reports?
Or in their I don't.
What's desired?
I mean, like I thought we didn't. It's up to the amendment sponsor. I just thought, like, I don't think we need to say care of the speaker.
Honestly, I don't really care. I just wanted it to be like there's a place like the whole point is to show the legislature.
Yeah, I think this would be good as it reads now.
Care of the speaker.
Yes, that's fine. It will be care of the speaker, but we don't need to have that. Okay, so taken. Just a note, we are 2 hours and 4 minutes in, and we are on page 15. Please act accordingly. Director of Academic Affairs would be added to the Executive Cabinet. Director of Alumni Relations and Tradition would be deleted, but there was never corresponding language added. Would the amendment sponsor look favorably on rescinding this just because we don't have, other language?
Ireland. Madam President.
Question. So are you saying that this change was made, but it was never like crossed out later? What are you saying about other language?
This change was made, and then there was never the idea was always to have like a coordinator of alumni relations and tradition in the office of the president, and then it never got written out.
But it isn't necessary to be written out, correct?
But that was the intent of the sponsor and some other amendment proposers that were looking to do things like this.
L-Town has their hand up.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would also like to mirror that, consider it like movements to push what DART would have been or could have become or whatever into the office of the president were contingent on that, and other people that were involved in the suggestions on this document have rescinded their motions accordingly.
The president just got with me. The president just texted me back and said that she rescinds her motion if you accept.
Thanks very much. Okay. Director of SA will be technical. That's a thing now. Treasurer would be in the cabinet.
President motion.
Which one?
I would like.
I mean, the amendment proposer wants to rescind it. I think we should probably just go ahead with that.
Okay, whatever.
Sorry. Okay, Director of Student Affairs stays technical. Treasurer in the cabinet. I suppose this would be a definitional. See if VPF wants to clarify.
So the original the point of the treasurer is to like oversee all of the cabinet funding requests. That's already in their job description. So shouldn't they be in the cabinet? I mean, if you don't want to make them voting, I kind of understand, but like they definitely should at least be in it.
I think it makes sense.
I think they should be
voting.
Yeah.
Okay. VP Student Affairs.
Sorry, that was from when I wanted to speak before.
It's okay. Any other objections, points, feelings, concerns? Going once, twice, gone. Cool, thanks. This was, oh, what happened? Okay, these are grammatical things. So that's fine, even though they happened at 3:15 p.m. Yeah, so it was favorable in committee for the president to appoint acting directors in the case of a vacancy until the position is filled, and then, but there should be kind of conditions to fulfill to remain an acting director. That, you know, communicate it to the legislature, to GBM, and then also for the director to be confirmed like a real director, not just an acting one, but somebody permanent. And if it weren't possible or something like that, then the legislature would have to just be informed why and like kept updated on this. I don't remember why this was so contested, but it was a pretty long discussion. This took up like 40 minutes of the committee, all of this, and I think is pretty logically sound. If there are any objections, feel free. Director of S&P, I see a hand first.
Yeah, the reason why it was contested was there were some concerns raised about the idea that we are giving 4 weeks for the director to be confirmed to the legislature, and there's like a lot of damage that can be done in 4 weeks. So that's why we went back and forth on this.
Right. And then North Hill, I guess, point.
Yeah, so on this, the second part, second within 4 weeks, if not, the legislature must be informed of the reasons why. So that seems like it doesn't really make a hard deadline. So like if the ledge isn't if the ledge is informed, there was a reason, like they just continue on. Like I'm confused at the process.
I think, I mean, the motivating idea here was just to be able to have the ledge put pressure, you know, on the president, and, you know, assumably things are going to happen. And if somehow it takes 4 weeks, like say a global pandemic hits and there isn't like recruitment ability, then, you know, hopefully in good faith, there would be a reason. But yeah, maybe, I don't know how to clarify it better, but it's a good point.
Sure.
Sherm, Leonardton.
Yeah, I mean, just looking back on like the writing, like if 4 weeks is a contentious issue, I don't actually mind shortening it to like 3, but that would just be like contingent on like, do people see that as being like a cognizant, like beneficial change?
I think that's friendly. I mean, if you want it, go for it. 3 might alleviate some concerns as well.
Yeah.
Could we
go for 3?
Could you also, would you see it as friendly within 3 academic calendar weeks? Because if this is like an issue in the middle of January.
Yeah, of course.
Right, 3 academic calendar weeks. Alrighty. Any further objections? Here, let's take the first bullet first. Are there any objections to the president may appoint acting directors in the case of a vacancy? This was favorable from committee. Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, great. And then everything here, I guess, are there any objections further here, further concerns about the timeline? Seeing none. Oh,
Sorry,
yeah,
this is just a question. Does the acting director need to be confirmed?
No.
No, that's what makes them active.
No, that's why we have this like second far bullet.
That was something that we debated a lot in CBO.
Yeah. The idea is the acting director is a placeholder, and then a new director is the real confirmed deal.
But if it goes on past 3 weeks, the acting director doesn't need to be confirmed?
There'd be a reason why they weren't.
And the legislature could probably, you know, start, you know, God forbid, an investigation or something. But if it took a long time and there wasn't a good reason, then the legislature would at least be very well aware.
Cool, thanks. All right.
Yeah. Feedback mechanisms. Okay, any further objections or actual objections, I guess, because that was a good question. Going once, twice, taken. Cool. And then we wanted to just add some language about like co-directors being a thing that can happen. We also wanted to remove deputy directors, which were seen as something that should be director's discretion. Mr. Speaker, there's somebody in the waiting room I don't know.
I don't know them either.
Okay. Should they be removed? JR?
Okay.
All right. Are there any objections to the things in 4A? We can split this up if necessary, but if there are no objections, let's just go for it.
Is the phrasing, is the inclusion of as opposed to a single director necessary?
I think it helps just to say like co-directors as opposed to single directors because they are kind of exclusive things.
And would the co-director have to be confirmed?
Yeah. This is all about nomination, not confirmation.
Oh, awesome, thanks.
Yeah, of course. Objections? Once.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Would co-director apply to every committee or just like comms?
No, I mean, we've had co-directors for other positions in the past, to my understanding. So it could apply to anything if the president really felt that it was a good idea. But then it would be, of course, up to the legislature to confirm that. I mean, if the legislature felt that co-directors were a bad idea, they could just reject both and say, please choose one to the president. Anything else? Seeing none, confirming this all together. Very good. Awesome. This all works out. Okay, again, submit a goals and timetable report to the legislature. This was above corresponding will be taken. We are on page 16 and we are 2 hours and 13 minutes and not too bad. CFO is technical. CFO would be able to coordinate the treasurer. This was favorable in committee and makes a lot of sense. Objections going once, twice, cool. The VP shall, along with the president, determine between themselves which initiatives they will directly coordinate. We wanted to have some language in here to address that now that we have kind of a general, not an executive VP, but a VP that has, more free reign over what they want to choose to do. We just wanted to determine for themselves that, yeah, that's fine. That's good grammar. But yeah, are there any objections to just saying something like this to ensure that there's like good rapport among the two? Going once, twice.
One information really quickly.
Yeah, go.
So this is describing like what the VP does, right?
Yeah. Well, this is yeah, sure.
So the president, does this mean the president? Because I feel like I don't get the along with the president part. Because if they're deciding for themselves what they want to do, or is
themselves would apply to the two.
So
using themselves to mean individually or as a group?
That's why I wanted between themselves.
I think it should just say the vice president or the president and vice president shall determine for themselves. Like just like along with doesn't make any sense. The president and vice president shall determine for themselves.
It wasn't wrong either way, but this is probably simpler English. All right, the president and vice president shall determine which initiatives they each individually,
shall determine for themselves which initiatives.
All right. Okay, cool. Any further objections? Okay, great, taken. Striking all of 5 because this applies to the VP of Student Affairs, which is now
Wait, sorry,
something that will happen. What's up?
I have a question about 4. Is there similar language? Like, it just seems weird that, like, it seems like it's undermining. Oh, wait, never mind.
No, you're good. Does it work out? All good?
Yeah, I see the changes now. It's better.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay, striking 5, and then moving to Chief of Staff. C, ex officio, good. Yep, okay, thank you. C would be to say to strike over presiding over the executive branch at the president's discretion or in the event the president is temporarily unable to do so. The alternative as for the VP of Finance would be the VP, if they want to explain.
I mean, that's what a VP does. And we just voted to have the vice president do that earlier in succession. So why wouldn't it happen here?
All right, any objections to striking? Going once, going twice.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to step away for
You're
something
good.
personal. Where are we?
We are at mid 17, subsection D, Chief of Staff, clause 1, subclause C, highlighted saying to preside over the executive branch. You can read the rest.
Yeah, I mean, if we're debating, I'd take the negative on this.
All right, so we're debating. Ben, you have affirmative?
Should I go first, or does the president?
Whatever works.
All right, so I'll start. I think that if we have a vice president, the vice president should be the one that presides over the branch in case the president does not want to. I think that's kind of like how an organizational structure should work. I reserve my time.
Thank you. Switching.
The president and the vice president should have their own duties. This is something personal, but back over during, I think, January or February, I almost had a very major health scare. And that was a conversation I was having with the chief of staff about whether or not they would be able to take over for a week or two just because I had some issues I'm not going to go into. But I wouldn't have asked any of the VPs because they already have their own schedule and their own initiatives. So for a temporary takeover, I think this would make sense.
Next hand, North Hill, which side?
If we remove this clause, it would still be up to the president's discretion, whoever the chief of staff or the vice president is doing so. I think that removing the clause just adds a little bit of flexibility to that discretion. And ideally, I just am in favor of moving more power to away from unelected, unappointed positions.
Okay, thanks. Next, Director of S&P.
Yeah, I would just say that I think that the chief of staff. Affirmative.
Thanks.
So I think that the chief of staff role is great, and I think that it's great that the president has somebody to work with. But just as a member of the cabinet, I just haven't worked with the chief of staff that much. I feel like once we have a VP, the role will be to do more of this work with the cabinet. So I think it would just make more sense to have the VP doing this. That's it.
Okay. Thanks. Next, off-campus outlying, Alex.
Yeah, so I think I get what Madam President was saying, but not considering the new structure we have. Before we had multiple VPs, so it kind of made sense. But now that we have one designated elected VP, it just doesn't make sense that they wouldn't be the one to do it. Reserve.
Great, thanks. Vsauce Tori.
Oh, I rescind. Never mind.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I would also this is for negative.
Okay, thanks.
I think that in the context of in the event of a split bill or a split race or whatever, it is entirely possible that managing of the affairs is gonna could have happened very differently, and having someone who can actually replace and act according to the president's wishes is important. Not to say that the president is the center of the organization or the linchpin of the entire operation, but I think having someone who can advocate on behalf of your own issues is important, and it's why we allow legislators to I guess as of today choose their own people to represent their own issues outside of mandatory requirements.
Okay, thanks. North Hill, do you seek the floor again?
It's just a clarification, or I guess, I don't know, you may run the time if you wish, but we've already passed that the VP takes over for a time if the president resigns or if there's another vacancy. But also you said in the event of a split ticket, I mean, never mind, I don't really see the what I'm making here, but
cool.
Yeah.
Further debate?
Oh wait, sorry. Yes, I remember what I was going to say. This doesn't, removing this clause still leaves it at the president's discretion. It doesn't automatically be the VP. So that was my response to Leonard's out.
Okay, thanks. Further debate? Seeing none, let's move into a period of voting. Yes will be to strike clause C. No will be to keep it. Seeing that settled, 19-9, something like that. Okay, striking. Great. Technical on VP versus the other three. I want to consider then 2 first before we get to Deputy Chief of Staff, but the big idea here, which was unfavorable in committee by a vote of 4 to 5 to 1, would be to say that the Chief of Staff must be confirmed by the legislature with a 2/3 vote the first session that the appointment would be brought before the legislature. And this would be at the exclusion of not requiring legislative confirmation and not serving in any other role. I don't know, VPF, you want to explain?
Yeah, so the idea is that they're third in line. They also, according to the handbook on accountability and ethics, like complaints are supposed to be directed towards them. Like they hold immense power. Like there are confirmed people that are under them. So like people that have been approved by the legislature have to report to someone who was not approved by the legislature. Just doesn't really seem to make sense. That takes away power from the legislature. Yeah, I think the legislature should have much more power and should have a check. And we should make sure that the third in line is a competent person.
Okay, cool. Debate, I don't know, points, objections, whatever.
Is there an objection to this amendment?
There's an objection.
There is an objection. Okay, debate? Or no?
I mean, I'm the person who works closest with the chief of staff, but if you guys so strongly feel this way.
Okay, I guess we just vote on this.
Okay.
Yes, confirmation. No, not confirmation.
I guess I can call it with a vote of 11 to 14 to 3, not confirmation.
Okay, and then that would remain. Well, but I also want to say there was an amendment, which I'm just kind of adding back for reference, so that the deputy chief of staff would have been like subject to confirmation by the legislature, but I think correspondingly we wouldn't be approving that.
Yeah, I removed that.
Oh, okay, thank you, appreciate it. Great. Okay, Director of Academic Affairs was created as such with a unanimous vote in committee. This was worked on in late February. I'll give you guys a chance to read over, raise points potentially.
I believe it was pretty much a copy of the vice president's description.
Yeah, it more or less was. Seeing no objections. So taken. Cool. Adding SALC to the DART description. This was a little late today, but makes sense. Any objections? SALC is a pretty major organization for alumni relations and tradition. Seeing none. Cool.
Wait, hold on. Where was my amendment? Where was my amendment in C?
Oh, for what?
I was striking C.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly don't know where it went, but yeah, let's do that as a suggestion.
I mean, that was. I think that it was
there
part
were
of
a
a
few
larger
things like this.
Yeah, it was a part of a larger initiative, but I might have said it later, but
yeah,
it was part of the idea is that. Like yeah, I had amendments like it, so maybe I missed it here. I mean, we can talk about it later, but
let's just do it now.
All right. So the point is, this would be like taking all events out of the bylaws. It's been used to the bylaws have been used to kind of circumvent the legislature. So the point would be that it's a new year, it's a new administration, it's a new legislature. They should decide what they want the SGA to sponsor, what they want the SGA to do. So like, that's the point. If the legislature doesn't want the crab feast, students have complained about the crab feast in the past, it shouldn't be a requirement that the SGA holds the crab feast. Like, we need to be flexible to the changing times. and like students' needs. We shouldn't have something in our bylaws that students don't want anymore.
Okay.
And it would be
objections.
Yeah.
Other side.
I'll object to this, but it's more just the general idea of taking all events out of the bylaws. It's the same reason we put committees and committee structure, like the committees that like people like the president, the student, this is negative, so that the student body president sits on, because it's a clarification. It's what the role is supposed to entail. And there's always flexibility administration through administration, but there's also certain things that, like, if in 6 months somebody got an email, the next DART got an email about the annual crab feast and was like, I don't have to respond to this, that makes us look bad. And I think that in general, things that we keep as traditions is really important.
Alex, I saw a hand first, I think. I don't just not any particular order. Which side?
I'm going to be affirmative to strike this. I think having these events in the bylaws like has this year like created situations where I feel personally that the legislature is being like circumvented, also to the point of traditions. Like, just because we did something like this way last year, just because we did an event last year should not mean anything about this year. Like, people have used traditions and precedent like to further their own agendas or their own opinions of the direction this organization should go, and we should be open to changing. I reserve.
Okay, thanks. Cambridge?
I'm for the negative.
Yep.
So there should be flexibility between administrations, but there also should be consistency. Like, people expect us to put on certain events every single year. And if we're not doing that, I think it loses our credibility a little bit. So stuff like the annual crab feast is a huge thing for alumni, and we partner with multiple student groups, and to not put that in there as the job description of a director, I feel like would be doing it a disservice.
Northell?
Yeah, affirmative. So, okay, our bylaws are too long. To specify in the bylaws events that like can be repeated when we like also have this thing that like SGA bills aren't like automatically like set as like a precedent or anything like that. It's just like kind of contradictory. Removing this doesn't take away the ability to create a crab feast. It just allows new traditions to be made, allows it to be an optional thing. It allows for like confirmation. It makes the process more transparent. Like, I get the concern about like what alumni look forward to, but also we have like this doesn't change anything just by taking it out of a rule and making it like a required thing. I yield.
Okay, thanks. Vsauce Tori?
I'm on affirmative to strike this. So yeah, I would say that I agree with like the points that like Alex and the North Hill and the off-campus outlying representatives have made. And I would also argue that like having these specific events, one, could create the impression that these are the only events that this position should be doing, which I don't think is true. And I think that limiting them to just these two specific events like might give that impression. And I also agree that there have been instances where something like an event being specifically written in the bylaws has been used to circumvent having to create legislation in order to have events and spend the SGA's money. And I don't agree with that. And if we're going to talk about checks and balances, we need to make sure that this is at the forefront.
Okay, cool. Believe there's hands, Mr. Chief Justice.
Hi. Yeah, this is negative. Just sharing my opinions here that this is specifically Clause C is not circumventing the legislature. Ledge is very well able in administration. It's not on the document itself, although arguably it is in Clause D. I just see it being rather ironic that, Director of Alumni Relations and Tradition, this is a tradition event, and striking these two events that are traditions, I think that could lose out on a majority of the substance of the role. New events are not restricted by the listing of these. It doesn't say, limited to. So I would say, to coordinate the other events, that's still on the table, despite the inclusion of this on the document.
Thanks. I'll call for a negative speaker, seeing that affirmative is essentially, all right, motion to extend by 2 minutes equally divided has been made. That would be a minute and then a minute 30. Are there objections here? I would prefer to just move to vote.
Can we just finish off the debate and vote?
All right. I would like to not vote on this motion. I'd just like to have a negative speaker. Finish up time.
Can I propose an amendment?
Yeah, please.
So if we want to leave it the way it is, can we have it just say like to plan and implement annual events and initiatives pending the confirmation of the legislature or something like that?
Yeah.
Like pending the approval of the legislature, so that way it still has to be a bill.
That would be favorable to me.
Well, I would like that.
Okay, for that, Mr. Parliamentarian, can we just add like after the approval of legislature in that C? Yep.
No, I prefer to do it here. Please, Elena, stop. Sorry.
I already wrote the whole thing and then just there you go. Oh, I don't know.
Okay, sorry about that.
I don't know why that's still happening. I'm not typing.
Fascinating. Yeah, I don't know either.
Or shouldn't it be after, since the leg should be approving it? Like they shouldn't be planning it before the legislature has approved it.
To plan and implement events pending the approval of the legislature implies that the planning would be contingent on the approval.
Most events are planned before a bill is passed because that's how you reserve the room. That's how you know.
I'm worried about the implement. So like they're going to reserve yeah, but whatever.
It's like any other event that I think we do. We like for
it's still pending. The point is that it's essentially contingent.
Yeah.
Can we still delete I and 2I or 1 and 2?
We can consider that. But let's just vote. I'm gonna clear all. And then let's vote. Yes will be to strike, no will be to keep.
Striking I and 2I.
Yes.
So
can the negative finish their debate floor?
I mean, sure, if you want. But that's not, I mean, do they wish to? Does anybody else wish to speak on negative, or do they think they just wish to vote?
No, if wants to, I would like to speak.
Well, your affirmative ran out of time.
Oh, wait, but then we just switched the floors. Because it used
No, affirmative was always to strike.
Oh, okay, never mind. I take it away.
Yep, thanks. Yeah, please vote. Yes will be to strike, no will be to keep.
Are we voting on whether to keep in the language we just added or what we were just debating on?
No, what we just added, or what the director of SMP just added, was pending the approval of the legislature, which was seen as friendly to the original amendment proposer, who's the VP of Finance. And then now we're still considering the question on whether or not to strike Crab Feast and Beach Day. So yes will be to strike them, no will be to keep them.
We would also strike the word including, just so everybody.
Yeah, that would be corresponding, yes.
Yeah.
So wait, can I speak to negative? I didn't realize the debate was over.
If we can vote, please. We already have 26 votes on the floor.
Yeah.
27. Like.
All right, with a vote of 10 to 16 to 4, the language remains.
Yeah, it does. Okay, SALC was seen as favorable before. We jumped back into this, so keeping that. Lots of changes with communications. I'll kind of give latitude for directive communications to start to explain things here.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I basically trace the responsibilities based on the teams that we have, and yeah, I mean, if there's any objections, like I'll be happy to explain my view.
Okay. So first change here would be to strike vice president. It would just be kind of a presidential thing. Any objections there?
Quick question: was that added in and then removed?
Yeah, it was added in and then removed.
Did you add it and remove it, or was it who added it?
We added it during committee, and it was voted on, I believe.
It was voted on as favorable by, and the proposer was the speaker, and then the director of communications sought to strike it, and we didn't get to that. But
would it look favorable if it said the president on behalf of administration? I mean, or on behalf of the executive branch or something like that?
Yeah, let's just say assigned by the executives. Would that be all right?
Oh, that's even more.
That's even more, because the argument is that there's too many routes coming to him.
Yeah.
He just wants one point person.
Well, then, Jen, you get to explain, and then we get to debate or vote.
Right. So I think the communications really depend on the legislature and president. And to have that additional point being vice president would be a little too much. I mean, I explained here on the note, so I think it's self-explanatory. If there's anyone who objects, like I'll be happy to explain more.
Yeah, Jinwook, would you see it as a friendly amendment if it says by the president on behalf of the executive branch?
Yeah, I think that's friendly.
Okay. So that's what we're gonna do. On behalf of the I want to delete in the administration of the executive branch because it's silly.
Executive board.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Okay, that's fine then. And advise SGA members in all media relations. This is what already happens. Objections, clearing all objections. Seeing none, so taken. To serve as the senior communications advisor to the president and ex officio non-voting member of the executive board. I think, you know, 1 already happens and 2 is something we already voted on correspondingly. Any objections? Once, twice, gone. Okay, thanks. And then this is specifying the language of a full communications team to say that, I mean, this is basically the same language as before, but it's not saying that there has to be such specific positions. This makes sense. I mean, it's just generalizing it, probably a good thing. Any objections? Once, twice, gone. Okay. This is instead of, this should be 1 clause back. Okay, and then there's a large body of things for formulating SGA branding, engaging in public relations with the student body, and establishing a prominent media presence on campus. There's one subsidiary amendment here which we can consider. But first, is there any objections to the broad strokes of D, E, and F here? Seeing none, so taken. All right, thanks. And then, yeah,
I'm fine
making,
yeah.
Yeah. Are there any objections to talking about the live stream here? Just to clarify that, that's something that hasn't been in the bylaws before and probably should be. Any objections to 4? Going once, going twice. Taken. Okay. Well, that's fine. All right. Whatever's happening with grammar, I don't know. The punctuation. And then the seal and logo handbook thing we talked about before. It's not a thing yet. It could be cool at some point. Very cool. It would be very cool. Thank you. Doing 2 Empower. Great. Okay. F1C, Director of D&I, serving as an active participant on the advisory committee to the University Vice President for D&I. This was something else before, and now it's the VP of D&I, so this is kind of a definitional change. In some sense, it was 90 to 1. Any objections? Going once, twice.
We just had, never mind. It's
what's up?
No. I was just gonna. We had AN, but it's fine.
For where? I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not. It's in some of them they say an advocate, and it's and there it says active. It's not really consistent. But
yeah, let's just delete the. That's fine.
Yeah.
Small, but we're taking the substantive change made by the director of S&P. Just as a reference, we are at 2 hours and 40 minutes right now, and we've gone through 19 pages. It's not terrible, but we can do better. VP of D&I as opposed to Chief Diversity Officer. This is definitional. We need this because of the change in positions. This follows then in F of Director of Governmental Affairs, essentially from the previous, philosophical discussion that we had about events. I think that maybe it would be favorable to rescind this, but then add subject to legislative approval.
No, I do not want that rescinded personally.
Okay, VPF, yours.
I'm sorry. Where are we?
Bottom 20.
Oh, so yeah, it's the basic idea is that legislate. One, we haven't done a lot of these things. It kind of keeps the same thing. Also, ice cream day, I have a issue with in that it goes against the policy on the disbursement of student activities fee. Giving ice cream to little kids is what happened this year. Even to non-students is against the policy. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about it more.
Okay. Does anybody else seek this floor or a floor?
Yeah, I would like to debate affirmative.
Okay, thanks. Affirmative, you have it.
Yeah, so like earlier people were talking about how it was like relevant for the alumni relations and traditions, and like I kind of get that to an extent, even though I disagree, because like the position is about traditions. The director of government affairs is not a position about traditions. It's about lobbying for student body interests, which inherently means it needs to be flexible and adaptable to the student body needs. Also, when I was talking about directors of committees using these bylaws to circumvent the legislator and do things that are against our governing documents, I was referring to Ice Cream Day. As we know, Ice Cream Day, they did it without passing a bill, posted on social media, all against our governing documents. And many people pointed to this exact line as evidence for why they were allowed to break the rules. I reserve.
Thanks.
I would echo the reminder that was presented by the off-campus outlying rep earlier for when discussing these changes, make sure it's substantive and not personal.
Yeah, I'm being personal. I was just giving a specific example. I didn't.
That's called.
Next on the floor. I agree with the off-campus outlying representative. Northville, hand.
So I agree that we need to, whether we remove this or not, include the pending approval line. I also have a problem with the use of the term ice cream. Ice cream implies dairy. That's not inclusive. That's all I have to say there.
Thank you.
I have a question to VP of Finance. Why is VP of Finance not considering pending approval friendly here?
I thought that failed earlier. I must have misspoke. I'll consider it friendly, but then we're gonna have the same thing that happened last time, right?
Yeah. I think that should be, because otherwise, we want to be talking about planning and executing relevant student lobbying efforts, whatever they might be.
Okay.
So here, let's divide this a few. I think it would be good to proceed as we did before. Okay. Let's see. That's sufficient. Okay, so are there any objections to G first, and then we can talk about 1 through 3, well, 1 through 4, I guess.
Can you put
pending approval?
Oh yeah, sorry, that's the point. Nice.
Main part.
Yeah, the entire reason.
I would like all of G and all the subpoints deleted.
You cannot make
Can I ask why on G, given that it's legislative approval?
I don't, like, we already say, like, it just, people will use this, like, to make all these days, like, at least I want 1, 2, and 3 deleted.
Well, I know, but that's separate from G itself, like what we did above.
Wait, so you want to like get rid of their ability to even have any of these in the first place, even if they're approved by
No, they still have an ability to do that. Like, there's nothing limiting that. It's okay, whatever. If people, we can just, I would like these things deleted that I'm highlighting.
I understand. Yeah, that was the point of dividing this question. Okay. So then further points. Wait. This is essentially a continuation of the debate. What?
Can you get a point of information really quickly?
Yeah.
What do you mean by relevant in G? To plan and execute relevance. What do you mean by relevant?
What?
What do you mean by relevant? What I'm highlighting right here. What do you mean by that?
Okay. Yeah, relevant, I suppose, would just apply to like student. We can delete it. It's probably technical. I don't think it's meaningless, but it doesn't matter that much. All right. Further debate on striking those 3.
Yeah, just what I said. I don't have anything new to say.
All right. So somebody who does. Vsauce Story.
Yeah, I'm on the affirmative again. I'm going to. I would also say that if we're keeping with the same line of reasoning as to why we got rid of polling, I think if there are events that we aren't actually doing or planning, we need to get rid of them in the bylaws. I think the bylaws should be a sacred thing that we take seriously, and that if we're in violation of the bylaws, it shouldn't be, oh, well, we didn't get around to it. So if these are just like little events we want to plan, then let's pass legislation. But like, this is a binding promise that we have to do these. And I think that in doing so, we need to be able to make credible like promises that we will do these every year, and we haven't.
Thanks. Student body president, assuming the other side.
So yeah, so I would sorry, quickly, not time.
Your audio is really messed up.
Can you hear me
Sorry,
better
sorry.
now?
A little bit. You're still scratchy.
Hello?
It happens. Yeah, cool.
I would look favorably on striking Terrapin Pride Day and USM Lobby Day because I believe I agree with the BSOS rep that those aren't things that happen. However, I think under the same reasoning that like we are known for UMD Ice Cream Day, that is something we are very well known in the state. Every time we talk to reps, they asked us when it was happening. This is something I strongly believe should continue, but I understand putting the check. So, but I don't think it should be struck.
Okay, thanks. Public health.
Yeah, so just like based on it, like the information I've gathered about this event, this is like seriously important for our lobbying in MGA. Expected of us every year. It's something.
You good?
That can everyone hear me?
No, yeah.
All right, so more than that, like this is what our whole like government affairs like. This is something like nothing they do there is stuff voted that isn't voted by the legislature. All the bills that they advocate for is voted by the legislature. Everything they do, they don't do anything that just goes over someone's head. This is something that we have to do every year. It's something that the NGA expects of us. It's pretty critical to our relationship with them. And it, like without it, like all the voting and planning that goes into our legislative agenda just goes away. Like that's where this happens. That's why this is so important. And it's like just getting rid of it just throws all that work we do basically out the window. So,
point of clarification, like it does not like I asked many times in the GBM like why it was not required to have a bill to advertise ice cream day, and I was never given a clear answer. Like it's incorrect that they need
it's because it's government.
This is debate on both sides.
Like it's just you said
Please moderate tone.
I have a point of information. What's Terrapin Pride Day?
That's what I was saying in terms of striking both Terrapin Pride Day and USM Lobby Day.
Okay.
So I look favorably in separating the question in terms of or 1 and 2, I guess, and then keeping 3. But if we're voting on all of them, then
is there?
I think this is a combined thing.
Oh, I was gonna ask if we could vote on each individually in that case.
Let's just do that, and if we can, given that debate is kind of drawing to a close and both sides are pretty dug in their ways, let's just go one by one.
Point of information.
Sure.
Is non-ice cream given out during ice cream day?
Yes, it is. Yes, I was there because I scooped it.
That's awful. The name should reflect.
We are going to start voting on 1. Yes, we'll strike it. No, we'll keep it. Clearing all, please vote now. Yes, we'll strike it. No, we'll keep it.
Can we just go by objection instead to make it quicker?
Divided vote's going to be quick enough. I just want to move on from this. Yeah, that's okay. We're striking that. All right, USM Lobby Day is next. Clearing all, please vote again on whether or not you want to strike USM Lobby Day. Yeah, that seems like yes. 17-5 at least. All right, finally, ice cream day. The cherry on top. Yes, we'll strike it. No, we'll keep it.
There's no more debate?
No, at this point. Seeing 9-16 or something like that. I think this will remain. Okay, and then just so taken. All right, moving to civic engagement, nothing there. Health and wellness, nothing there. Outreach, this is a new position. This was 5-2 to 2. There was a comment from the chief of staff formerly that all this stuff should be under vice president. This was seen as favorable by the committee because we don't do a good enough job on outreach, and hopefully we do in the future. Are there any objections to the idea? I mean, this is rather significant.
I just have a question about this position. So I know in CBL, we also talked about like putting this under the VP. Is that still like a possibility?
That could be an alternative if there are significant objections, I suppose.
Point of clarification, we passed like a one-liner earlier that in the VP's description that included something about outreach, but it was very minor. Just to add that.
Yeah, that's true.
What is the research and data coordinator? Is that defined anywhere?
That's a proposal as well. I guess that specifically, and I can comment that this would just be contingent on addition of this position.
I have a question.
Sure.
Isn't it the responsibility of all legislators to be conducting outreach, as the chief of staff has stated multiple times? I'm confused.
I don't know about
We
the
just
chief of staff.
got rid of polling, which was like that line that people were talking about before.
Yeah, but that's
and also legislators just don't.
I'm just confused. Like, it doesn't make sense, like, given what the chief of staff has argued in the past.
I concur with what the off-campus outlying representative says.
Yeah, I also agree.
Second.
Ditto.
Okay, let's just vote on this. I get a sense it probably won't be a yes, but let's go ahead and see.
Can we do
fine. Affirmative, anyone?
What are we voting on? What are we talking about?
The inclusion of the director of outreach.
Oh, as a whole.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I would argue affirmative.
All right, you want to take it first? You got it.
Sure. I'll keep it super quick. But I would say that while yes, everybody should be doing this, a lot of the times we start to like forget some of our responsibilities, and I think having one specific person to hold people accountable for this would be super, super important and would actually make sure that we're doing our job when it comes to outreach. And I reserve time.
So this will create a committee on outreach, right?
That would be correct.
Well,
Doesn't necessarily
director
have
positions
to.
don't necessarily have to be committees. Can we consider those separate questions?
We could. The way this is currently written out would suggest a committee on outreach. Does anybody seek the floor right now?
I'll take it.
For
affirmative.
Okay, go.
Yeah. So we as legislators have a responsibility for outreach, like ditto. But by creating this position, I think it really ensures we're targeting like all student populations. It's something we've really struggled with as an organization in the past. And just establishing this position does show that it's at the forefront of our priorities. And someone's consciously thinking all the time, like, how can we as an organization expand and target these communities? I think it's a good idea. Reserve.
Great. Northel?
I have a suggestion, Mr. Parliamentarian. Can we add with executive branch also the legislative branch, like someone from the legislative branch to perform duties like in the A part, so that there is a check of legislators there?
By the president and legislative leadership?
Yeah.
All right.
And just remove the branch part, I guess.
Can I get a point from Mason?
Please.
So I've never seen D expressed before. Like, does Ledge now have to go to student events? I don't know. I just feel like I feel like if the intention is that like it's gonna help Ledge like do their tasks, can we just say that rather than like, hey, there's this very specific thing they have to do? I just don't see I think D's like convoluted almost.
I mean, I think this kind of tracked, and I don't honestly know if this is still around, but we were kicking around the idea of having like, student events substitute for office hours in a lot of points. And so just like kind of in the same way that the pro tempore is coordinating like office hours and like internal functions and responsibilities, director of outreach could coordinate like those sorts of other like potentially external requirements or external, opportunities.
Well, should a director of outreach be like a Ledge position then in that situation?
That's possible.
Rather than like an executive, because it seems like it should be.
Is there further support for that? I
To
mean,
that point in off-campus outlying, that's why I added the legislative leadership also having a. It would be better if the president is just removed. That could be a legislative leadership managed director.
Would that be still appointed by the president, but then managed by legislative?
Yeah, that just puts like both the sides in the process. I don't.
Wait, another point of information. What would be the responsibility of student groups then? What does the Committee on Student Groups do?
They could be focused on being. I've got ideas for student groups. I've got ideas. They could be like liaisons between the Committee on Financial Affairs and like actual student groups. That's what they used to do before. That's what they used to do before the funding process changed to being 6 times a year. So like if anything, it'd be outreach targeted towards student groups as opposed to just general students.
Okay, so how about we just combine director of outreach with the research and data coordinator? It kind of combines the whole like 2 parts of the job, and then give them a committee to actually work with something. They can have serve as co-chairs there.
I mean, oh my gosh.
Go.
I was okay. Look, I think that we need to just look at the idea that we have now and like talk about the idea if we need this position before we look into like what we're combining it with. Like the idea of the data coordinator hasn't been looked at yet in this document. Like,
do you want to table this and then consider it together? I mean, would that be a favorable?
I don't know,
because there's so many scattered ideas here.
I just want to deal with it. Hopefully, pass it now. Like
we'll table. Director of Sexual Misconduct. Can we just table?
Who suggested a table? Like,
I don't want to keep wasting time on things. We're now 3 hours into this, and
all right. Well, I who suggested? I'm sorry. I don't think anybody suggested that we table it.
I did.
If that does occur,
well, that is
into table.
Thank you. Love you. It just if we're gonna expand time on not understanding the full options, let's go through and then figure it out later. That makes sense. All right. Is it all right if we table this?
Yes.
Is it till we get to research and data?
That's my assumption. I want to come back to this at the end of the article.
Cool. Then I'll do it. Then we can do it.
Okay, cool. Director of S&P, there were a number of changes here. They were all favorable unanimously. They were pretty much good ideas.
These are mostly just reformatting this position. It was very obvious when reading this that it was written at a different time than the rest of the director position. So most of it is just moving things around and making it make more logical sense. Only thing I added, I think, was G. I think that's about it, which I think is already an assumed part of the job.
Yeah.
And I added the red zone also, just that like during that time of the year, they should be doing something in addition to Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Would the sponsor look favorably on put on events with like approval from the legislature, pending approval, whatever that line is?
Where is that?
I mean, that's an F.
In F, just like to make sure that it's consistent across all things.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any specific things. There are a couple of things that were also, actually there was like 1 or 2 other things that were taken out, like developing an annual education campaign. We don't do that anymore. That's like what the SATC does, which the director serves on.
Okay, just gonna start kind of going in order here. There's a font change for the bullets, that's fine. First, to serve as the SGA representative on SAPC and all relevant subcommittees to ensure that the university upholds task force recommendations. Any objections? Once, twice, gone. Yeah, okay, this is the task force one. No objections. What was the logic behind deleting actively recruiting members mandated by 5?
Not in any other director positions. I mean, I feel like it's an inherent part of being a director.
Okay. Makes sense. Any objections? Once, twice, gone. Okay. Adding OSC.
And care to stop violence.
Yep. As opposed to the director of Title IX, or well, this.
Yeah, I mean, director of Title IX falls under the Title IX office.
Okay, cool. Objections? Once, twice, gone. Also this. Okay, trying to move through. Ooh, why did that not? Okay.
Wait, sorry. Oh, Director of S&P, did you want to add the VP of Diversity and Inclusion because they're overseeing?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I would also include that.
So, okay. Yeah.
And the Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion.
I mean, you don't like also the forget what his title is, but the Chief Counsel.
General Counsel. I mean, they don't report to General Counsel anymore, but I mean, I've communicated.
Up to you. You know the role.
Okay. I would say we can leave it out probably.
Into F, when we talk about particularly Sexual Assault Awareness Month and the Red Zone, objections here, but then also G, I suppose, ensuring trauma-informed responses to bills. Objections? Going once, twice, taken. Okay. Removing H. Why? Just curious.
That's now part of the SAPC. It's not an annual campaign anymore. It's like one continuous campaign. So it's just unnecessary.
Makes good sense.
Okay, and then I deleted because I just there's no way we do not communicate with all of those offices. Like that's just every office we could possibly ever communicate with, and like the bylaws don't limit the director from reaching out to any of these groups if they need to. But this is unnecessary.
Yeah, it's a lot of groups.
Yeah.
Objections?
I have to reach out to them.
Once, twice, taken. Okay, thanks. On and off campus resources, just a better way of phrasing. That's technical completely and totally. J.
Just moved up to.
Yeah, it was. Cool. Okay, great. What's going on exactly? Okay, Director of Student Affairs. This was essentially copied from VP of Student Affairs. And then there's a subsidiary question about the annual safety walk. Any objections to the broad strokes of Director of Student Affairs as defined here? 8-0 to 1 in committee, so taken. E, VPF, do you want to explain?
I'm happy to do a favorable, make it subject to confirmation by or whatever the pending line is with the legislature.
Pending the approval of legislature.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. For all the amendment things that I do that for, that's what I need. That's what I want.
Thank you. Great.
I have an issue.
Sure.
So the Residence Hall Association Exec Board had a big problem with like coordination this year, and like I don't think that it kind of assumes that RHA is going to coordinate, but like RHA didn't feel like they were that involved in the process as much as this is guaranteed. And I think that we need a little bit of change of wording here if we're going to keep it in.
What would be appropriate?
Let me look at it one second.
Okay.
I just want to maybe something about like their discretion to kind of coordinate. And approval of RHA.
I'm just going to say, and the other names.
Okay, Mr. Parliamentarian.
Sure.
So when we ask people to maintain contact with the administration, it's not the other way around. They are not required to do it for us. So like, how is this a different change? Why?
I don't think this is unreasonable. I think this is a fair ask, just to assume that like everybody else is on board. Hopefully we push them to get on board, but that's why we're coordinating with them. And we are going out of our way to do that.
And to clarify, it was that we felt that RHA's exec felt like it wasn't coordinated enough.
That's fine. Any objections? Okay. Moving on to Director of Student Groups. Okay, this starts kind of a big, there's a lot of these changes for replacing SGA recognized with SGA funding eligible. This shows up over 100 times in this document, and that's a good thing. VP of Finance, if you want to explain briefly.
Yeah, okay. When students get recognized, they see it as funding eligibility. right now there's called SORC registration and SGA recognition. Student groups get them mixed up all the time. SGA recognition pretty much only gives you funding eligibility. That's what all the student groups care about. That's all they want to know. They want to know how are they eligible to receive funds from the SGA. So that's what we should call it.
Great. So the question that I want to pose is then, are there any objections to replacing SGA recognition with SGA funding eligibility in all places throughout this document? And they've been pretty much all tagged. And thank you so much for doing that. It's a good change. But are there any objections to doing that before we just do it every time we see it? Going once. Going twice. Okay, taken. That's a larger change, and we'll keep doing that. Okay, then there is one non-technical change in this section, which is removing "to acquire any information pertaining to student groups requested by an SGA member." This probably isn't something that student groups generally does. If somebody wants to speak on that briefly.
I mean, I could see it being necessary. I could see this being done by audit, or yeah, I don't see the need for it, but I also don't see the harm in leaving it in.
Okay. Any objections to striking it? Alrighty, going once, twice, taken. Alrighty. Sustainability would be to strike out the Earth Day celebration. Let's just, pending. Legislature, substantive change coming up now. And it is exclusive with somewhere else in the document for expanding the student fees coordinator, but the idea would be to create a director of student fees with a corresponding later committee. Off-campus outline, if you seek to explain.
Yeah, so basically, I think student fees is single-handedly one of, along with student group funding, one of the most important things that we do for students in terms of advocacy efforts. And I think that our advocacy in terms of student fees is really lacking in terms of student engagement. Like, a lot of students really have no idea, even people in SGA, like myself included, don't know as much as they should about student fees. So what I envision for this committee and is not to be making the decisions about student fees, but to be really focused on education and outreach to students, in terms of making sure they know about student fees so that we can tap into that student power and leverage it against and leverage it to advocate to administration. For me personally, I think this organization could benefit from working a lot more in organizing, in an organizing capacity rather than just a traditional student government capacity. So that's why I proposed it. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer.
I just have a question. Why not a workshop about student fees? Why a whole directive?
Because one of the key things about this committee is that any student can join. If you go down to the committee part, which is later, any student can join. So it's not just, while one part of it is about educating legislators, it's also about educating just regular students. We need to have people outside of SGA know what's going on, because that will only expand our reach and expand our leverage. And a lot of times when we advocate for certain changes, the administration doesn't have to listen to us. We have very little, if not none, no binding power over student fees. And I think that we should really try to leverage our connections with the student body to change that.
I have a question for you, Alex.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is something that needs to be separate from the outreach and the data stuff? If those two were to be confirmed, do you think that this would still be necessary?
Yeah, I do think it would be necessary in addition to those two, just because student fees is such a unique and complicated issue. If you look at that student fees report that the coordinator made, which is really awesome and detailed, I feel not as many students are going to read that as should, and part of this committee's job would be to get that out there, to get that information out there, to maybe even go do presentations to student groups, do presentations in Niamburu and a bunch of other cultural centers about student fees, and similarly to how when we had that unruly ordinance thing, there was like that petition and we could do testimony collection on student fees. So I think student fees is like specific enough that it would need its own thing. And I did make it a special committee too, based on feedback that I got from the president and the coordinator on student fees, because this way, like the flexibility of the director as well as like the committee would be greater. Like they wouldn't have to meet every week per se. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
All right. Seeing that there's kind of an inclination, to debate here, business rep, I see a hand. Side.
Yeah, I'm not debating. I had a question for the off-campus outline representative.
Yeah.
So how would this position differ from the coordinator of student fees? Because from what I've seen, there's also a proposal later in the document for the coordinator of student fees. The roles seem almost identical, at least from how I read it. So like, how would they differ?
This would be instead of the coordinator of student fees. It would basically be like the coordinator of student fees, but like a new, like slightly expanded role.
I understand.
Can I offer a point of clarification?
Yeah.
Okay. So Hunter, to your point, or sorry, business rep, to your point, the director of student fees is the off-campus outlines proposal. The student fees coordinator that's listed in the off-campus, office of the president, is the proposal by myself, the city liaison, who used to be the student fees coordinator and the current student fees coordinator.
Okay. Next, hands.
City liaison.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Is this debate? Yeah. Okay. Which side?
Negative. So as Madam President mentioned, last year I created the role of the student fee coordinator. Madhu has done a fantastic job of it this year as well as Andrew Stover first semester. I think the thing that's important here to note is that it does not need a full committee. It does not need to be a director position. The position can be expanded as much as it wants under the office of the president as a coordinator position. I think what should happen is that the students who represent SGA on each of the different advisory committees should meet at least once a semester, essentially, to keep each other updated. So each different fee is not siloed in their own community, and then they can work together to create the information that we release at the end of each year. I think that with the creation of an outreach committee and with just legislators in general, we can pass on as much information as we can. As the outlying representative mentioned, more people should read the information we send out, but we can't force students to read any information. And I believe it should stay as a coordinator.
North Hill?
This may be better if, I don't know if we're debating the committee separately from the director, but to offer some clarification, I guess this would be on the affirmative, just on some expansion of the role. So in a lot of conversations I've had with the student fee coordinator of RHA and like what has gone on inside a lot of those processes, RHA is an org that like deals with student fees. It's literally like a third of its job description. I think that in expanding this role either through a committee or whatever, in order to like really focus on continual education of SGA members, but also the student body on what the student fee process looks like in more than just the annual report, which I think is fantastic, is very essential to getting the leverage that off-campus outline mentioned earlier. Like if people knew about how ridiculous some of what's going on with fees were, and they knew about it and were involved in that process continually at some discretion of the SFC and the president, I feel like we'd have a lot more results coming from this. And I don't think that, I think that a committee wouldn't be overburdensome, but I'm not sure what that would look like. I yield.
Do any of the other people with their hands up want to debate in favor, or I'll take the floor?
I'd like to say like one thing in favor.
Go for it.
We've had a lot of bills. This is in favor of this director. We've had a lot of bills this year that have gone through about fees. Having a committee would have a place for them to go as opposed to just going to student affairs, which is kind of just like this catch-all thing. So yeah, that, and then also like, it doesn't hurt to have more legislative oversight on the people who are voting to recommend increases or decreases in the fees. I reserve my time.
Okay, 3 seconds on affirmative, negative.
Can I have a point of information?
Take it.
If we have a director on student fees, does that not make the coordinator on student fees like not work anymore? So
These
like,
are essentially exclusive things, yeah. So to clarify the procedure here, if we were to vote in favor of the director of student fees, we would be voting pretty much favorably on the corresponding committee, at least in some form or fashion. And then we would be essentially negating, before we get to it, the ideas of the student fee coordinator expansions, which are presented somewhere below. Not sure exactly how far below. Yeah, in subsection X.
Yeah, also like a key difference between the coordinator and director role, like when you make it a director in a committee, like we are opening it up to random students like to join. And when you just have the coordinator, student fees is a very insular, just SGA kind of knows what's going on process. So like the goal is to make student fees like something that all students can educatedly discuss and advocate for themselves for, not just us as SGA.
Can I have a point of information really quickly? Would you to the amendment sponsor, would you be favorable in being committee for the student fees coordinator? So like a student fees coordinator has to have a committee or something like that, or like
that would be like the same thing basically, except for the coordinator would be under the office of the president and not cabinet, right?
So is the difference right now, one is under cabinet, one is under office of president?
No, there are other differences, but I wanted to tie the two conversations, but if they're not tied, then we can address that later.
Can we tie them? It seems like they should be related to each other.
Yeah. Clarification. So we currently have a student fee coordinator. This would make that a director of student fees. The committee conversation is related to how that new or old role will continue to function.
Clarification again, if there were still a coordinator, there wouldn't be a committee. Committees don't usually have coordinators, they have directors.
I believe that it's listed under the special committees area.
It is.
It's my understanding that the idea of the student fees coordinator would not be to have such a committee. I don't think that you could consider them independently. Or at least they'd be corresponding and relatively negative. Go for it.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
North Hill, I guess, was trying to speak. I don't know.
I was just saying I'd probably leave that to the amendment sponsor, but I'm not the parliamentarian.
All right. So what's next? Is there a negative debate on director of student fees to consume time here, or do we want to move to a peer to voting?
So
I have a negative.
Another point of information. Okay. I'm going to say a point of information.
Yeah.
If we vote, is affirmative going to be director on student fees, negative going to be coordinator on student fees, or is it going to be crosses out with the next one?
I'm sorry, what was just repeat, I'm sorry.
Are we voting right now on the two positions? Either we're getting one or the other? Is that what's happening right now?
No, like we could theoretically have both. We could theoretically keep the student fees coordinator position how it is. We can review the amendments proposed by the other people about the student fees coordinator, and we could in conjunction create a director of student fees. My original envisioning of the position was that the director would replace the coordinator. However, there's nothing that like excludes us from having both, which if people feel really strongly about how the coordinator position is set up, I would be totally fine because it still accomplishes my goal of engaging and leveraging student power.
A point of clarification, since I was the amendment sponsor of the student fees coordinator, if this passes, I will be like rescinding that position. So I will not be proposing the student fee coordinator. However, I would then propose the language used in that, like in my amendment, be either added or changed. So
I think the original intent of both amendment sponsors is essentially to have these as exclusive things. And I think de facto it would be strange to have a coordinator and a director for essentially the same responsibilities.
I mean, in essence, I agree with that. And that was my original intent, but you could have a deputy who like, and just, yeah, whatever. That's what I think too.
Time on the negative floor still remains if it's sought.
Can I take the negative floor?
Yep, go.
I think if we're arguing that the people currently holding these positions have the expertise and should be consulted, like the two people who have previously held this role have said that they don't want it to be a director and they want it to be a coordinator, then we should listen to them. That's all.
Thanks. Further negative, or I guess 3 seconds of affirmative, but mostly negative.
If I can speak on negative for a second, personally, like from what I've observed as a director of communications on the student fee, I think it's more transparency that we show what it is. I don't know what is the committee have to do with bringing transparency as a whole.
One final short speech on negative if it's sought. I don't know. Ready to vote.
Motion to call the question.
Yep, agree. Clearing all. And so a vote of yes would be to have a director of student fees here, and a vote of no would be to not have a director of student fees, and assumably corresponding changes. That would be logical. Again, yes for the director, no for not the director. Seeing things settling? Yeah, okay, 9 to 17 to something like 4 abstentions. I believe this will fail. Okay. If the amendment proposer wishes to maybe save some of this language to copy it over into another position, I would recommend that. I can do the same right now, just in case if we want to keep it around. Thank you. It was a good proposal, and I hope we keep some form of that substance. But yeah, okay. We move here, given that we would be moving into a new, no, we need to keep going to data before we move to the motion on the table. Since this section is really just about assistance to the chief financial officer, I think the title wanted to be changed to reflect that.
I have a question.
Yep.
Why couldn't we just combine it with the existing section 4 and be like deputies, assistants, and liaisons? Because right, there's a deputy chief finance.
That would be good.
If the VP or the current VP disagrees, I don't care. I was just, for consistency's sake, I thought it might be easier.
I disagree because this used to be AVPs, so like they're a different breed than just deputies.
Okay.
All right, so I guess we'll keep it, but there were two kind of competing amendments here. One was to have just assistants to the CFO, and then the other was to have like assistant executives. I think assistant executives might be slightly nicer, just to be able to keep this section easily generalizable in the future. Are there objections? I mean, Ben, do you mind if we just do assistant executives?
I mean, I feel it's like having the AVP section and it only talks about the AVPs of finance. But okay. No,
let's just do CFO then. Any objections to calling it assistants to the chief financial officer, at least for the time being, given that those are the only two things here? Okay, going no times, that makes sense. Then striking VPs, comments. All right, so deputy chief financial officer would be replacing like deputy to the assistant or assistant VP of financial affairs. That is a definitional change at this point. And as such will be considered. Chief auditor as opposed to AVP of audit, additionally definitional. Again here, okay, moving to the deputies and liaisons section. Deputy Chief of Staff. In D, formerly it said to maintain the SGA office by conducting activities, including but not limited to ordering necessary office supplies. We felt that this was a little strange and oddly specific, so we wanted to generalize it to necessary administrative activities. I guess we is kind of me, but we had talked about striking these things a long time ago, and then I just wanted to add necessary administrative. Are there objections to making it read conducting necessary administrative activities and leaving that general? Seeing none, so taken. Yeah, and it was 10-0 to 1 originally, that idea in committee. This would be a treasurer job, is my understanding, in E, correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, seeing agreement. Are there any objections to striking this because it is something that's in the treasurer right now? Okay, so struck. Adding a period. All right, moving to a substantive amendment. This was originally moved, I believe, by BSOS representative Alyssa, and we had worked on this, was the idea of equity specialists. This is in some sense similar, but I think improved to a former discussion last year about cultural liaisons. Alyssa, would you like to explain this in further detail since this was originally yours?
Yeah, so I made this a little while ago, and honestly, like this position like might be of I guess of slight issue, like depending on like the newer positions like of like director of outreach and maybe more like involvements and efforts from DNI. But I do like want to like hold this like I guess like to be of like a precedent that we do need to like have like more like efforts that are more inclusive within not only the terms of like defining like diversity and inclusion, but of like equitable measures as well in order to be able to actually enact these set things. And so I guess with formally having the ADS like liaison like subjectively being approved, and then of just like motions to have more involvement with like of the director of outreach like being immersed with this type of idea, then I don't mind having this be rescinded of a motion.
Muted. No, I'm not. This was unfavorable in committee, seeing essentially that maybe caucuses or an expanded sort of committee on diversity and inclusion could do sorts of similar jobs. So that was the committee opinion, but still open to debating at this time. Do we wish to move into a period of debate here?
I thought it was rescinded.
Oh, it was rescinded?
I want to clarify, but I thought it was. BSOS rep,
Yeah, I just did.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay.
Cool. Okay, so we'll rescind this. And then, I don't know why that struck through, but okay. All right, no changes in liaison to the city council, no changes to the deputy, some changes in student group public defender, which are namely to replace financial affairs with student groups. As stated, this was completely favorable in committee, 10-0 to 1. Any objections, because this is essentially what goes on.
Plus we passed this last week.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, right.
Cool. And we also passed this last week, so corresponding. Okay, ADS liaison. Again, this was in coordination with the BSOS representative. Do you wish to speak and kind of explain here? BSOS.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'm back again. So this I don't plan on rescinding. So basically this liaison would serve the purpose of like wanting to be more interactive and more inclusive like as SGA body and having us be able to be working on behalf of the student body for students with disabilities. So basically this would just hold of the position to really just be closer in contact with the ADS coordinator currently, and also with the ADS student advisory board of which they have. And so basically their direct responsibilities would just be making sure that they're just in soluble contact with the director, Joanne Hutchinson, which is right now, and also just making sure that we are just single-handedly being of a solid form of representation for students with disabilities. And if you can see in the details, it has like more information on that. So if anyone has any questions, you guys can just reach out to me.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there a reason that you think that we should have this separate from DNI?
The reason why I have this with them wanting to be separate first just single-handedly with the fact that there is a student advisory board for this. And so I feel like having so much like, I don't know, having so much like heaviness, I guess, like with this type of position to be just like kind of thrown in also within efforts of DNI, I feel like it could dilute more of the purpose of what this could be, what this could do and how this could be handled more efficiently. So I think having this be of a separate like motive that works in conjunction with works within DNI would be very helpful. So it's not saying that this like shouldn't have any affiliation with DNI. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that that having this as of a separate like pursuit within the workings of working with DNI would be a good idea.
Gotcha.
BSOS rep, is it possible we could codify that? Just forgive me if I'm wrong, but I don't see, because it says working with SGA Director of Student Affairs, but it doesn't say SGA Director of Diversity and Inclusion.
Okay, then yeah, add that. I'm pretty sure, I don't know why, but for some reason I remember having that be added in there, so it must have been erased somehow. I don't know, but yeah, I would want that to be of a thing as well. And the reason why I also have included Director of like Student Affairs as well is because like as of right now, the DSA would be in charge of like working with the PCDI committee. So that would just kind of like resolve another, I guess like not issue, but like it would just be of another way as to where it could single-handedly have that position that student affairs wouldn't have to tackle themselves on. It's meant to be a help, not a hurt. If that makes sense.
Another quick query to the speaker, Alyssa, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So farther up, and not to go back, sorry, Mr. Parliamentarian, but in the DNI kind of description, it says that they're going to have regular contact with the ADS office, and it also says it for this role. Definitely get your position here, but I agree, like with the president codifying would be useful, but that does create that kind of like two communication pathways to the ADS office. Just bringing that to the floor.
Does the amendment sponsor wish to do anything with that? I agree.
Okay. I also agree. I just feel like it would be very daunting. Still, I mean, I feel like it's good. I feel like within the works of ADS, I could be directed to DNI, I guess more so. Hold on. I guess like as an idea, I still find this within confidence that it still should be separate. Because it still is like of, I guess, single-handedly of an issue that we do have problems with. But I guess like within it having a being of an issue to where there could be like two quote unquote like spokespeople for it, then the liaison could be serving as a help for works within DNI. But that doesn't have a be of a clarity where it's only DNI working on this. If that makes sense. So the liaison could report back to DNI.
Okay. Any further objections? Do we wish to move to voting, debate?
So did we put in language?
No, where would language be put in?
I'm trying to find language of what I can put of like having like reports like from
Could it be similar to how Student Group's Public Defender has it to perform duties assigned by the Director of Diversity and Inclusion? I'm just looking at others, but if you're against that, that's fine. I was just.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind having like ADS be of a subset like from DNI, but I don't want it to have it not be of existence, if that makes sense. So, I mean, have all duties assigned by DNI. That'd be fine.
There's also a bit of a formatting error here with the.
I'll fix formatting once we're done. Don't
Thanks.
worry about formatting.
Yep.
Lisa Netlin has something to contribute.
Yeah. Could we also possibly add for like the list of committees that like this liaison should be in conjunction with, could we also add health and wellness? Because I feel like there's a lot of like disability issues, especially in terms of like maybe like mental disabilities or like learning disabilities that might like overlap with like what's going on with like the health center and like health and wellness.
Oh yeah, for sure. When I like was formally like making like this position, I like was viewing a lot of the like works like within like student affairs and within D&I, because a lot of the works within student affairs like are upon like efforts that do relate towards like students with disabilities, but doesn't mean that it should be only subjective like towards those committees. So I'd consider that friendly.
Okay. Where would that be?
So it's like serving, or it's like working with SGA directors. I think it's E.
Yep.
Yeah.
Adding what?
Health and wellness.
Okay.
Health and wellness.
Any further points before we move to a vote on this?
I hate to add something else to this, but academic as well.
Might as well.
Lord.
Glad we're getting it out of the way.
Right.
Hate for them to not talk to academic affairs. Okay, cool. No, these are good changes, and it's important to flesh this out. Alrighty. Any further changes, points? Are there any objections to this as a whole in subsection E? Seeing none, we got it. Okay, cool. All right, so now we're getting to research and data coordinator, which was highlighted by chief of staff as something that we should be careful of because the office of the president exists for a reason. And there's too many questions about accountability. This was unfavorable in committee. The committee was interested in moving it to a position on ledge leadership or something like that. As such, given the number of questions we had about this, as well as outreach, open to a variety of creative motions on which we could consider like combining these things or something like that. I'm not really sure. This is uncharted territory. I'm seeing a hand from off-campus outlying.
Yeah, can we remove all mentions of polling? Since we already did to get rid of polling.
Okay.
Wait,
There's
I would object to that.
We got rid of polling in terms of ledge.
Yeah. So, David, can I talk here?
Yeah.
So the polling here is in reference to just data and surveys that they collect. It's not in terms of the requirements that legislators are no longer required to collect.
Could we just call it surveys then?
Sure, that's fine.
Sure.
Alrighty. Further concerns, etc. Cambridge.
Are we gonna, so like when we talk about this, are we first gonna talk about it as like a coordinator position and then if it's going to be in like a ledge leadership type thing, or are we like considering that all together?
I think, I don't know, because they're kind of separate.
Because personally, I know I really like this position, but I think it fits better in like legislative leadership kind of in that whole thing. So I'd be willing to like talk for the positive on that, but I don't know where that would fit into general debate.
Okay, does anybody have strong feelings about keeping this out of ledge? I would note that ledge has been so bad at polling in the past.
I think I would disagree. I think it should be a combination of ledge and, for example, research and data coordinator could be used by cabinet directors when looking to do events and such, but it can also be used in terms of the ledge for when they're looking to do like policy bills and whatnot. So I think it's a balance of both.
Yeah, ditto with like student affairs. I just feel like it's very like multidisciplinary in nature, and so I feel like it would be of good use if it was like held within both areas.
I guess let's maybe ask the question in this way first. Does anybody object to this like not being a position at all, and then we can consider like the exec or ledge split?
I guess my thing about it is like, what's the difference between this and comms specifically?
Comms doesn't do quantitative data.
If I can speak a bit, comms doesn't do anything related to the data that we see. We're just advertising things. That's the main thing, and then community communication strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So further.
Saying,
Yep.
can we include Excel? Like, also, like, I'm pretty sure Stata and R, I don't know what SQL is, but I'm pretty sure you have to pay for those.
R is open source.
Yeah.
SQL is open source
Data
for
rate.
most of the distribution.
Yeah.
Stata is a small fee, but you can get it through school computers.
All of them are open source.
I'll remove Stata because R can do basically what Stata can, but they would fall under related languages. That's fine.
I wouldn't say to have a strong understanding, because that sounds like a requirement of the job, but I would say work with like programs such as, just because like I think people can learn.
Yeah, let's do such as.
Yeah, just because you may have an amazing like background with R, but not with other languages, but like you can still learn those.
Yep.
If you're saying such as, can we bring back Stata?
If people need help with R, I got an A on my last coding homework, just so you guys know.
This is the best debate that we've had in SGA, by the way. This is my favorite one all year.
I'm taking over.
Did someone say STEM SGA?
No, don't say that out.
Coming back.
Dangerous. All right, let's bring it back, guys.
Question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Is this to work with chief of staff? Like, should that just be like with the president, and then like they can work with the chief of staff at like that discretion? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we could just say the executive board.
Sure.
The only reason I think chief of staff makes sense, sorry, Polifron, is just because it's the chief of staff's obligation to make sure like documents exist from year to year. So, and they're the ones who are the owner of our Google Drive.
That's correct. Do you mind though generalizing it to executive board, just flexibility?
Sure.
Okay, I assume that will probably happen mostly, but okay. I think it would be fine to then, seeing as this is reasonably consensus, could we have a vote on moving to keeping an executive versus moving to ledge?
So would a vote yes be exec and a vote of no be ledge?
Yeah, let's do that.
What about what Duran said about?
Yeah, what about a combination?
Well, I mean, inherently, I think if we kind of house it, quote unquote, in exec, then they're going to be able to work with ledge. But if it's just on ledge, it's just going to be similar to before. I think it's more likely for exec to be reaching out to ledge than it is for ledge to be reaching out to exec, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's take a vote then.
So the hybrid approach would probably be a vote of yes here.
Wait, just to reiterate, what's the yes no vote right now?
Yes is to keep it like housed in exec, and no would be to keep it like housed in ledge leadership.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Seeing strong consensus to keep this in exec. Okay.
So what does this mean for the other position?
Which other question?
Director of.
It means we go back.
It means we go back in time. So that was relatively favorable. There were still concerns over director of outreach. Maybe to explain some of the logic and why this was proposed was seen as maybe the research and data coordinator being somebody who's a little bit more quantitative, a bit more of a desk jockey, versus director of outreach being somebody who's a little more hands-on, qualitative, probably friendlier. I'm half kidding. In terms of like going out and like canvassing or something like that. So I think it's a different skill set from research and data inherently. They obviously could have some combined responsibilities and inherently would be cross-functional together, but.
Well, could then director of outreach be put under ledge if it's more of the going out and being friendly?
I think that's reasonable.
I'm kidding about the friendly.
No, friendliness is absolutely a part of it.
Wait, so director of outreach just go back into pro temp because.
Or it could be, I mean, the same way we have retention or recruitment and retention, apologies. We could have like, you know.
Coordinator of outreach.
Yeah. And that's a ledge leadership position, like a fourth one.
I would argue that the point of making it a role is so that somebody focuses on it. And if there's a legislator that's already having to attend other committee meetings and things like that, it won't get the same amount of attention.
Well, it doesn't have to, it's like the parliamentarian secretary could be that type of role.
where like they're not. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. May I suggest that we like first discuss if it's necessary at all, and then decide in a second vote where it is housed?
Yep.
Sorry, one sec. Yeah, okay. So what's the first vote here?
If it should exist.
And then we vote where it's housed.
Kind of what we did with the previous thing we discussed. So for everyone, we're back onto page 21. We moved back in time. We're now discussing the position that is currently called Director of Outreach, and everything that comes with it. So first we'll vote on whether or not it should exist, and then the second vote we'll take is where it should exist. So
can we ask for objection to it existing in any capacity?
Sure. Would you like to debate or would you like to vote?
I'll debate.
So parliamentarian, could you start the clock?
Sure. Debate. All right. Ready?
Who wants to go first? I'll clear off.
North Hill if you want to go first.
I'm on the affirmative here.
Okay, I'm debating against it. You can start the clock. I feel like we already have many positions that's job is to do outreach, including the vice president role, which we just made. Like, I just don't see a huge amount of added utility with this position, and I actually feel that it would actually dilute responsibilities of other people who are already supposed to be doing outreach, and it would do more harm than good. Like, in my head, I'm doing like a cost benefit analysis thing, and I'm just not seeing it. I know, like, I definitely agree with all of the points people bring up, like why we need it and stuff, but I just disagree with how we should be doing that. And I think just like making a new director position for like things that we've been lacking in is not really like how I see that we should be doing it. I reserve.
Thanks. Next for the floor, comms.
So I think that we should have it.
F?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I think we should have it is because as having been a legislator myself, I know that the polling itself is not only considered as like a secondary or like tertiary even, but also it's simply that the outreach aspect is overly it's not something that people usually focus on. And I think the best way to give best solution to this is making sure that somebody there with a specific role dedicated to it, providing the direction to which we go. And so that's my thought.
Okay, thanks. Next, S&P, see a hand?
Yeah, I would just say that one of the things that affirmative. My bad. One of the things that I feel like we've lacked in this year is like intentional outreach, and people have talked about having comms do that, and I don't think it's realistic. Like, I think that comms already has too much to do. Like when we reached out to like NAACP about being on like the Instagram for like Black History Month, like featuring student leaders, I feel like that's something that allows us to make connections with student groups. So just like finding ways, even informal ways of just connecting with student groups, I think is something we need to be better at, and something that this position will allow us to do more. And I reserve time for it.
Okay, thanks. BSOS or North Hill IC first, sorry.
Yep, thank you. Affirmative. All right, whenever you're ready. Okay. Affirmative.
Thanks.
All right, perfect. So I think that the reason why we need this role is pretty obvious, right? What is the one thing that you always hear people talking about as like one of our biggest problems? Mistrust with SGA, lack of outreach, lack of we don't fulfill our polling, we don't like do town halls, we don't do any of the stuff that we need to be doing in order to engage with students. In whatever way this exists, it needs to exist because somebody needs to help coordinate, brainstorm, and like help build those connections. If we're ever going to fix the outreach problem we have in SGA, we need to create a position on outreach. I yield.
Okay, thanks. Okay, BSOS story.
Who's at 10?
Yeah, it was about 10. Short speech, I guess, on off if you want it or somebody wants it.
Yeah, I would just say that the creation of this position doesn't negate the fact that other people should be doing outreach. It just helps to facilitate and streamline those efforts. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Good time control. Leonardtown?
Yeah. Can I just like move to extend time or like yield 30 seconds? I'll keep it really quick.
No.
Do we have negative speakers first? I want to get them in. I think a lot of good.
I'll speak on negative.
Okay, thanks.
So I feel like the most important thing is that I feel like this position already exists, which is the director of student groups. Some examples during this year is that the student group mixer was done under student groups. The at UMD campaign, which is happening right now, is happening under student groups. I would see favorably if this was added as a deputy position under the student groups committee, but having two different committees doing the same exact role is going to just create more confusion. I don't see that being beneficial. I do think more people should join student groups. Maybe it should be an open committee. Maybe there's discussion around that. But I really do see that this position already exists. This position is already here. And the issue is people need to put more energy into this position. And I don't think making a brand new position to confuse everything is the solution. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other negative speakers with 18 seconds?
I can speak real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, I just think that this is redundant in what other people already do. There used to be a position in SGA that did outreach, but that was never used because everyone else already did outreach. I think adding this would just be dilution of the responsibility.
Okay, great. Seeing that time is virtually expired on both sides, I think we should move to a period of debate. And then G is
voting. Did you mean
yeah, if we can.
No, it's fine. It's not a humongous concern.
Okay. Great. So let's move into a period of voting. A vote of yes will add the position, and a vote of no will not add the position.
If the no votes are the majority, can we revisit other off-campus outlines idea of the deputy and student groups?
Second.
So let's finish voting. And
yeah, let's see what happens first. It would be a little bit difficult to pull up.
Can we actually do that? Actually, never mind. Sorry.
We're voting. So a vote of yes will add the position. A vote of no will not add the position. Please vote. All right. So with a vote of 15 to 12, 15 to 13 to 3, it passes. So the position will be added.
Okay, great. And then given that it has passed, there is a small director of S&P added executive cabinet to ensure area-specific outreach is being conducted effectively. Are there any oppositions there? I think that's pretty much straightforward.
So, but I guess this is an unrelated question. Should we vote on whether it shouldn't be an exec or ledge? Because then that influences.
We have a point of information.
Yeah.
If we're still making a decision if it should be house under exec or ledge, can we make the decision if it could be combined with the student groups committee as well, or no? Can it just be, because you know how like there's civ and gov, can it be outreach and student groups?
Wait, also I have a question, because like didn't we pass an amendment earlier that said we can have co-directors? Like couldn't we have a co-director of like outreach and student group committee like as one thing?
I'm going to defer because Larry or David wants to jump in. I don't know how to divide that question effectively because we have like 4 options right now.
So with the co-director, I think the vote was clear to include this as a director position. So I think we're going to have to stick like as a position. I think to my interpretation of co-directors, it's like co-directors of communication. They're both communication. Because civic affairs and gov affairs are 2 separate directors doing it.
I might add logistically, like this is a non-bylaws thing. Unfortunately, not everything is bylaws, but I think if student groups and outreach chose to like meet at the same time and kind of coordinate, I would certainly not be opposed to that. Like that would probably be a good idea. But that's, I guess, up to the future discussion.
I don't know if that answers any of the questions.
So it might be helpful to vote now whether it should be in ledge or exec, and then depending on that, if it's ledge, then it's under ledge leadership. If it's exec, then we can vote how we want to do it in exec.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, let's first vote of yes, we'll make it exec. Vote of no, we'll make it ledge leadership.
So point of information, sorry. So if it's exec, are we having the conversation about combining, or are we just?
Sure, we'll do that. But first we need the ledge versus exec split.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and so yes, sorry.
Are we waiting to vote on G based on, I mean,
there were no objections to G. I'm hearing.
Okay. Never mind.
All right, simplify that. Vote of yes would put this An exact vote of no would put this in ledge leadership.
Please vote. All right. So I'll call it with a vote of 15 to 13 to 4, or 14 to 13 to 4.
Okay. So if off-campus outlying could explain further, what's the ask with combining this with student groups in some way?
So you know how like there's like director of Civ and Gov, but there's two directors?
Yeah.
I want it to be similar to that. So there's a director, so it's gonna be like the committee on student groups and outreach, but there's two directors.
I think it's co-chair, like GovCiv.
Yeah, like co-chair.
So here's what I think the ask should be, and it's actually pretty small. So this is fine. The proposal here, and I'm making it in a suggestion mode to be clear, and there'd be corresponding with student groups, would be to say, to serve as the chair of the committee on student groups and outreach. So it'd be like SGO instead of SGA. That's fun. SGO of SGA. Co-chair. And then we can make the corresponding change with student groups, I assume, which is down here. So this is the proposal now that we have. Would that be sufficient?
That'd be sufficient, thank you.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so this is cool. Vote of yes would create essentially a combined committee on student groups and outreach with two co-chairs, and a vote of no would maintain the split that currently exists. So I think, are there further points? This is a
question, point of information, I guess.
Yeah.
Was language provided for a committee on outreach that might be relevant to this?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Let me scroll down too far to find that to make sure. Where the heck? Oh, no, it's further.
Because parts of that may need to be copied over if a joint version.
You're right. Yep, absolutely. No, interestingly, but we would need to open up the committee on student groups almost certainly. And yeah, there was no committee on outreach. That's my fault in large part.
Yeah, point of information, if we combine the two, would student groups go from being semi-closed to open? Because
I assume so.
Because that I guess that's debate. But
well, I think there's also the question here is there's functionality of student groups, which is about the recognition process. And ideally we talk about function with student groups, that's just like in terms of outreach, but to my knowledge, that rarely happens. So
I would go back to the off-campus outline's original point where I think this should just be a deputy director position. Like looking at the bylaws, none of these are really like substantive things. They're just like sort of admin work. And I don't think that warrants a director position.
Okay, so I guess the only question I have left is how do we handle then student groups, which is in theory a semi-closed committee? How do we open that up to ensure that outreach becomes more of a function of student groups? Because I don't feel that it has been.
Can we make student groups an open committee? Wouldn't that solve it?
No, because you have to
to that.
Wait, you talk, my fault.
On the point about making it an open committee, student groups is tasked with reviewing if groups are funding eligible. If you make it an open committee, one, there's a diffusion of responsibility. You need people to like come back and make sure that like they're eligible, and you need that like at the beginning. That's why they're appointed. And then also you run the risk of if anyone can make those changes, you might have someone who's in a group decide, you know what, my group, maybe we charge dues, maybe we do X, Y, and Z, but we deserve to get funding. And we got nailed in an audit not last year, but a couple years ago, where the state came down and was like, you're giving out money to groups that you should not be giving money to. And if state auditors came down, we would have huge issues. I'm all for checks and balances. I'm all for transparency, but having student groups be open, just like finance, is dangerous. Having them be transparent is completely fine, and I think we should have that though.
So I have a couple of creative solutions if we want to hear those.
I have some too. Let's hear them.
Okay, so either we can make this a coordinator of outreach, and they can just still have like a committee or a task force under them. Or if we make it a deputy director under student groups, we can keep student groups itself as a semi-open committee or semi-closed, and then specify under the deputy director of outreach that they chair this outreach task force, and further specify that this task force, although housed under student groups, is an open thing for all students.
I think the coordinator with the task force makes the most sense. I think it would be hard to balance with the semi.
Can we talk about switching those roles? Because given my time in student groups, right, most of the work was done on outreach, and some of the work was done on like making sure the stuff is like set, right? So if we're going to make that switch, if we're going to do that like motion, then it should be switched, because now there's no point of the student groups committee, because most of the point of the student groups committee was outreach. And if we're talking about the semi-closed aspects of the student groups committee, then we should just make that into a little like special task force then. Because that's only done like once a month, honestly. If anybody's in the committee, like tell me I'm wrong.
If I could interject, is this right now?
I want a point of clarification here. I'm sorry. We're at 4 hours and 2 minutes right now, and we're at best at page like 29. So please act accordingly.
Okay. So from my experience in the student groups committee, what I understand is it's almost like a watchdog to what finance does. It's like a gateway to SGA funding eligibility, and so I think to add the outreach aspect is kind of unconventional. Like I've never really considered it that way, except for the fact we had like some mixers, but I think outreach is definitely touching on the different node. It's not only outreach towards the student groups, but also like student body as a whole.
I do want to interject here, given that there's a relatively large lack of consensus here and that this could be an important role. Would we be opposed to just not doing this in this session and potentially considering it sometime next year, just because I don't think we have sufficient consensus about what this should be? And we're at 4 hours and 3 minutes.
I have a last creative solution.
Last one.
Make the committee on student groups and outreach a specialized committee so that it can follow its own rules. So that
what that rules look like? I need more.
That would be discretionary.
That's kicking the can down the road.
Point of.
I think that draws issues to what the VP of Finance said, and I don't want to go down that road because I think the VP of Finance's points were extremely valid.
And then may I also add one final point?
Final, last, whatever, go.
All members of student groups are ex officio members of finance. So then like they'd be allowed to speak in the meetings. They'd be like opening it up to the entire student body. We're going to need to start reserving Colony Ballroom, not Crosslands.
So I think what the parliamentarian mentioned, that since we made the research and data coordinator position, and since there doesn't seem to be, plus there's no language about the committee of outreach, I think from a parliamentary perspective, I would look favorably on copying this language and then during your transition meeting to give it to the next parliamentarian.
May we take a revote on keeping it in executive or legislature? Because I think some people voted with the idea of this joint committee in mind, and their votes may have changed.
I'm fine with the last thing we do here being a vote of yes, pushing this to ledge. But if not, then we just table this for a few months at least.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah. So we're tabling everything then, right?
I mean, the last effort here is a vote of yes puts this in legislative leadership, sort of similar to retention and recruitment, but more outreach. A vote of no will just give us, 4 to 6 months to figure this out in better form.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this only pertains to director of outreach.
Yeah, this is just, and I copied over this language. I have it.
Yeah. So a vote of yes puts it in ledge. A vote of no says table till next year. Please vote. And I'm sorry about all the confusion this has caused. David,
If it was moved to ledge leadership, would it be changed to coordinator, or would still
it would be
director on ledge leadership?
No, it would be a coordinator. The title would change.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right. Please vote. All right. So it looks like with a vote of 15 to 10 to 5, it's going to go to ledge leadership.
Mr. Speaker, are you okay with us figuring out a way to work that in as a coordinator? I mean,
so how about you keep moving and I'll try to change the language to make it more representative.
And then we'll come back to that.
And then we'll move. Yeah.
That would be, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Okay, now we are back on page top of 28. We are 4 hours and 7 minutes in. Please act accordingly. Subsection X, Association of Big Ten Students Liaison. Student body president has wanted this to be a thing. It's now a thing. Proposal is there. Briefly, please, if you want to speak on this, go for it, but I want to keep moving.
Yeah, this position already exists, but it hasn't been codified yet, so I wanted to codify that. It's how we like really connect with a lot of the other Big Ten student governments. The vast majority of them already have this somewhere in their bylaws or their constitution, so this is kind of just giving us up to par. I'm happy to amend language. This is just kind of the standard language from other Big Ten schools that I pulled. So
awesome.
And the city council liaison is currently our ABTS liaison. So if you have any questions about the role, you can either direct them to me or him.
Does the ABTS liaison currently want to just explain briefly, since it's, germane?
Yeah, I can go ahead. With Maryland joining the Big Ten not too long ago, I don't think anyone served in the role before I took it on freshman year. Like Madam President said, other Big Ten schools have adopted this. ABTS itself is also ensuring that there's more streamlined definitions of what the liaison is supposed to be doing, and we've adopted our own language as well in our own bylaws on the ABTS level to ensure that the liaison is responding to other liaisons in an appropriate manner.
Very good. Okay, thanks. Are there any objections to the inclusion of this? Seeing none. Speak now. Okay. Taken. Great. Thanks. Whoa. What just? What? Okay. Student fees coordinator, as stated below. I don't know who wishes to maybe just open up the floor on this, but go for it, please. Madam President, I guess.
Yeah, so the language around this kind of comes from myself, the current student fees coordinator, and the past student fees coordinator, all talking about like how best we thought would envision the role. I'm definitely happy to do amendments and stuff, and I'm seeing there's some stuff that I've missed so far, but definitely think that this is important to be codified, and it was a big priority of this administration, so definitely think it should continue.
Would the amendment, the amendment sponsor view it as favorable to add confirmed by the legislature, or at least showed in front of the legislature, like introduced? Kind of like the same way the chief of staff is, if not confirmed?
Yeah.
I
mean, I would say that if we're gonna say that the president should identify who this person is, that we should add that to all the other deputies and liaisons for consistency's sake, but I wouldn't mind putting that in there.
Would you mind doing that and just to make sure it's in the right place and stuff?
I didn't mean to hold up everything.
I don't really know like what language the VP of Finance was like looking for.
I'll add it. It's the same thing, like shall be introduced to the legislature. The same way that happened with will be introduced.
Okay.
Like just the legislature should know who it is so that they can like ask questions about it, which I think is.
Can you copy and paste the wording?
That's exactly what I'm looking for right now.
If I may suggest, could that just be put at the beginning of Office of the President, maybe, so that so we don't have to put it in every single position?
I love that idea.
I'm for that.
All right, so assuming that will take place, there's one kind of sort of technical amendment about shared governance made by North Hill about collaborating with other student fee coordinators. I would just want to say other student fee coordinators, maybe, I don't know. Or student, the grammar makes sense here. Student fee coordinators and relevant stakeholders of other governing organizations on advocacy and education efforts related to student fees. I assume that there is like an RHA student fee coordinators.
Yes, it's an exec board member.
All right, awesome.
My only thing is there's also it's not just student fee coordinators and governing bodies that sit on this, it's also faculty and staff. So if you want to make it broader, that might also be helpful. So you could say to collaborate with the other members of the Committee on Review of Student Fees on advocacy and education efforts related to student fees.
So you have that above, or sorry, you already had that somewhere. I kind of thought this would be like to officially collaborate with those coordinators outside of those meetings. Yeah, you say to advocate, sorry, I just saw.
I feel like then I would make it more specific in the sense that I would specifically name RHA and GSG.
Yeah, I was just doing a catch-all. I wrote it in like 5 seconds.
All right. That works fine. Given all of that, is this favorable? Any objections to just kind of the shared governance idea?
I mean, again, I would say RHA and GSG, but I'm not like going to die on this hill.
Yeah, you should say RHA and GSG.
Okay.
I can, yeah.
Please, okay. Serve as one of. Is C favorable, Ireland? The proposal in C from North Hill, which just took place. Fortunately, just took place. What's going on here? Oh goodness, I'm still in suggestion mode. That's my problem. All right, so that's taken. Very cool. Okay, I'm trying to clean all of this up. Wow, there's a lot of language here. Update and educate, that's fine. What they are relative, sure. All right, are there any objections overall to the student fees coordinator as so proposed here? Seeing an objection? I think. CMNS Rep Shoham? Shoham?
Wait, can I get a point of information really quickly?
Yeah, please.
So was the language from the director of student fees added to this? Did that change happen or no?
No, but people just want the people who have been involved in student fees to have a say, so I'm fine with just leaving it how it is. I do object, but I know it's going to pass, so whatever.
I added a little bit of the education language and some very small changes, which we just kind of talked about, like relevant history, educate after update, a few things like that. They don't really change the meat. Like they aren't as substantial and spelled out as the directorship did, but they're in that same spirit, I believe.
Okay. I want to see if this is friendly towards, like, again, if this is not friendly, I'll take it away. But the director position did have a very good point of like letting other people join in on student fees. So would I believe the president, Madam President is proposing this. Would you feel comfortable with like having more than one? So say like the student fees coordinator heads like a committee, and then there being like, not specifically a committee, but a group of people working on student fees that's open to the public?
You're looking for the word task force.
So I'm not necessarily favorable on that, and I'll explain why. The appointments made to the various different fee setting advisory boards can be anyone. So there is the ability for any student to get involved. And the only reason I say not open is because I think that it gets really complicated really quickly when you're trying to educate a ton of people about fees. And I just think that by kind of condensing it to the people who work in SGA around it, I think would be the most effective. But the city council liaison can also jump in.
I'd just like to jump in here as well. We are at 4 hours and 16 minutes, and we are about to finish the second article out of several. So please act accordingly.
Yeah, like I'm the person who made the original director of student fees thing. Like, I don't really want to debate this more. Like, it's clear that people do not want mass student engagement in the student fee process. And I just think we're not going to see the results we want. And that's whatever. Like, that's just my opinion. And other people disagree and they're valid.
Whoa, I'm so sorry.
Let's just vote unless people have substantive amendments.
Okay. Any substantive amendments before we move to a period of voting? North Health. Okay, please let's vote at this point.
The vote of yes will add I guess we'll add all this language for the student fee coordinator. The vote of no will not add this language.
Seeing yes here.
All right.
We are through Article 2 at 4 hours and 17 minutes.
I don't know if you want to go back to the outreach stuff.
Okay, sure. Might as well. Where is it? How far up?
Oh, it's far up.
Okay, cool.
Oh, the coordinator.
It's page 9.
Ah, my favorite page. Subsection F, coordinator of outreach. Yeah.
This is the same language. Pretty much the only changes from the thing that we considered below was instead of other executive cabinet, it was just executive cabinet. And then this is the same line that's used in every other leadership position.
Do we want the selection processes same for coordinator of recruitment and retention?
So the selection process that I put in, but it doesn't have to be, was that it's on page 6 that it's the same as the parliamentarian, where it is in conjunction with the president, subject to confirmation by the legislature.
Okay, yeah, let's take a quick vote here on whether or not we prefer the parliamentarian style versus the R&R style.
Yeah.
Okay. A vote of yes will keep it a parliamentarian style appointment, and a vote of no would make it an R&R style election.
As in, oh, okay, appoint versus elect?
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
and if it is elect, we'll just copy over language from R&R.
Yes is
parliamentarian style.
Thank you.
Yep.
And again, if it's no, then it's someone already on the legislature, correct?
Yeah, that would be assumed. Same as R&R.
All right.
All right. Please vote. I think I'm going to call it.
Yep, we can do that.
17-3. It's going to be for parliamentarian style.
Very good. Best style.
Yeah, page 9.
Okay, and then I assume we want to keep it here. Oh, wait, what did I just do? Okay, are there any oppositions to including subsection F as it now reads now that we have a selection process in place? I'll speak now or forever hold.
This should be coordinator. And they still work with the research and data coordinator, which is housed in exec.
Yep.
And they work.
For A, do you want to say to perform duties assigned by, I would add just like in coordination with the executive, like, or something like that.
May I suggest vice president, since we gave the vice president outreach ability?
I think that's reasonable, actually. To name specifically, since that was always kind of one of the goals for the vice president, to focus on outreach. Any objections?
I would say executives, but just because that includes, like, if you think about like, funding and yeah.
Then that puts the entire SGA leadership in there.
I think it's better to just have the 1 point person be the VP and assume that. On behalf, here, let's do on behalf of.
So the only thing is then you wouldn't want the president to be the one helping with the appointment.
Okay. Do you want to say VP in the selection procedure?
I'd adopt that amendment.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay. Cool. I like that. That's kind of cute. All right. All good for subsection F? Objections? Okay, seeing none, we're good. And we're finally out of Article 2 and 1 for that one.
Well, there's the other stuff.
Oh, good. Well, okay. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist, right? Do we want to return to that now? It's the committee handbook stuff that I saw that was contingent.
No, Office of the President, I think.
Oh, I thought we already like agreed to that.
Oh, okay.
Is there an objection? I added that because I was told to add it somewhere.
All right, I'll fix the formatting. It's on page top of page 11.
Partly scroll.
Where?
11.
I added that because I thought we already agreed to it. If it's going to be contentious, I'll withdraw it.
No, I just want people to see it.
Okay. I think it's good. I think it's really good.
And I'll fix the formatting.
Replace after with following.
Okay. Alrighty. There's still that little committee handbook thingy. I don't know what to do with it.
That's gonna be later.
Yeah, that'll be way later. That's fine.
Committee stuff here.
We are at 4 hours and 22 minutes. Okay. Judicial branch. There's a series of changes here to the effect of ensuring that the Chief Justice is elected among the justices rather than appointed directly. I'll defer to one of the justices that are here.
That's a friendly amendment on behalf of the current Chief Justice.
Oh, okay. So I think it should probably carry. Great.
I do have one point of,
Sure.
or just more of a question, Mr. Parliamentarian. So in terms of subsection D, my question is if the Chief Justice is, Clause D of that same subsection, if the Chief Justice is elected among the justices, how are they responsible for the training and integrating? Is that after the fact? How are they gaining that awareness if we're also instituting the fact that, the justice cannot run on tickets, et cetera?
I agree. I think the maybe way to alleviate this now, and this could probably be technical, would be to collaborate with the governance board advisor in leading trainings for new justices. There seems to be an implicit suggestion here that this would be an experienced justice, which is probably not completely good, but might be reasonable.
Point of clarification, I think. There can be vacancies in justices. They can often be confirmed at different times. I think that the clause is relevant due to all of those reasons. And a justice could be rejected upon appointment.
That's possible. New justices. Does that satisfy Mr. Chief Justice?
Yes, it does, Mr. Parliamentarian.
Thanks very much. Okay, E and F. Bryce, if you seek to explain this because it was yours.
Yeah, mostly just trying to integrate Chief Justice role and the governance board in its entirety more into SGA. We're kind of seeing as the outcasts of the group, and it's good and bad at the same time. But I think by having a Chief Justice in the SGA office more often, we would get a lot more appeals during the normal parts of the year instead of kind of what we got this year with a backlog really now. So I think this would have a really good effect on the governance board relations with the SGA and be really good for just an integration overall.
Okay, great. Any opposition here?
And point of information.
Sure.
Or moreover, query to the speaker. So you have lowered that that the decisions and things like that should become public on the SGA website. Do you think that you'd be favorable of just that the Chief Justice inform the ledge of those decisions and things like that in some kind of way? More specific.
I love transparency, and I think the more transparency, the better. As someone who used to not be in this organization not too long ago, and now when I was trying to seek this position, having a list of the appeals and decisions would have been extremely, extremely helpful to help me understand the position. The amount of information you get from the decisions really helps you understand the job. And I think every student should have the right to hear and understand what's happening in the governance board and the SGA as a whole.
So would you see it favorable to amend E in some way to be more specific to what we were just discussing?
If I may, North Hill representative, because also farther down in the language, the decisions are sent to the Speaker of the Legislature, I think it would be it would look favorably if the Speaker would update Ledge on that. Requiring like a separate branch member to be at legislative convenings would be a little much. I mean, I'm at most of them, but I think that it would make more sense if the Speaker updated the legislature and just also forwarded them to the website of where they would be public anyway.
Sure. And can you remove, can we remove briefly? I feel like it's unnecessary.
Seconding that.
Since the Speaker can already control how long they can speak.
Wait, what's going on here?
We're removing briefly, I think.
Yeah, I look favorably on doing that, and I made this, so I don't know what the words are to say that, make it happen, but yeah.
Okay. Also, just corresponding, jumping around a little bit while that goes on, but subsection B, clause 1, that the student body of president shall appoint 5 justices, which kind of corresponds to what we just did in A1, to elect the chief justice among the justices. Any opposition here? I think it would make the most sense.
No opposition.
Great. Okay, briefly is probably an extraneous word. I assume there's still changes here.
I don't think so.
It was a block.
Okay, as a block, any objections? Once, twice? Okay. Cool, subsection B, clause 3, sub B, running on or affiliating or run on or affiliate with an SGA ticket. This was 9 to 1 to 1. Are there any objections here? Once, twice, cool. Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Parliamentarian. Could we say like run on or affiliate with an SGA ticket unless resigning for? I just don't want people to think like I served as a justice. I can never do that. They just would have to resign their role. Unless we want to ban it completely.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't be a justice anymore, so.
You could just add one.
I'm with Ben on this.
I think
if you guys think it doesn't need the clarification, that's fine.
It probably doesn't, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it's a current thing. Alrighty, so subsection A, moving instead of 3/5 of representatives, which would be somewhere along the lines of 8 times 3, 24 or so in a full legislature, a little less maybe otherwise, to 5 representatives signing on to a petition. This was without objection in a more recent committee meeting. And yeah, said 24 to 5. Any objections to moving to smaller threshold to initiating a hearing?
If I may, Mr. Parliamentarian, more of a technical initiation of a hearing. I'm looking at the language below. I think it would make more sense if it was case for clarity, just knowing that not all petitions may become hearings based on the language that's listed below.
So what, just change petition to case?
Change hearing to case.
Okay, yeah.
Or trial, relevant to the first clause there, your choice.
Great. Awesome. Okay, so 3/5 to 5. Are there any objections here to 5?
Point of information.
Sure.
So does questions of constitutionality, which can also be created through petitions, is that also considered a trial, Mr. Chief Justice?
So North Hill representative, I made that clarification, and I just also realized section 2 would need amended there. Just because at the addition of this pre-hearing meeting, where the governance board is at the discretion to kind of pursue a hearing or not, that's why I made that case. But absolutely, question of constitutionality would become a hearing, and I think that is clarified below.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's probably under jurisdiction. Okay. Okay, any further questions, points on subsection A1A, or can we move to accept this? Sorry?
Move. There's been no objections.
I know. Thanks. Then this would be the president signing or filing a petition that is also signed by the CFO, vice president instead, in place of the 3 VPs, which don't exist anymore. This would be without objection. And then, or the Speaker of the Legislature. I was a little bit confused on how the ors or ands were going during committee. If somebody
deletes everything here.
Sorry?
I think it just deletes all of this, right?
Yeah, this would be deleted.
I have a problem with that.
Why?
So is there no more way for the cabinet to go about any kind of petition other than through the like normal undergraduate routes?
Directly, probably, but they could also reasonably influence 5 representatives across a couple members of the cabinet.
Could we codify this greater of or 1/2 language as like members of cabinet file the petition?
That cabinet was only able to do that if the Speaker of the Legislature said no to signing it. So like the president would first have to sign it and all of exec. Like cabinet never had the ability to just do it by themselves.
Could we give them that ability is my query.
My point of order is that it's out of order to propose new amendments now.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
I was just saying in relation to keeping that confusing, awfully confusing language.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parliamentarian. The thing that you just changed to "and," I thought that was an "or" before.
I wasn't sure, to be honest. Considering
by point of personal privilege, the "and" reflects precedent. The original "or" there kind of changed things.
Yeah. My understanding is that the idea here is like the president and apparently now like 3 other executive members that are kind of core to this, or then alternatively, we could have 2 confirmed members or 1/2 of all confirmed members of the cabinet alternatively. And so I think it would be good to have that alternative.
Did we vote on that "and" "or" though?
I honestly can't tell you.
Obviously executive board, structure has changed. So this is all a change. So it wouldn't, I vote if it's necessary, that's fine. But reflective in translating this new structure to previous and to precedent of the previous bylaws or the existing bylaws, the "and" is reflective of that.
Okay, thank you. But I think it might be useful to then reject this greater of 2 confirmed members. I don't really, it's strange to imagine that 1/2 is not going to be greater than 2.
Hurricanes.
That's a big
Sorry, that's morbid.
No, it's fine. But is there any objection to striking the greater of with the 2 just to have 1/2 of all confirmed members of the executive cabinet? I think we're always going to have at least 4 confirmed members of the executive cabinet. Any objections? Once, twice, go. Okay. C, an undergraduate student files a petition moving 100 to 25. This was eventually without objection. We found a good number that we all liked. Any objections to 25 rather than 100? Seeing none, so taken. The president of a minimum of 1 or of 2, 1 versus 2. This was without objection.
I just can I ask the question again about the "and" or the "or"? It seems like all this is trying to make it easier, so it doesn't really seem to make sense that we would keep it where 4 members of the executive board would have to sign a petition in order for it to go to Gov Board, whereas it would take like 1 president of a student group or 5 representatives.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I think maybe it should be easier for an undergraduate student than members of SGA, but assumably also the members of SGA are going to be more likely to vote in lockstep on something like this.
I'd also say that it's weird that only the president can file a petition through this route and not like the vice president or CFO. Like, could we just maybe make it an executive files that is signed by the other executives?
I would say for interest of time, because it's now almost.
I think these are all speculative.
I'm just bringing up the "or" because
representatives, then they probably aren't doing a very good job.
I just thought that the "or" was in there as something that we discussed in CPL. That's why I'm bringing it up again.
Again, I'm sorry, I'm really not sure, but I defer to the Chief Justice here with the previous interpretation. But I think in general, these bars are relatively low. And if somebody can't do it themselves, they can find a friend who's a president of 1 funding eligible student group.
Yes.
Mr. Parliamentarian, why was the number reduced to 25 verifiable students? Like,
Bryce, if you have a recall of that conversation, that's better.
Okay, so the governance board historically for 90% of the year does nothing. And whenever election cycle comes up and then you get like 90 cases in 3 days, you learn a lot quickly, and I'd rather us learn in a longer, slow burn because it can have drastic effects on mental health from experience.
Noted. Okay.
but then just like the change in the two funding eligible student groups, I thought that the student groups with 50 members were kind of the reasoning behind it. So one student group will be 50 members now. Why not 50 verifiable undergraduate students?
I don't think I exactly follow.
Student body president, do you want to add?
My question is there any language in here that would kind of give you guys grace during election season? That would allow you guys to prioritize those types of cases?
Oh, kind of. We
just
can
because like when I understand lowering the barrier, but I don't know if that's going to be helpful and create like long, like a slow burn, or it's going to be, you're going to even be more overwhelmed.
No, I do understand the concern, but I added amendment further down in the text saying that we finally have the option to reject an appeal if someone gives it to us. It's hard to reject it, so don't worry about that. But it's more of like the frivolous cases, which we've seen a few of recently, and it's the frivolous ones that stress you out, right? And those theoretically, if the legislator looks favorably on and confirms them, I think your worries would be vanished.
But still say there could be definitely like non-frivolous cases that would happen during elections and with other requirements of like was it a 24 or a 48-hour notice? I'm just worried that a bunch of stuff is going to get filed because everyone's just filing at that point. I don't know if there's a way to like add like.
I think it's a fair concern.
Relevant. Yes, thanks, Bryce. So relevant to subsection B case timeline, I definitely hear your side, and I think that would be beneficial to the governance board. Clause 4 of subsection B, we can get to that later, but it could be argued, the shorter time frame in the event that a later decision will result in a lack of available remedy, that clause in itself could argue the prioritization of elections cases, but I don't think that would be relevant to like this specific section.
At this point, I'd like to flag the fact that we're at 4 hours and 39 minutes, and we are on page 30 out of about 61 or 2 right now. I'm not just going to say please act accordingly. Y'all need to go faster. Simple as that.
And so we will. So we're going to move into
vote. Yep, go with me.
So it's are there any before voting, are there any objections to changing it from 2 funding eligible student groups to 1 funding eligible student group? I don't see any objections. Next.
At least is unnecessary language. 25 versus 50 was without objection from committee. Any objection here?
I don't see any objection here. Next.
Great. Next. The SGA advisor chooses to file a petition when asked by 5 officers rather than 10 members of SGA by email or in writing. Any objection to 5 officers versus 10 members? 10 members could technically be anybody, as we've learned recently, but 5 officers would lower the bar effectively.
Are there any objections?
Once, twice, none.
Nope. Next.
Great. 31. Both the petitioner and respondent should clearly articulate what action they want the governance board to take. This was without objection because oftentimes governance board is confused on what action they wish parties to take. Are there any objections here? Once, twice, none. Okay. Holding a pre-hearing meeting to discuss a case in the middle of a case timeline. Any objections here?
Propose more of a technical change, Mr. Parliamentarian. Can we call this this and all below mentions preliminary meetings?
Yes, I like that.
Well, is the amendment sponsor okay with that?
I love it. It's a great idea.
Great.
Beautiful. Okay. Any objections? Seeing none. So taken. Yeah.
Are there any objections to subsection C as a whole?
Information query, whatever. You say on 3A, petition signed by 25 undergraduate students. Do you want to also include or the one president thing since they're equated as equal before?
We're trying to move forward here.
It's to the amendment sponsor.
It's right here.
That'll be an issue for next year.
Cool.
All right. Any objections to this? All right, no objections. Are there objections to changing this language?
Which language is this language?
32, sorry.
No, you're great. Yeah.
Unanimous decisions.
Cool. And relevant records should be maintained and published on the SGA website. Are there any objections here? Okay, none. So both taken.
At the bottom of page 32.
And left the respondent. Yep. Any objections? Going once, twice, taken. 33. Nice timing here. The president shall appoint or serve as respondent on behalf of SGA. Reasonable for the president to be able to delegate this sort of task. The president is usually a busy person. And serving as a respondent in a case that doesn't really involve them might not be the best thing for SGA. When this was without objection in committee, are there any objections here?
Does the language make sense? The president shall appoint or serve as.
Shall appoint a.
Or serve as.
Adding the fixes the problem. I just noticed it.
Shall appoint a or serve as the.
Yep.
Thomas, good. Okay.
All right.
Parliamentarian, before we move on, and I apologize, can we go back to case timeline really fast? It just could cause issues in the future.
Sure. Which part?
Yeah. So case timeline, now that we're having the preliminary meetings to determine if a case is sufficient enough to hold a hearing, I think it would be favorable to change clause 3 and just or amend it and say, should the governance board, find the case, worthy of a hearing, please feel free to thesaurus me. Sufficient for yes.
Okay, is that good?
Yep.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Of course.
There's another comma, right?
God, probably. You got it. Thanks. Okay. Representation in council, I think we moved to. This was weird. In cases regarding ethics, the Speaker of the Legislature shall serve as petitioner was the former. And this didn't make any sense in a recent hearing. It was weird. Are there any objections? Because sometimes ethics is just responding to a petition and it should reflect that.
Did we add the part in on during the committee that they get to speak first? Or, never mind.
Okay. Any objections? None. Okay. Next, unless the speaker is a direct party in the case.
Then it would be parliamentarian. Serving in their capacity as vice chair.
Spelling is getting worse as the night goes on. Okay, so that would be then favorable. Okay, and then with the accused serving as respondent, yeah, there was no purpose for this when we talked about it in committee. Alrighty. Attire, this was unfavorable in committee, as fun as it might be. Any objections to, does anybody really want judicial robes?
I adopt the amendment.
I object. Like, can we just not, like, this is
we're
great.
gonna record.
There you go.
Can we just move to a vote if people want it? But
if people actually want it,
let's vote.
I do.
We're gonna vote. Awesome.
Okay.
Sans judicial court dress, please. Or is that actually on the floor?
It's actually on the floor.
This is actually on the floor.
So please vote. Vote of yes will have them wear judicial robes. The vote of no will not.
Or attire.
Point of clarification, we don't have any money for this.
All right, 220.
I think
Have to
this was
provide
not
their own.
now.
All right, that was fun.
So there's a block of changes here seeking to strike quasi-original jurisdiction. Bryce or VPF or I don't know who at this point. Bryce probably.
Yeah, I think I was the original one. We basically found out through the lawyer that it's like the same thing as original. That's my understanding. Chief Justice, if you have a different interpretation, please, by all means.
Absolutely look favorable on this. I definitely want to consolidate and just there should be one jurisdiction. We hear that, you know, obviously different cases will have different kind of methods, but I'm fully in favor.
Okay, great. Any objections?
I have a point of information. Would
Sure.
this mean that any lower decisions, like the appeal would be what? Trying to find error in the decisions by lower bodies if there is one?
So now they would all be de novo, and that's my understanding of original jurisdiction.
Sorry.
Information.
Sure.
Body means could also mean the legislature, the office of the president, things like that. Does it need to say judicial body or what?
Not necessarily, I don't believe.
So could you appeal like a bill? I'm confused.
Yeah, I guess good on constitutionality grounds.
Yeah, that's constitutionality.
But that's different than A. Like A already says that.
They were talking about, I think, finance. Is like that's what I brought up. It's like it relates to finance making a decision, or like ethic or audit making a decision against a student group, which isn't a bill. Like there are other bodies that aren't judicial.
Sure.
And above, I would propose after I'm not sure how we're voting on this, but if we strike subsection B quasi, higher up, specifically subsection C, I believe some of this should be pasted down in this jurisdiction because there's no mention of the Elections Commission if we just leave the subsection A as amended.
So I have a question and point of information, I guess, for our justices in the room. Does it make sense to also clarify that, is there a way to create I guess my question is, so say the Elections Commission finds a violation and they DQ someone and it's for whatever, something that is traditionally worth 25 points. So I guess my question is there an ability to create a kind of tiers of jurisdiction where someone can say the punishment, we agree that we're guilty, but the punishment wasn't worth it versus like we have to re-examine the entirety of the case?
Madam President, I think that could go two ways. So one, the Elections Commission is more restricted by the elections rules. They don't have as much discretion. So that could be a constitutionality appeal to us. Additionally, I think the second prong that you mentioned there, we could definitely look like, are you saying like take a second look at what they considered or what?
I mean, I think that sometimes there are things where it's like, yes, I agree that X, Y, or Z happened, but I don't think that whether it be ethics or the Elections Commission, like the consequence of that action doesn't match. Does that make sense? Like I see what you're saying in terms of constitutionality, but I feel like you guys shouldn't have to re-look at every single case all the time.
Based on errors in procedure or like original case information?
Yeah, based on errors in procedure.
Understood. Vice President of Finance, I see you have your hand up. Yeah, what's up?
Wouldn't just making a jurisdiction generally, getting rid of original jurisdiction and saying appeals pertaining to any decision, wouldn't that leave an appeal, whatever the appeal is? The appeal could be de novo, they misrepresented the facts, or it also could be a procedure. Like that's how I read this, striking original jurisdiction, saying they have jurisdiction.
Yeah, I just want all of us to make sure that we're clear on that distinction, because I agree with you, Ben, VP Finance, that's what that is, but I don't want anyone to take away the fact, like something otherwise.
I agree.
I would agree with you both as well. And I think that language higher up in the document and specifying what is wanted out of the governance board kind of upholds that.
Thanks.
So what's the question here? Are we seeking to strike still subsection P?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay, great. Let's move first on that and then we can clean up subsection A. Are there any objections? Seeing none, so struck. Great. Okay, first then on B, this was, well, first.
Just a technicality, Mr. Parliamentarian. Subsection A, I think, can be stricken altogether since this is one section.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thank you. Governance Board has jurisdiction over the following. A stands, B would be struck. VP Finance, if you seek.
Groups would be incredibly mad if we, I'm envisioning BSU, like us going in and telling BSU or like Students for Justice in Palestine or like anything, like any of those cultural groups that already have a bad relationship with us going in and being like, hey, you can't do that. Like I'm envisioning the Diamondback article right now. It's a terrible look. And groups don't realize that they're signing on to that when they ask for money.
I have an opposing point. I don't know if that moves into debate.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Affirmative, Ben?
Yeah, please. I reserve my time for the governance board to.
Okay, so negative. Relevant to how petitions can be started or how cases can be initiated to the governance board. I don't think that this would more like, as the VP of Finance suggested, hurt the relationship between SGA and these groups. It's more of like an internal member of that group in group A is unhappy with an action that their executive board took. Technically, because they're recognized, we do have jurisdiction over that, and that would just be another body to take a look at that. And deleting this would not give us jurisdiction over something we're granting earlier in initiation of a case.
May I respond?
Yep, please.
Yeah. So like it really just, it goes back to students don't realize like it's a great idea in theory, but I really see it being abused or the optics being terrible. Like we do like preside over that money, but as soon as we start like really enacting a ton of restrictions on our ability to give out funding, like if we start saying like if we start nitpicking at groups, not saying that the governance board ever would do that, but if it's used in that way, which it could, it looks bad. SGA does not have a good reputation with most student groups on campus. And I think it'll be seen as an overreach if we start enacting this. To my knowledge, it hasn't been done at all in my time this year. So that's like, it's kind of moot. So like, I don't really see why we are keeping it just on the books for no reason. Reserve.
Yep, thanks. Response?
Oh yeah, consume negative. I wouldn't see this as, so in these cases, this would be respondent and petitioner would both be members of that specific student group. For example, like Committee on Finance would not be. This is the constitutionality relevant to their constitution. Yes, it could be in small cases the SGA constitution, but as you can see, it says also that specific constitution. So this is more of the SGA as an oversight, kind of hearing a case on internal issues within an SGA recognized org rather than action taken by SGA to an org. I reserve my time.
Noted, thanks. Response?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
So the justice mentioned that this is only for like the member of student group A can file a petition against their student group, but it's my understanding that actually a member of student group B could file a petition regarding the constitutionality of student group A. That like while the situation the justice mentioned could happen, couldn't situation where student from student group B files petition against student group from student group A, like that could happen too, right?
I believe it could.
Yeah.
In relative to what Ben suggests as well, I don't see it being abused because it hasn't happened in the 2.5 years I've been on the governance board. So I think it's just a lack of awareness. That doesn't mean that it could come up. That's why I think it's relevant to remain, but open to discussion, of course.
I would like to hold the affirmative to strike this language. While it hasn't been used, I think like the fact that it hasn't been used shows like that it's moot, like the VP of Finance said, but also there is a fear that this could be weaponized by student groups and also by members of the SGA who know the rules way better than, groups like SJP, BSU, OAS, whatever group it is. Those groups tend to not have people in SGA who know these rules. And so yeah, I think since student groups don't know that, that becomes an issue of like consent and stuff like that. I reserve.
Thanks. Okay, negative.
Last point on negative. I would be open to an amendment that would solely kind of restrict this specific jurisdiction to that specific student group's constitution. It's more of a service we're providing to these student groups by being a member of the SGA to have that extra governing body should issues arise between their executive board, their respective executive board and bodies. So I would be in favor of that if you're afraid of weaponization.
So this would strike the highlighted clause, 5 words, both the SGA constitution and just pertain to the constitution of the organization. Seen as friendly or at least acceptable?
May I make a counterpoint?
Fine.
We fund the Office of Student, time for like it is a.
Okay, sure.
We offer the Office of Student Legal Aid and they deal a lot in that. At least they've told the Finance Committee that. So like that is a service provided, but it's provided by it's provided by an arm of the SGA.
Sure, thanks.
That's just my counterpoint.
Okay.
I yield the rest of my time. We can move to vote. I'm open to that.
Thanks. Voting on which overall? I think overall is
overall. Yep.
Yep, that's fine. All of B. Vote of yes would strike. Vote of no would keep it. Seeing yes.
With a vote of 15 to 12, it will be struck.
Okay, thank you. I will start being a little bit more annoying about this. We are now at 4 hours and 58 minutes in this meeting for the omnibus proceedings. That's not great. Or governing organizations being struck. I think this is probably certainly corresponding favorable. Any objections? Once. Clearing twice. None. Going. Okay, and then adding appeals pertaining to any decision made by any body of the SGA. This was not considered but in committee, but we can consider it now. Any objections? It's probably a good thing to have. Once, twice, taken. Okay, Article 4 elections, there is actually nothing here. And all of these are pertaining then to Article 5. Come on. Please don't do frivolous things. Adding legislative committees, any objection to essentially a technical amendment there? Okay, seeing none, taken. All right, Section 1, Clause 2 would be struck because the committee handbook doesn't seem to really exist.
Point of order.
Waiting for the committee board.
Sorry, VP of Finance, what?
We're tabling that because we're going to possibly have committee handbook.
So noted. And then there's kind of a broader thing here that would be considering caucuses as standing committees. I think that's a reasonable characterization, and we'll talk about that more below. Are there any objections to including committees or caucuses being categorized as committees?
I have a point of information.
Sure.
So for the requirement for representatives to be a member of 2 committees, would being in a caucus fulfill that requirement as well?
Good question.
Clarification. Caucuses are already listed under like special committees. I think to address the business rep's point, we should just put that exception wherever that committee requirement exists. I'm in agreement with them not being fulfilled.
Can we just instead put the note here that caucuses shall not be construed caucuses?
That works.
That would be easiest.
Caucus membership shall not constitute committee membership for committee requirements or something like that.
That's great. Shall not constitute. Good point made there. Okay, any further objections to directly in 1? Hearing none. Gonna take all those. Okay, great. Okay, semi-closed committee shall be open to all confirmed members of the committee and all representatives of the legislature. I suppose would be extraneous. Yeah, I agree. So all confirmed versus appointed members of the committee. I think that's probably technical.
Yeah, that's technical.
Agree. A closed committee shall be open only to appointed and confirmed members. Just move to confirmed of that committee. All members of a closed committee shall be confirmed by the legislature. I think that's technical. I'm not sure.
I object to this because this gets into our conversation about other stuff.
It talks about ethics, and it also talks about city council. And
oh, okay. Yeah. So can we table this until we do the ethics thing, because that's probably going to be decisive.
I mean, I guess
Let's do that in context. I'm fine with it. I just want to do it in context. A caucus shall be open to all representatives of the legislature and members of the executive and judicial branches. Caucus member, yep.
Change that to officers. This was written before we created that.
All SGA officers.
I don't think, are judicial in officers?
Yeah, I believe so, because they fall under
appointed.
the appointed confirmed thing.
Yeah.
Yep. So D and sub I together. No objections heard. Taken. Okay, we are at 5 hours and 2 minutes now. Not terrible. The motions previously to strike Committee on Alumni Relations and Tradition were rescinded previously. Would the VP of Finance be okay with rescinding this as well?
I don't want to fight on it, but fine, keep it.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it, and I wish it's kind of my fault in committee for not having really considered substantive alternatives. Committee board, I suppose, being added. Do you want to discuss that now, Ben?
Sure.
Okay.
The main purpose of me adding committee board, if y'all, well, I guess we scroll down to committee board, but the main purpose is basically, one, the committee handbook is good for certain things. I don't think it should be a private document. I envision it not being. Yeah, I say the committee handbook shall be made public on the SGA website. The idea just like how to run committees is like a good thing to have. And then also having jurisdiction over committee reserves. So it's in the hands of the legislature, not so much the executive branch. Also, right now, I mean, as of now, the president is able to put as many people as they want onto cabinet at their discretion. So if it's left on cabinet, we could have like a court packing thing that happened in the 1930s.
Okay. I just want to rework this thing with committee chairs for. And are you writing this to not keep caucus chairs?
I'm open to including caucus chairs if they want to be in.
Do caucus chairs want to be in? Somebody speaking for caucus chairs want them to be in, North Hill?
Yes.
Good. Okay, then we just simplify that language.
Is there any actual, I'm sorry, never mind.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, great. Any objections to the committee board as written such?
I have a question.
Sure.
You said that Ben, or VP of Finance, you said it would maintain control over their ledge reserve, or sorry, the cabinet reserves. And you said that that's like a separation of powers thing, but really there aren't legislators who serve as chairs, except for the case of caucuses sometimes. So I'm confused by what you're meaning there.
The idea would be that the Speaker of the Legislature is the representative of the legislature, and so that's how it would be kind of held. And also, like their legislative committees, it's moving a little bit. It's mostly that the chair of it would be, and then there's more oversight on it. The Speaker of the this way, a legislator can ask the Speaker of the Legislature, or might feel more comfortable asking, "Hey, what did committee spend all of its money on?"
I object to this.
All right. Do you want to debate or do you want to vote?
I'd like to debate quickly.
All right. Thanks. I assume you'll be negative. You hold the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna be negative. I mean, as a director, I already go to the cabinet, and I understand this has a slightly different purpose, but I don't see it being significantly different enough. I also think that when we're talking about the committee handbook, every committee needs to be run a lot differently. I can guarantee you that my committee functions a lot differently than the Committee on Alumni Relations and Traditions. So I think trying to create another thing, I don't see the purpose of giving this additional responsibility to directors that they don't need to have, and that isn't going to be that useful. And I reserve the time.
Thank you. Affirmative to seek?
I'll seek time if no one else does for the affirmative.
You have it.
All right. So it's really it's not that much extra time, and it is providing a lot more benefits than like, it's not just cabinet. Cabinet can include a lot more things. It's the president's cabinet. This is making sure that it's the committee chairs, because it's for committees, it's not for the cabinet members. Because the president can appoint people at will, like literally the president could theoretically appoint 20 people to cabinet, all to vote for one specific initiative to pass, that like most of, not saying that this president would do it. Obviously this president wouldn't do it. I'm just saying, like, we need to think about worst case scenarios that could happen. Having a little bit more legislative oversight isn't a bad thing. I think having legislative oversight is a good thing. And we should, even if it's a little extra time, I don't see it being that much extra time. And the committee handbook would include, like the committee handbook could have different sections. I think it does have different sections for each committee. So each committee can still be run differently, but it's talking about like what counts as voting, what counts as other stuff like that. So I reserve my time.
Okay, I would also like to speak on affirmative. This we're kind of speaking.
You
on.
have it.
So basically, the committee board in effect won't take as much time. As far as I know, in previous years, not even last year, it was running 2 years ago, and it used to be a 1 month affair, like once in a month affair. So it wasn't that bad. It is just to like make sure that every legislator is fine with their direct chairs. There are no internal conflicts, which was really hard to manage this year without a committee board, because we have to go through 3-4 different people. But then again, it's not a big change. Voting yes or no either won't change much.
Okay, thank you. Does negative seek to hold floor?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I know that there's 2 other people that I think want to speak, so I'm going to keep it short. But I don't. If this doesn't make a big difference, then I don't see why we're doing it. The speaker already comes to cabinet, and there are other ways of going through. I don't think this helps solve any problems. I think it just complicates things and wastes everybody's time. But I reserved my time.
Thanks. Next on negative.
I'll take it. Okay, so I think that this is like a waste of. I just think that this is like entirely unnecessary. Like, if there are already plenty of avenues for dealing with problems in committees, I personally think that instead of a committee handbook, it should just be like standards outlined by the Speaker Pro Tempore, like publicly known. Like, we can just like solve that through like a simple thing. Like, if one committee is doing massively different like procedure than another, and it's a problem, the avenues to fix it already exist. This just overcomplicates the work. Also, it makes the bylaws longer. Yield.
Thank you.
Speaking for the negative, the only way I'd see this making sense is it being shared by the chief of staff, but I agree with both the North Hill and the director of S&P that it's might not be necessary.
Okay. Further new points, I'd prefer to move to voting on this committee board now, because everybody thinks it's unnecessary or one way or another. Let's just vote. Yes would be to promote the committee board. No would be to leave it out. Seeing relatively strong no, I think this will fail. Okay.
Are we gonna go to handbook after this?
Or can this just be considered like, does anyone feel strongly that we should keep the handbook?
If this happens, then all the committee handbook stuff goes out.
Yeah.
I want that to happen. I would like that.
I'm fine with committee handbook going.
Can I re-raise the point I just made? The very first time it's mentioned under pro temp for committee handbook or whatever, just say committees shall be governed under like standards set by the Speaker Pro Tempore. Like,
no, Speaker Pro Tempore doesn't hold any grounds there, because the only reason Speaker Pro Tempore had committee handbook was because Pro Tempore was the committee board chair. Now there is no oversight from legislature there.
I would say chief of staff because they chair cabinet.
But chief of staff is not legislature.
I'm just saying if you're going to make someone in charge of it, then
I don't think we should have it at all. Like, no committee, abolish the committee handbook.
Well, okay, we can get to that at a later point. Let's return though to this article. I don't want to kick the hornet's nest quite yet with the Committee on Accountability and Ethics. I'm having a good night for the next 30 minutes, but we will arrive at that soon, and that will be in the page 46 or so. But let's get to that in context because that will be a long knockdown, drag out argument. C, striking the City Council Student Advisory Committee, pro tempore. Just explain why very briefly.
I did not make that change.
Okay, interesting. Do you want to keep it? I think.
Oh, yeah, I'll go with it. I don't see a reason why it needs to be a closed committee. And also, I don't. Oh, wait. I think the reason was it is not decided by the SGA, who sits on closed city council.
That makes sense.
Okay. So it's not an SGA committee at all.
Then I think it makes the most sense to just
not
it. Okay. So what should be done with it? In your opinion?
Can you start a clock somewhere?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I don't even know what's going on here.
I just want to clarify that statement.
Go.
I'm not necessarily for or against this. Do you mind if I clarify that?
Keep going.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Okay. Yeah, so this is what Tobin created last year. So it's appointed. Some of it is like people are just on it because they're the VP of External Affairs for for PHA, the VP of External Affairs for IFC, or they're in GSG as the government relations person. But there's also an application for 3 at-large seats, which is handled through SGA.
But it was never done through SGA. That's why I thought it wasn't an SGA committee.
What do you mean by that?
Like this year, there was no ask from at least to me to appoint 3 legislators there.
It's not legislators; they're just at-large representatives, which were
This more like
they were
the ask here. What are we pushing for? I'm just confused.
Yeah, same. Like, is this a committee or not?
It does exist.
Is this?
Are you asking for it to be a? Are you asking for it to be a member of like a committee of the SGA, or is it just a body?
I'm not asking anything. I was just clarifying Kisley's comment that it's not through SGA.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, cool. So I can rescind it. Go ahead.
Let's just rescind.
I mean, but under that logic, like, shouldn't Title IX Advisory Board and Mental Health Student Advisory Board and all those things end up being in the bylaws?
I say we strike it.
That's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, it's not a big deal. So if we want to move on, we can move on. I just wanted to bring it up.
Because I'm not really sure what's happening, I'd prefer to just rescind this and keep it around. If it's extraneous, it is what it is, and then we have something to attack next time.
It doesn't affect much. Just rescind it.
Thanks. Caucuses of the SGA include the Black Caucus, Pride Caucus, Women's Caucus, and proposedly the Latinx Hispanic Caucus. All of these things will be considered below. They're probably going to be good things. I think y'all gonna like them. Caucuses are good. Are there any objections, though, to doing this here? Seeing no. So cool. Special Committee on Student Fees, I think corresponding will be negative. Adding Latinx meant to do that. Period. Okay. Ad hoc committees, no changes. Replacing Vice President with Director of Academic Affairs Technical completely. Okay, under Committee on Alumni Relations and Traditions, moving here, adding Student Alumni Leadership Council seems like a good idea. I think we also did this in the directorship as well.
We already did. Yep,
it's corresponding.
Yes, it should have been carried through.
All right, CBL changes to CBL. This is perfect. What?
Can the amendments about pending approval of the legislature be carried down onto like all these committees as well?
Yeah, that's
like that's concurring or technical. Like I didn't mean to say everything. I just want to make sure it gets.
No. I appreciate it. I wouldn't have thought about it. Did I miss? Yeah. Okay. There, and we'll keep doing that. C was proposed to provide amendments to the bylaws. Wait, what?
Am I not allowed to do that?
That changes this to suddenly a very substantive amendment that I think would be questionable.
I mean, there's nothing in the bylaws that says that we cannot amend the GDs at any time, as we did the standing rules of order last week. So like the fact that people repeatedly only want to do this during 1 or 2 meetings, like the way we do it now, is like just weird and messed up, in my opinion.
I mean, we're about to be in our second 9-hour meeting in the last 7 days. I'm just afraid of that going on. I mean, I'm fine then if this is seen as corresponding to include it here. I'm just, I'm a little bit nervous.
I would like caution, just like I think like in the language of like the changes to see that like those changes at any time, like I don't know if that like has like enough like protective language to like make sure like a parliamentarian doesn't go rogue. Is I think my concern here.
It's not well. They
to
all have,
clarify as the amendment sponsor, it says to provide technical amendments subject to confirmation by the ledge. Like that is the idea. That's like not to prevent that like prevents the parley from going rogue. That prevents.
Yeah. I was with you there.
Parley can just get fired. Like it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
Point of information. Shouldn't this be a 2/3?
Yeah, I would say
amendments are
2/3 should be
2/3.
preferable. Even if it's technical, it should still be 2/3.
Is that friendly with it?
Is that friendly, Quentin? I mean, I think
if that's the case. I don't think the clause is necessary because, you know.
Yeah,
If we remove it, I'm happier too.
Okay. Also, to address outlines point, I have a different procedure in terms of bylaw amendments at the very bottom of the document.
Okay. Are we good to rescind C then, I guess?
Rescinding.
Okay. Great.
That's contingent.
Yeah, that's contingent. We're going to get to it in context. Every officer, Director of S&P, I like this idea. And just to clarify, so my attendance policy was kind of arbitrary, but I just set it so that people that attended like half of meetings per semester would be able to then have voting rights. And I completely understand the points that you commented in about like participation, but I think as you've probably seen, Elena, like there's a lot of ways to speak up without voting. I just want to say that every officer, I'd like to add the subclause if it's friendly, just to say don't vote at your first meeting.
I think that's fine. Yeah, I think I said it in the comment. I'm happy with that. I see that as friendly.
Would the director of S&P see it as friendly if it was about their own like bylaws? Does that make sense?
Like I see that point, but then I don't want people to like not be able to speak up about broader things. Like if I see like if somebody's coming in to vote on something that's completely unrelated to their position, I get that, but then it becomes like, okay, well, is this broad change relevant to my committee or not? Like even if it's not specifically my committee that we're voting on, if that makes sense.
I just think that like CBO, like anyone can come and participate about anything, and I just think I understand the desire to want to be able to vote on like things that would directly affect that person's role.
To be honest with you, I hope that future parliamentarians find a way to make it a semi-closed committee. I think, you know, there is a certain amount of expertise or just like patience that comes with being participating, but that's a later conversation. And I'm fine with the intent of this. I just want to ensure that people don't just like randomly show up for one thing and then never come back and they don't know what's going on and they cause havoc.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd have to object to this as it is written, unfortunately.
Can we vote on this, or do you want to debate quickly? I'd prefer to vote on this.
I can vote.
Okay, thanks. Let's vote. Yes will include 4 and A together. No would be parliamentarian's discretion, I suppose.
Please vote. The faster we vote.
Yep.
All right. With a vote of 15. Narrow passage. Yeah, 15 to 13 language is included.
Very good. Gonna contingently, which may include.
But may include, I think USM Lobby Day and Terrapin Pride Day was deleted.
Yeah, break those. That's perfect. Okay, that's fine. Health and wellness, striking sexual health, and then striking harassment and assault, because this is kind of an S&P thing. Any objections here is essentially technical. Once, twice.
Nope.
Okay, director, technical. D.
Technical. Corresponding, sorry.
Yeah, essentially.
And H is.
Whoa. That was so fast.
HB is corresponding as well.
Yep.
I'm just going to start explaining the S&P changes because that's what we're going to next. But basically this is the same thing as before, where this was clearly written at a different time. These are all things that aren't included in the other things, but things that directors are already expected to do and are already outlined. And same thing with crossing out a couple of the different stakeholders specifically, just like mentioning the 3. And then they have the opportunity to reach out to more. And then the last one, just creating educational programs, which again, we already do.
Great. 5 hours and 21 minutes as present, going clause by clause. 1, deleting the appointment thing. This is technical. This is just a formatting issue. Objections, once, twice taken. Striking the whole membership thing.
Can we do as a block, just for time's sake?
That's fine. Yeah, if there are any objections here as I'm just going through things one by one, speak up, but I'm assuming that this is favorable. Yep, great. All right, moving to section 5 here, student groups, no amendments. Wanted to strike the domain. I think this is reasonably technical. I would just want to say SGA website and then strike the domain itself. Any objections? Once, twice, no. Okay, and this is corresponding, so here we go. Committee on Financial Affairs, technical, CFO versus VP of Finance. Chair may only cast their vote in instances, technical, especially given that it's, the VP of Finance proposing, the definitional, CFO.
The only thing is DI. That's the first.
What did we say last week about it?
It was slightly different, I think. But
what do you mean?
For the sakes of this, yeah, I'll rescind that.
Okay, rescinded. Thanks. The primary beneficiaries, yeah, this makes sense. 6. Ooh.
Are there any objections to this? If not, I'll explain.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, can you explain?
So the point of this is basically that's what the committee has used. Like fits in line with the policy of the disbursement of the student activities fee is like a very, very broad thing. The policy needs to be rewritten like 10 years ago. So the idea is basically that the SGA approves these set guidelines. It's approved at the first meeting every year. And so that we're going to follow our own rules that we put on student groups. This can be waived by 2/3 vote of the legislature. So like the legislature can say, no, this is a certain exception, but like there's an added thing. Like we have to be very careful about when we are going to say that we're an exception. Like, we're not going to just make it a thing. Like we're not just going to make ourselves an exception all the time. We're going to be very deliberate and careful about when it's an exception.
Apologies, I am having technical difficulties with Google Drive and I have absolutely no clue why. But I'm worried about, what the fuck is that?
Whoa.
Language.
I'm so sorry, decorum on myself. Yeah. What does that even mean? Let's see.
Shame on.
Something went wrong.
Can I make a request that you clean up that language a little bit, VP of Finance? I like this first part. I'm just curious what the purpose is.
Is in line with. So like basically the point is basically like it would be funded if a student group asked for it. Unless 2/3 of the legislature agreed to overturn it.
All right, back in business.
All this is saying is that if we would fund it for a normal student group, it's fine. If we would not fund it for a normal student group, then we need to have added scrutiny on behalf of the legislature to make sure that this is something worthy of an exception, to make sure that we're actually being, careful with our money.
Good.
I agree with I don't know, maybe this is just me, but I really do not understand what this first sentence means.
The request, so the committee reviews the request and is in line with the discretionary guidelines. So like it follows all the discretionary guidelines.
So funds must only be allocated if the following conditions are met. I would say is in line with the discretionary guidelines, and the subsection would be sentence 2.
Thought it was, but there you go.
Like I would say this B is because I don't like, I'm just in the opinion of the committee, I think is like,
oh, okay.
I think that language is just confusing.
Fine with me. Like that's technical. Is there like, I mean, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Ireland, why are you always anonymous?
I don't know.
Very mysterious.
Of her plan.
Okay. What is going on formatting? Yeah. Okay. Any objections to this as it reads now with 6? Once, twice, taken. Okay. Technical. Whoa. This is a good change. It's wordy. Business rep, if you want to explain.
Sure. This change, I just wanted to have it like in the bylaws, but it's essentially pretty much what is standard practice already. You can ask the current VP of Finance. It essentially says that if you're a legislator and you're on the Committee of Financial Affairs, that you're exempt from doing your required finance office hours. And then this states that you're exempt from doing those if you complete your legislative office hours and you allow those times and hours of those hours to be posted along with the other finance office hours, and vice versa. In terms of if you decide you want to do your finance office hours, you should allow that to be posted with your legislative office hours, the other legislative office hours.
Yeah, awesome. Any objections here?
Again, I would just request the language. If this is favorable among the parliamentarian, I'd be happy to take this offline with the business rep if we don't want it.
Wait, what's the problem?
I just think this block of text could be 2 sentences. Sorry, business rep.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm open to any. I thought it was very wordy, and I was seeking like any guidance into to make it less wordy, and no one was able to give that to me. So if you are able to, I would love that.
Oh, okay.
Move offline and continue.
Yeah, I mean, can we approve this though? I think it's good, and I think it makes sense. It can be followed and enforced. Yeah, agree in substance. Yep, great. Okay. Delete.
I'm rescinding that.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. And we have arrived. We note now that we are at 5 hours and 29 minutes, and now it's the main event that you've all been waiting for. All right, so this is the Committee on Accountability and Ethics. You all probably know what it is by now. You all probably have strong feelings. There's a lot of different asks here, but I'm going to start with the easy one, or well, kind of the basic one, which is, should we have a Committee on Accountability and Ethics? The alternative would be for all of these cases to be sent directly to GovBoard. The concern that was expressed and why this was unfavorable in committee was because if the governance board were the first, people to hear this, then there would not be sort of an appellate board. It would not be easy to go forward. Whereas I think some of the point of ethics, at least in the minds of many, is that it's at least the efficient kind of first line to determine whether or not there's grounds for an investigation or something like that. And obviously, like the governance board would handle things very differently. There are many reforms proposed, as you see throughout this document in the next couple of pages, to the ethics process. But at this point, I'm going to open up the question on whether or not we want all of the responsibilities of the ethics committee to just be pushed to governance board.
Are we voting on it directly?
I mean, if there's no desire for debate.
I just want to ask this question to like GovBoard as a whole. Because ethics typically has like kind of the role with dealing with like kind of internal matters within legislature and exec. So just kind of like I as far as I understand it, like kind of GovBoard is kind of like a little more formal and more focused on like kind of actual bylaws, like breaking bylaws, like kind of like really, really serious violations of the rules. So I'm just like kind of wondering how they would feel about like picking up like kind of maybe smaller individual. I don't want to call them squabbles, but like kind of individual problems between members. That's kind of toward like kind of gov board members.
Yeah, this might have been debated, and that's fine. But
defer to the committee sponsor first, and then I'll offer my side.
Yeah, for sure. You do bring up a really good point. However, I think like overall, it's like the governance board is probably more trusted, I think, than the accountability and ethics more overall. And that's a big reason why I kind of supported this. Ethics really has like an image problem, right? And the governance board may or may not have that problem currently after recent decisions, right? However, another big thing is the whole de novo aspect of the jurisdiction. When I put this amendment forward, we would just see cases already. So if someone appealed to ethics, we acted as ethics. We were basically ethics. So I think to your question, like we can handle the capacity. And yes, I do think it might be a little below us that we have to deal with like more squabbles than like matters of constitutionality. However, I think it is for the reputation of this organization, the better move.
Let me ask a point of information then for you, Bryce. We just made a lot of the governance board proceedings essentially open and publishable. How would, in cases like this, the governance board work to maintain confidentiality, especially in cases that, you know, might be desirable for both parties to keep things out of the open?
So I'm pretty sure the bylaws state that we can't post stuff, like there's limits. And so I guess with the Committee of Accountability and Ethics, if it was to go into Gov Board, like we wouldn't publish that stuff. From my understanding, we don't publish current ethics stuff. If the respondent loses, I don't really remember because the respondent was flipped. But
that's fine. Well, okay, as long as there might be a mechanism to solve that. Cool. Further debate?
If I may respectfully consume some negatives.
Absolutely.
So I think needless to say, if we did affirm this striking the entire committee, we would have to amend governance board bylaws once again. That's no reason, of course, in this decision, but just a note. I also think that it does kind of undermine the appellate kind of ideal behind the governance board, the existence of it in the SGA. So like, therefore, you know, if we heard an ethics case, how would that potential claimant who does have the right to an appeal, you know, basic ideals in governance, where would they appeal to? The advisor, which I think there it loses the, you know, the integrity of it. Secondly, I think it does make sense in the current structure that ledge members, you know, the speaker presides, et cetera, because they are more familiar with those, to use the public health reps words, like squabbles, you know, what's going on and more familiar. It should only reach the governance board should, you know, the reach decision not be, you know, if someone desires to appeal it. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Okay. Next.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure. 2.
What does de novo mean?
Originally.
Jurisdiction.
Kind of, you know, for the first time.
Sorry.
Engineering rep, did that explain your question? I'm happy to explain for you.
Yeah, thanks.
So, sorry, just a bunch of people. Sorry. The de novo means, so if we sent person A to ethics and they were given X consequence, an original case would say you would look at what person A did. Then a kind of a appeal process would be you would look at the X punishment, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Or process.
Okay, great. Further debate?
For the sake of time, I'm not going to debate on this any further.
Thanks. Anybody else seek to?
I seek the negative.
Okay, thanks.
So y'all know that I am kind of like, ethics is not my favorite committee. I think everyone knows that. Mm-hmm. That being said, I think we've made a lot of strides in expanding governance boards look over ethics, and I think that there are ways to change the ethics process itself. I think we need to change the ethics process itself. I would love for the committee maybe in a year to be dissolved. We can't just get rid of it now, because then there'll be even less checks and balances on the ethics process. I think we need to keep it for now. It's the devil we know rather than the devil we don't. So with that, I reserve.
Thanks. Next, Floor.
Can I take the negative really briefly?
Sure, as you're going to be the last probably.
Just to keep this really quickly, to ditto to the appellate comments, but also that I think this serves as like a decent sort of filter to like determine the cases of like serious matters. And I think like it's like, and I think all of my other points actually have been covered. So ditto to the rest of negative 4.
Great. Affirmative. Anyone?
Yeah.
Can I speak on it? Actually, you got it.
I just wanted to say quickly that I think that this has been said to be something that should only be used in like cases where, you know, there's something serious going on. So, I mean, if there's something serious that's going on, everybody already knows about it in the organization. And the whole reason that we have governance board as not being able to hold other positions is so that they can be more objective in their decisions. So I feel like that would be a huge benefit of bringing it directly to the governance board. And I reserve time for the affirmative.
Sorry about that. All right. Okay. Does anybody else seek affirmative? I'll just pull up 40 seconds, I guess. Yeah.
Tell me when I should go.
Sure.
Or I'll just go right now. So yeah, I think one of the biggest things we have to understand is the accountability ethics is created by members of SGA who are in the legislature and exec, and frankly, that doesn't make sense because given this example, right, the human resources department is not staffed by people who are in the department themselves. They're staffed by outside members, right? You have specific people for HR. Why should we not have specific people for these type of violations? The ethics, it does not make sense for ethics to be created by members of our group. All right, thank you. Wait, what? Who said Bach?
Clock wasn't running.
Clock has been running. Apologies, different clock, but it's here. Hope you see it.
My fault.
Yeah, you're all good. Definitely tricky. This is just easier to use. But yeah, both sides have essentially exhausted time down to like 5 seconds or less. So
sorry if I interrupted you, Lolly.
Mr.
President, you'll be right.
Can I speak on affirmative for the last? Never mind. I guess there's no more time.
Mr. Parliamentary, is there any way to extend debate time considering the interest?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, just two aside. That's fine. Please keep this short.
Yeah, so I think that if we I totally agree with Alawi's points, and I actually think that if we used GovBoard instead, we would see a lot less squabbles, because I think whatever people want to determine as squabbles, I think part of the reason that people go with these almost like using ethics for petty things or even to attack people. I was recently sent to ethics and I feel that it was an attack and an intimidation on me. I don't think that would happen if it was in GovBoard. I reserve.
Thanks. Okay. Any floor?
Can I do a point of clarification?
Sure.
Just as the chair of the committee. Up until, I would say, April, the committee was not used in it wasn't excessively used, and so I think there's been an uphill in cases in the past month. So just to put that in perspective, but.
Without speaking out of turn here, we've taken probably 15 cases in the last month as opposed to maybe 5 for the rest of the entire school year. Yeah. So, it depends on people using it poorly.
I seek to yield the negative.
For which? Sorry, negative? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
My gravest concern here is the lack of an appellant body to, should governance board become the first line of defense, there's no one to appeal to. I think we are taking the right steps above in the work we've done so far this evening to increase the oversight of governance board and the oversight over specifically ethics where these issues have seemed to arise. I think more of what we're basing a lot of our ideologies on and potentially striking it is a culture issue of this specific year. which is unfortunate, but it's the reality. And my gravest concern, nonetheless, is just the lack of an appellant body, which is necessary in any organization. Yep.
Can I get a point of information? Oh wait, you go first. My fault.
Sorry, no, I interrupted you twice. Now go ahead.
Okay, so you said that we have to re-edit the this is the Chief Justice. We have to re-edit the governance board documents, right? Is that done? When is that done? Like it says, is that done after the session or before the session?
I would defer to the parliamentarian. However, I'm just saying if we do strike this whole committee, all of the procedures relevant to how the committee operates would effectively need to be added in some sense to the governance board part of the bylaws.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the question to me in terms of adjusting governance board bylaws?
Yeah, so like when is it actually done? Is it done, has it been done or is it going to be done?
So we did that in Article 3.
Yeah, we did that above. I mean, depending on the substantive changes here, we may be essentially forced to consider some corresponding changes, but we already did it.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So the way that we change jurisdiction now can somebody explain like what the jurisdiction would be if someone were to take an ethics like case to the gov board now on an appeal? Would that be the quasi-writ? Like what kind of jurisdiction would that be if someone were to appeal it now?
I can answer that, and then Chief Justice add on if I miss anything. Currently, or this past year, the way it's been is that if anyone chooses to appeal the decision of ethics, the only things that can be talked about in front of gov board is the original case. So you cannot mention technically the decision made by the lower body or anything of the sort. It's simply here are the facts that were presented to ethics before the appeal. With making it original jurisdiction, now I believe the gov board can consider the decision of ethics and all other information.
If I may just further labor on that in response to the point of information, not as a debate. That is very much correct. So the governance board as it stands before the bylaws is amended this evening, we're very constricted. We could only review, as the speaker said, original case information, which did limit us, especially in the sense of what many petitioners were seeking, in some case. So the oversight has been increased by the changes we've made tonight. That's why I think ethics would be, should be seen in a more favorable light given the greater oversight.
Can I get another point of information? I don't know, actually, I don't know if this would be counted as a point of information or not. If it isn't, just like let me know. But because given your motivations for an appellate board and the necessity of the appellate board, would you feel comfortable with just appointing the members of ethics yourself?
So I would defer to the original sponsor on that until I express my opinion.
Just to re-clarify, I was dozing off a little bit. Your suggestion is what?
So Gov Board is the only people who are just going to appoint the people in ethics.
Honestly, I think that'd be a fantastic idea.
Okay.
Can I offer maybe a point of clarification there? The president appoints justices, and a lot of the concerns that have been made are about the president perceivedly over exercising power. So maybe that's debate, but there you
also, there's already an amendment to have random selection. Yeah. So maybe we should just consider what we have because we already have a big combo going on.
Yeah, I would
have a lot of suggestions down below.
Okay, are we voting on this now?
I think we're ready for a vote. So a vote of yes will be to strike the committee so that there is no more committee on accountability. A vote of no will keep the committee. And then we'll, if the committee is kept, then we continue through the changes that are proposed. If the committee is not kept, we do not look at any more of the changes because there's no committee to change.
Just clarify, Mr. Speaker, no is keeping, yes is removing.
Yes, yes is removing the committee. No is keeping the committee.
Seeing 10 to 19 or so?
Yep.
Okay. That will fail.
Committee
okay.
Means
11 to 18. Yeah, it'll fail. Okay. So A would be an addition. The speaker, sorry.
Just point of parliamentary procedure. I'm just looking at the time. Are we just continuing? I know we were supposed to get cut off at midnight. I just want to.
Yeah, here we are. This is where
I know that's probably not a debate you want to have right now, but
no. I appreciate it. It's a good point. I mean, we are, 5 hours and 15 minutes, or no, wait, I can't even. Yeah, almost 6. 5 hours and 45 minutes is what I meant to say. So it's bad, but here we are. Let's push through. We're doing decently.
I will mention we are getting close to quorum in terms of representatives here.
That is relevant.
If we lose quorum, then we can't vote on the bill itself. If you plan to leave at any point, let us know. So then we might need to move out of committee of the whole to pass the stuff that we've already looked at. And again, as the parliamentarian mentioned at the beginning, all changes that won't be looked at tonight, they won't be completely scrapped. Those will be assembled into another document and passed down for future year. So the work of CBL is not lost if we don't pass everything today.
So if we lost quorum, would that mean that this bill just none of the changes that we've made tonight, they all go in that?
If we lose quorum, and it seems to be a consistent pattern just to address this, then I'm going to encourage people to just call their friends and wake them up or something like that so that we can just pass what we have. And then we'll leave because we're assuming that people aren't willing to continue this process. And I don't support that at all. I think that would kind of suck and be a disservice to, the committee that's been working really hard for this semester bi-weekly. But also everybody that's been proposing changes regardless of their participation. So please don't do that. But yeah, we'll figure something out if quorum keeps dipping below a critical level.
Yeah, as another legislature, like if everyone's like leaving, like we should probably make a vote on this. Like we've spent so many hours on this. CBL has spent many more hours on this. We definitely should vote before this.
Make it clear we're not there yet. But
I know we're not there yet, but should that begin to become the case, we should.
We just focus.
Yeah, it's
moving to turbo drive.
This was a good warning, so appreciated by public health. But okay, addition, the speaker shall only vote to break ties. This is in effect what already happens. This is almost technical. Are there any objections here? I'm clearing all. All right, seeing none, so confirmed. Ex officio is redundant, it just is. In non-voting capacity, I never vote.
So these changes were made during tonight's meeting.
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for that since I've been discussing these changes for a couple of days, then they just got added now. There's a few competing changes. I think appointing members by the Chief Justice would be quite strange and just came up 4 minutes ago. Would that be rescinded, North Hill?
Sure.
Okay. SGA advisor is a non-voting member. That's always true. North Hill, are you rescinding? On Chief Justice.
Did I type that? Oh yeah, Chief Justice rescind.
Thank you. So there's a couple ideas here. I think there's a couple proposals for essentially randomization, so I'm going to go ahead and explain them. The first one, and I'll be frank here, there is one that I prefer to try to salvage intent here. The idea would be to appoint 5 members by the president and 5 members by the speaker pro tempore, have them be confirmed, but for each case have 6 randomly selected members that will actually be hearing said case. And the SGA advisor would be able to verify some random number generator or something like that. The alternative would be to have random appointments for each and every case, which I can say with relative confidence, having participated on the committee, would be extremely difficult and would slow down the ethics timeline even more so than it already has been.
Yeah. Point of information, would this be I guess essentially to make a jury for each case?
More or less. I mean, well, both of these in some sense are doing similar things with that. But the A through C as they would function right now would kind of create a circuit court model in which you have select random kind of draws from the marble bag of the ethics committee, which is publicly known, but then you don't know exactly who's hearing you until the investigation potentially opens or something like that. Whereas instead this would be, D&E would be separate, essentially an exclusive for just random draws every single time for juries. It would be difficult to pull off.
All right. For D&E, can I argue against, or is that later?
I mean,
can
order. Okay. Let's do hand raises.
Yeah, please. There are a number of ways to divide this question. I understand that.
And we'll go in the order of hand raises. Parliamentarian, could you start a 5-minute timer on just comments and random questions?
I would be happy.
You need a time control on this.
Very much so.
And then debate. All right.
Commentary, that's ours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am using this after your use of it. So thank you very much.
I'm glad you're finding use.
It's really good.
Body president.
About the, I'm sorry. I know that. So would this be for like every single case, even if it was like I submitted X, Y, and Z because it was all the same situation?
Parliamentarian, could you answer that?
Sorry, what's the same situation?
So if 3 people punched me in the SGA office at the same time,
that would be bad.
Would you have to, like, for each separate case, because you would file them separately because it's separate people, would you have to convene a whole new body, or would you allow, like, I just think about how, especially there's been an influx of cases, to have to redo the body every single time seems like a huge drain on
I mean, in the hypothetical that you're posing with 3 separate kind of aggressors, I assume that it would probably fall under one investigation in that case, but I think your fundamental intent would be correct insofar as you would be convening, say 3 people punched you one week, then somebody else punched you the next week. Those would definitely be 2 different investigations with 2 different bodies that would be hearing it, like completely separate, and it would be very strange.
I have a question. Punching people, isn't that office of student conduct? Is that
okay, we're taking the
hypothetical.
It's 12:15.
The other thing, I guess it's a question, but the way that the committee has run, especially now when there's multiple cases, is that when we meet, we discuss multiple cases. We go through and discuss multiple. Does that mean in the language currently that for each case there needs to be a new board, or how does? Because if for every case it has to be a new board, it's going to take months to get through it, just to coordinate everyone's schedules and such. So, proposer, could you?
Like, oh, okay, but I can answer that if people want.
Just for
before.
Okay, wait, what was the question? I don't even understand. Like,
so the question is that ethics, when they meet, they discuss multiple cases at a time. They go through, it's like finance deliberations. They discuss multiple cases. With the language that I currently see and understand is, ethics meets, sees case 1, and then, adjourns, and then a new ethics board needs to meet to see case 2, and then adjourns. And so the timeline would be progressed. Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah, but like, didn't you just say like a few minutes ago that in the first half of the year there were only like a handful of cases? Like, right? Did you say that?
I did say that, but
yeah. So my response to the question would be that under a system where ethics is completely randomized, that people would use ethics like much less, and so it would be a much more feasible process. And also, like, the chair of ethics would still have the ability, like, to prioritize certain cases. Like, if someone, like, I don't know, punch someone, like, bad example, but if someone did something extremely egregious, like, that could be prioritized as to, like, if someone's just doing some type of, like, petty, like, complaint, then, like, that should take longer because, like, people should be discouraged from, like, if you, like, make the cases that shouldn't be submitted take longer, that's creating disincentives for people not to submit those. Also, like, my question that I was going to ask, can we make 5-3? Like, it doesn't really, like, if we're going to do a combination, and I'm in support of D&E to be clear, but if we are going to do A, B, and C where it's a combination of random and appointed, I think they should be equal in weight. Yeah. So I would be curious if the amendment sponsored that.
I'm confused by what you're saying. You're saying that it should be like, it should still be 3 and 3 of the random.
Yeah, it should be, now I'm talking about A, B, and C. So yeah. A and B should say 3-3, and then 6, because then you have an equally amount of appointed and an equally amount.
So the way that I wrote that is that there's 10 people total, 6 of which will try a case at random. If we made it 3-3-6, then the random allotment is the total, like, is all the marbles in the bag.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm definitely
We can
super.
provide weight so that it's all so it's always 3 reps and always 3
Wait,
exacts.
can I get a question before
Alex,
this ends?
if I can just briefly interject here, Alex, given what you just said, are you willing to rescind the 3 and 3 total randomness to move towards the 5 and 5 with 6 draw?
No, because I'm super against that now, because it was my understanding that it would be a combination of appointed and randomized people, but now, and let me know if I'm wrong, the A, B, and C option is like 10 appointed and you randomly choose from those 10,
That's correct.
right?
That is the intent.
Yeah. So I think that doesn't really address any of the problems, or a lot of the problems that were brought up. I would still like to see complete randomization for equity.
Understand.
If I may, quick point of information regarding A, B, and C versus D and E. Additionally, like an additional measure in A, B, and C is the confirmation before the legislature. Fully personally aware of other people's like hopes later on as we continue amending, but there are additional. So A, B, and C sponsor, you're saying that these people need to be confirmed by Ledge, and they are like for the session, they are the ethics people. It's just kind of luck of the draw which 6 are hearing the case, and then D and E, these 3 each time they're chosen randomly, and they don't have to get confirmed. They just have to get okayed by the SGA advisor. Is that correct?
I'll take it first. For yes, A, B, and C was with intent that they are confirmed. So it would be public knowledge, which the 10 are. The 6 would be random and confidential per case. I mean, I also thought that would help alleviate some of the concerns that the speaker raised earlier, although I acknowledge it won't be all of them. Does that answer your question, Chief Justice?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Northover.
Can I get a point of information? For A through C, will these people be outside of SGA, and for D through E, would they be outside of SGA? So, like, are they already representatives? Are they already exec?
In no case would members be outside the organization, to my understanding.
Yeah,
So
5 representatives, 5 executive branch.
Okay.
Can I provide some information?
We're running way over time here, but yeah, point of information, then we need to move to something like debate because this is...
So yeah, this might also be debate, but this is somewhat similar to the model that the University Student Judiciary currently uses. So I think it's fair that we're consistent with that. I'm referring to A, B, and C.
Okay, thanks. Cool. I think floors are probably already forming. Do people want to move to debate here? It will still be 2 minutes on each side.
Yeah, could we debate the D and E first?
I think we should debate whether or not we do A, B, and C versus D and E, right?
Yeah, I think those are the 2 sides. I think, I'll just here.
Okay.
A, B,
I
C.
submitted mine first, but whatever.
Point of personal privilege about my rights. I submitted a thing first about confirming them. Are we just including that within, like taking it as a given? Are we going to talk about that later, or is that just going to?
I think that depends on the outcome of this one, right?
I think that the VP of Finance's amendments should be considered, but if they aren't, they wouldn't be relevant if D and E passed.
Let's just consider D and E first.
Fair point.
See how that goes.
So ABC versus D and E.
No, just D and E. Just D and E versus the world.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, so if we do D and E, then we pass D and E, then ABC is just gonna get negated then.
I mean, yeah, everything just gets negated otherwise besides D and E.
Versus the world. Well said.
Yep, Scott Pilgrim.
All right, cool.
Great. Yeah, so any affirmative D and E, Ofcom's outlining, you take it first.
Yeah, so I think complete randomization is the only way to simultaneously protect the integrity of the ethics process while also ensuring that it's not abused through power dynamics. I hear the concerns about logistics and time and stuff, but I do think that with a more equitable ethics process, that there will inherently be like less frivolous cases brought. I reserve. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak for it. But the others side.
Either floor open, yeah. Anyone on deck? Either floor.
For not DNA.
Sure.
Yeah. So I have kind of like a general problem with these, which is like kind of not related to logistics or anything. Just like kind of with like smaller stuff, with like kind of like personal like things that you may report to ethics. I mean, bad example, yeah, someone punched me. I don't necessarily want like 6 random people knowing what's happening. I kind of want just ethics board to deal with it. And so I think if we have like how many 6 random people elected every single case, I think it gets to the point of there are 6 people on every like. We've talked about rumor mills before. This is how it gets started. There are random people on each of these cases, and then everyone finds out about everyone's like personal business within SGA. That's not what we want. I'm done.
Thanks. Either floor.
Does anyone want to take it, or I can take it?
Can I take 4?
Go.
All right. So I would just say that the nature of this organization, we already kind of do know each other's business. And I think that there is an inherent problem with the selection process in which people have different biases going into it. And I think that this is the best way that we can ensure that the people who are selected for ethics are not only doing the job that they're supposed to, but also that like people who have different personal biases, it'll be random. So like you don't stack in ethics in favor of like what the president wants or what the pro tem wants. It's like completely random, and like their own like decisions in that process has no weight on it. I reserve.
Thanks. Northville, I think. Hasn't spoken.
I had left that up.
Can I respond on?
Yeah, if you want, fine.
Yeah. So I think this is like kind of the biggest purpose of the advisor, which is like they sit on ethics to like make sure that this stuff runs right, that like it's not stacked in anyone's favor, that's not going in a way that's not supposed to. They have no obligation to any of us. That's their job. And so that's why I think ethics should be this set body that we know about, but that the advisor sits there to make sure that it runs properly and that things work the way they're supposed to. I'm done.
Point of clarification.
Is this clarification or debate?
It's added information to refute what the public health said.
This is debate.
Time. Cool. All right. I have correspondence with the SGA advisor, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. He has said to me in an email, it's on the public record with the governance board. The governance board can back me up, that he is there to advise, but he cannot overrule the body of the SGA. So it is the leadership. So even if he thinks something is going wrong, he cannot intervene and say, no, this is wrong. You're doing it all wrong. We're going to go my way or the highway. So while he is there to give advice, what matters is the people in the room. The people in the room are ultimately who makes the decision. The advisor can only advise, cannot actually make that final thing.
Affirmative is out of time, negatives, 40 seconds.
This is more of a point of information. I mean, like to the ethics committee as a whole, I'm assuming you guys listen to the advisor.
I can take it. Yeah. Yeah, we do.
More or less.
More or less.
Seeing student body president raising a hand.
Sorry. I think student body president has.
Assuming that's going to be something on the negative that's new.
Yeah, I would just say that I'd like to refute the VP of Finance's claims. Multiple times that I've worked personally with the advisor, I've changed my course of action based on his advice. And I think to assume that he has no sway if they're making an unethical decision is wrong.
Thanks.
Motion to extend debate. Oh, sorry.
I'd like to move to a vote on extending debate, but I'd really prefer a motion to just vote.
We voting on whether to vote?
Yes, let's vote on whether we want to extend debate. Yes, we'll extend debate. No, we'll move to a period of voting.
All right. With a
15,
vote.
16, 17, no.
Yeah, so we'll move into a period of voting on this.
Clearing all. All right, a vote of yes will be for D and E. A vote of no will be against D and E.
Please vote.
Take one speaker.
In the spirit of voting against change, with a vote of 14 to 15, this does not pass.
Okay, so now we can divide the questions remaining in A, B, and C. I think the most, wait, what just happened? Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I don't know why I accidentally, what? Why is that underneath? All right, let me copy that suggestion over. Do that as a suggestion, just for clarity. Okay, I think the next relevant thing here would be the 10 and 6, or would be the confirmation for legislature?
I think we should do how we've done it before, where we do the general structure and then do the whatever they're called.
I think that we should do the confirm and then the thing, because
I'm a fan.
Yeah, just in order of amendments proposed.
I seek the affirmative whenever that.
Can I move for an amendment on the thing?
What's the amendment?
Yeah, can the amendment be for people outside of SGA?
So just anybody outside the SGA that the president would seek to appoint, and anybody that the pro tempore would seek to appoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you put that amendment on a vote?
Point of order, we're not accepting new amendments at this time.
Yes, I was going to ask, is this viewed as friendly by the amendment sponsor? Hello?
Which amendment sponsor?
Really either, I guess, but
could it be made? Never mind. I was going to say, could it be made friendly and then divided so that we can vote on it?
No.
Well, then
it's not by the gentleman from Louisiana.
Okay, so I'm going to say it's not friendly, so therefore it won't be added.
I think it would be outside the scope of having ethics as an internal body.
Okay, so let's focus on this. What are we debating first?
Can we consider all of it as a unit? Five.
I object to that.
Let's talk confirmation, then.
Let's do, I agree that we should be doing confirmation first. And so this is both confirmations in A and in B.
I seek the affirmative for confirmations.
Okay. Okay, you have it.
I won't be long. The Committee on Financial Affairs gives out $1 million a year. They are confirmed. We need to make sure that these people are ethical. We need to make sure that there aren't people put in place that are obviously unethical, that are only serving to present the self-interests or the interests of the people that are appointing them, as can happen very often. Not that has happened this year, but that could happen. It also serves as a check. It also makes sure that we know. Right now, there are people who know who's on ethics. I know who's on ethics right now. I could do undue influence on them. There is going to be undue influence on the people on ethics. That's bound to happen. We just need to make sure that it's level rather than just completely gone away, because no matter what happens, there is going to be influence. We just need to make sure that the people that appoint them, which generally happen to fall in within the in-group of SGA, that are generally not minorities, not minoritized, have been in the organization for a long time and hold a position of power, are not oppressing or just hurting the rights of the minority or the minoritized, Yeah, I reserve my time.
Thank you. Either side.
I'd like to make a quick point of personal privilege that about the VP of Finance talking about whether or not the members of the leadership are minorities, considering the gender and the ethnicity of the president and the speaker pro temp. And then I'd like to take the negative.
All right, you have that.
I would just like to say that the VP of Finance's problem is the fact that some people have the ability to influence who's on ethics. I believe that this doesn't solve that problem. This, in fact, makes it larger and makes it a lot worse. So I do not believe that this should pass.
Okay, sorry, stopping now. Cambridge rep, I'm seeing a hand. Side.
Yeah, I'd like to speak negative as well. I think if the people are known on ethics, it's just going to create those people as the ethics people. And I think people will come to them and try to influence them, whether like we think they're going to do that or not. Also, people will view them as ethical if they like what they're doing and not ethical if they don't like what they're doing. So it's just going to create a weird power dynamic in SGA that shouldn't exist.
Right, Chief Justice.
I also seek to consume negative. I think confirmation does not, the Vice President of Financial Affairs indicated that he thinks the confirmation would undo the abilities for specific members to provide undue influence. I think this, like the others stated on negative, put a magnifying glass on that. It makes these members more accessible. Everybody knows who they are. VP of Finance also expressed a concern about no checks. I think the checks in there in the bylaws as they're written prior to his amendment are half of it is half are selected by exec, half are selected by the speaker pro temp, but fully against confirmation by legislature. I just think it puts a magnifying glass on the committee.
Thank you. Okay.
Point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege here. Never mind.
Okay. Off-campus outlying, Alex, I see a hand first. Sorry.
Yeah, so we're talking about problematic power dynamic as one of the two people who was not on the majority ticket and someone who has not known who's on ethics this entire year. Like, it makes me feel extremely uncomfortable that people who have the ability to send me to ethics through intimidation, like that they know who's on ethics because they're in the in group. Like, this rumor mill and all that stuff, like that's going to happen regardless. Like, at least we should be honest and transparent about it. And I think that will solve a lot of the problems I reserve.
Thanks. Alawi, off campus.
Yeah, thank you so much. So it's important to understand the fact that ethics people are rarely held accountable because the only people that are reporting them are people inside the in-group. And this in-group is very secretive and this in-group is very insular, right? If this is a... Oh, my fault. If this is the... Wait, what?
If you just finish your sentence, finish your thought.
Wait, I'm out of time?
Yeah.
Okay, just to be clear, this helps power dynamics. Knowing who's in ethics makes sure that we know what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, great. Negative 30 seconds, whoever seeks. Anyone?
If Pro Temp's willing to chair this, I would like to.
Sure.
If you.
Okay, go ahead.
I will say.
Point of parliamentary procedure. If the speaker was going to debate, shouldn't he have stepped down at the beginning of the debate?
I haven't said anything during the debate.
His conduct hasn't materially affected anything, and he didn't seek to step down until now. That's fine.
That's the representative is right.
Like my point, like it's in violation of our governing documents, and it's problematic power dynamic. So.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, if the speaker would mind not debating, then okay, that'll be the easiest solution here.
I can take negative if no one else wants it.
Sure, go for it.
I just want to say, as someone who was on the majority ticket elect this year, I have absolutely no clue who's in ethics. So, like, I think it's just people who find out who are in ethics or not. Personally, I don't think that there's like that whole power dynamic thing. Like, I know people who are also on the majority ticket who have no idea who's in ethics. So it's not just like a majority ticket, minority ticket thing. That's all I have to say. If anyone else wants it.
To consume the remainder. I just think that expanded oversight, like I'll say before, of governance board, if anyone has issues with I fully hear the issues that exist and that you have concerns about, but you now have the ability to appeal the governance board and make that specific ask, and the governance board will render their decision.
Yep. Okay. Out of time on both sides. I think we should move to a period of voting now on this. Again, this is confirmation by the legislature.
Extend debate by a minute.
On a minute. Wait, what? A minute on both sides?
Minute equally divided. 30 seconds each.
Entertain a procedural vote on that.
A vote of yes will extend debate. A vote of no will move us into a period of voting. Please vote.
Thinking that this will carry, probably. Nope. Oh.
Please vote. Please vote.
Wait, could you repeat yes and no, please?
Yes is to extend debate. No is to move to a period of voting.
All right. 13.
Go ahead.
Yep. The more debated is 30 seconds both sides.
Thanks. Oh, 0. Okay. North Hill, which side? North Hill?
Affirmative. Can you hear me? All right, sorry. Okay, so I really think that it's important that they need to be confirmed by the legislature. First of all, like unethical people can be appointed if they're doing so secretly, and it really just allows us to know who is on it. Will not create any kind of like undue burden on them. Like the Gov board, when they render decisions on appeals, that's public information. You know exactly who is voting for or against you, and like it's not like we're like attacking the Gov board members or feeling salty or anything like that against them. I just don't think that this really has all the problems that people to list off for them.
Thanks. Okay. If negative seeks the 29 seconds they have. Anyone? Anyone on negative?
I'll speak on negative.
Sure.
I don't think that the people on ethics deserve to have the entire legislature and people going through ethics complaints, staring at them and waiting for them to make a decision based on the person they are. They should be making this decision anonymously, as is the whole process.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I'll consume the small remainder.
Thanks. 7 seconds just running off.
The issue of in-groups in SGA, to me, is not solved by the confirmation of legislature because the in-group still has the majority of ledge vote. That's all I'll say. And I think that was below.
Thanks. Oh, fun sound.
I have a question, like very quick.
Point of information to...
I guess information, isn't the point of having C, like, so that people won't know exactly who's on it? Like, isn't that the whole point?
Wait, I'm sorry, of what?
Of clause C. I know that's not what we're talking about right now, but like that seems to be I don't know if I guess maybe
that will enter into the later consideration, but right now it's the conversation on whether we want to confirm the overall body itself.
Okay, I guess I just feel like the two are related, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's
Wait, so information really quickly. Are we considering only A and B?
We're only considering and confirmed by the legislature in both A and B. I think the separate question that we'll consider afterwards would be the 5 versus 3 with C.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're now moving, I believe, to a period of voting. And please just be voting on a yes will be to say confirmed by the legislature, no will be against that.
Please vote. Pro temp, please vote. Or CMNS rep Alicia, vote. All right, with a vote of 16 to 14, it passes.
Okay. So now I believe we should be combining the remainder of A through C. So positive would be, I'm going to call this 10/6, and then not that. So the idea for the remainder of this would be to have 10 members appointed and confirmed, and then for each individual case to randomly select 6.
I was wondering if so it was mentioned earlier that we add like an equal weighting that it's always 3 reps and 3 exec. I personally don't have a preference if that gets amended, but somebody else did. Or yeah. But if nobody speaks up.
I would like that language.
Okay. So is that friendly? Sorry, Northell?
Sure, unless there's serious objection. Could you maybe put like of the 3 like at the beginning? Because
of the 5, is that sufficient?
Yeah, that works.
So don't abbreviate there.
Would the amendment sponsor also see this favorable to like try each meeting so that we get rid of the like multiple cases per meeting issue?
I think that may be like, I think that may lead to a problem.
I mean,
potential problem. I'd see that like the idea is that it's not like, I'm just not gonna see that as friendly because I think that you want different people looking at different cases. I think that they may be able to like, I'm just gonna stop speaking. I don't see it as friendly.
Okay. Do people wish to move out of the informational phase and into debate on the 10 versus 6 idea?
Are there any objections to the 10 versus 6 idea? I'll ask again. Yes. Are there any objections? Yes. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I guess.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move into a period of debate. We'll have 2 minutes. Would you like the not that side?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Got it.
I don't believe that it expanding
the clock. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, you have it. Apologies.
I think with ethics supposed to be a confidential process and trying to remove the amount of harassment I expect these members to get, I do not believe that it should be a bigger committee. That's it.
All right, would anyone like to have the, all right, Northfield, go ahead.
Okay. While I see your point, Madam President, I think that the main benefit isn't like it moving to 10, but the random allotment per case thing. So later on, and we'll discuss this when we get there, like we have appeals that go back through the committee. And in my view, this allows, like if you have a problem with how the process was handled the first time and you appeal through it, having a different jury essentially go through is, would like, it basically expands your rights either as a complainant or an accused. I think that the jury idea like ensures that actually more confidentiality for those committee members now that they're confirmed by the legislature. I yield anyone seeking time.
Just point of information.
Yes.
Don't appeals now go through Gov Board?
We'll get to that when we get to it, but it's lower down below and only slightly.
It's worth noting that we're now 6 hours and 24 minutes into this. Let's please try to escape. Next on the debate, I see Director of SMP.
Yeah, I would do the 10/6. I just want to say I think that would allow for more people and therefore like a more diverse group of people to be on ethics. And I also do think that it'll help protect those who are on the Committee on Accountability and Ethics, because then nobody will necessarily know which 6 are serving on that case, which would give them some sense of being able to say they weren't involved in something. And I reserve the time.
Thanks.
I have a point of information.
Sure.
Sorry, just muted myself. I know we aren't accepting new things, but would amendment sponsors be favorable to adding something as in if you were found to be directly lobbying or whatever term we want to use or trying to influence members of ethics, they'll be recommended for immediate impeachment and removal?
Where would you add that?
Isn't that in the
currently it's if you're like interfere with your own investigation, it would be an automatic recommendation of impeachment.
I think it should be anyone's.
That's fair.
It's not technically where I put my language, but I think that's a great idea, Madam President.
Yeah, that's not mutually exclusive and should happen. Should happen anyway, in any case. Leonardtown?
Yeah, I would like to speak on 1 second.
10/6 or not that?
Yeah, over 10/6. I'm gonna say, like, given my personal experience, I think I've said this like 3 times. Like, it is important that we pick better members of Ledge generally. Like, I walked into a meeting of ethics. I can tell you right now, not a single soul knows who is on that committee. I've committed to blanking it out of my mind. I could not recall it if I wanted to. And I think that this idea that, like, we, like, right, obviously in a perfect world, right, people would not like talk smack and like distribute who was on ethics, right? But sometimes people's mouths are a liability and people play to their friends and whatever, right? But I think that in the pursuit of an intermediate solution, rather than, you know, picking better people to be legislators and members of the SGA, we should be doing everything in our power to actually protect the integrity and the ethics of the ethics process.
Thanks. Okay, 10/6 is out of time, negative.
Of information for the bill sponsor, not debate. So the 10 members compose the committee in your amendment. Of course, 6 only hear specific cases. Would case information be accessible to the others or no?
I had imagined that, and I only wrote it in this area, so it is in corresponding areas, and I apologize. But it would be that the case information is private to the 6 jury, or that selection, if you will, and that is part of the maintaining the privacy of each individual case kind of situation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Are there anyone else that wants to speak on the not that?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I mean, so I actually, point of information before I talk, if you can stop clock. So with these like 10/6, would they be appointed for the whole year?
Unless conflicts of interest arose or their identities were divulged, and then they could just be recalled.
So their identities would already be divulged. They're confirmed by the.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
So all right, can I speak on all that then?
Go.
No. So the whole point of this was that, so of just ethics in general, is so that you have someone to go to, so that you like who can deal with your problem if someone's like not treating you the right way. This is supposed to be like kind of the small stuff. If everyone knows who these people are, everyone who's involved can then go talk to these people whenever a complaint is made. No one should ever know who's on this, ever. All right, I'm done.
All right. Anyone else want to debate on the not that side?
Seeing none.
All right. Then we'll move into a period of voting. A vote of yes will be for the 10/6, as we've called it. A vote of no will be not that. Please vote.
I would call it.
All right. With a vote of 18-9, it passes.
Okay. Now we have new things to do.
I have one or 3, I think, corresponding areas that are following the Chief Justice's concern. Sorry, everything is loading slowly. It's 3 editions of through an ethics case, so that language would be corresponding of when you would actually use that random allotment.
True. Okay, that's sufficient.
But F referred to impeachment investigations. I thought that could potentially be debatable, but I also see why it wouldn't be.
Let's proceed with 3 first, which would be to say all proceedings are confidential unless the claimant and the accused agree to release the information. This was pretty favorable in committee. It seems, yeah. obviously proceedings can still be confidential even when now we have, public knowledge of who's on the committee. And actually confidentiality will be more important if we want to protect the identities of the 6 people who are on each specific case, to respect that. Are there any objections to allowing this sort of release of information if desired?
Point of information, Mr. Parliamentarian,
yes, of course.
Relevant to the governance board decision, or updates going to be provided still or no?
Yeah, and that's kind of a below thing. That's
Okay,
like 7 down here.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. No objections?
No, take it.
Yep, okay. To dismiss through an ethics case, this would be corresponding. D would be corresponding. F would be corresponding. It would kind of be a special case, but I think it would be corresponding. Okay, taken. G, I find this strange, but VP of Finance.
These are the people who are telling us what is ethical and what is not. They're interpreting the handbook the same way the Finance Committee tells groups what is and is not able to be funded. The Ethics Committee should be telling people what is and is not ethical behavior. For example, like what can you say about a case? What can you not? What can you, what am I allowed to say about a private meeting in my committee? What am I not allowed to say about? There's a lot of black and white, but there's also some gray. And so it's good to have people to go to ask that.
Alrighty, fantastic. Any objections here? Seeing none, so approved. Also, I do want to note we are now at like 6 hours and 32 minutes. Yeah, I think we're out of the weeds. So please, if we can, let's try and keep going hard. This was a favorable change by the VP of Finance, just to say that the committee must continue to process all other claims, even with 1 member prohibited from participating. I would change even with 1 member prohibited from participating, just to say unless quorum is not reachable.
Yeah, I think with the new stuff, it's.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
There was an issue earlier this year when the committee was not able to proceed with cases due to an investigation into me. Should we put clarifying language that it's like unless the speaker's absent or something?
I think the procedure for that might be specifically relevant is who could kind of be an impromptu chair if both the speaker and the parliamentarian were not a part of the case.
I don't want to hash that out now because I have no clue, and I don't think anyone has thought about it.
I don't think anybody honestly does. Are there any objections to the participation thing? Just a quorum thing, whatever. Seeing none, so going. Any claimant shall have the right to know. This is to Mr. Chief Justice's point in conduct with the recent governance board decision. And this is to ensure the ability for appeal for every time.
I do believe that, and Chief Justice, tell me if I'm wrong. I believe that this I point is not with the decision of the Gov board.
That's kind of above and beyond.
Yeah, I think so too. But okay. The Chief Justice.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any objections though to 7A and I as a whole?
Would we be able to split it?
That's fine. How?
7A and then I separate.
Okay. Well, 7A I assume together and then I.
Yep.
Okay, great. Any objections to 7 and A?
I don't see any.
Great. Considering.
Sorry, I was like lag.
Do you object? Or what?
What about relevant to a decision being made in a case once it's closed?
What do you mean?
The claimant should have the right to know if the case has been closed.
Considered, investigated, is currently under investigation by the committee, or closed.
I think has been considered would apply to your concern.
I meant, yeah, that's what I meant, has been considered, like it's been.
Understood. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to add clarifying information.
No, that makes sense.
Okay, then highlighting I, because there might be objections here. Are there objections here?
I'll object because we haven't started debate on this. Just like, can you take over then?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. So if you want to start the time.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna move this back to Af. Nag. You have Nag, I suppose, here. Go for it.
All right. I am against this solely to protect the responding party, which has historically often been a minority that we've discussed in previous, or that you guys have discussed in previous debate. The claimant should not be out to get anyone. Again, if putting this in weaponizes ethics, right? If the claimant submits a violation against someone that the committee doesn't believe is a violation, and the claimant shouldn't continue to use this as a weapon against that behavior. I'll reserve.
Okay, Chief Justice, go ahead.
For the affirmative to strike, I'm not sure, or negative, I'm not sure what system we're operating
on. Negative would be against I.
So negative, okay, so negative. In line with what the speaker just mentioned, this does weaponize ethics, and it based on the amendments that we took above, we should have more faith in the ethics committee to take an objective look at cases. And if they choose not to take the case, there is likely good reason for that, especially since the random appointment, et cetera, that we just decided above. And if the claimant, I personally don't believe that the claimant should have the opportunity to say, no, my case is big enough, this should be heard, because the objective nature of ethics.
Mr. Chair, may I jump in for the negative briefly here?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Just to echo very shortly, and I'm sorry, starting, the points made before, we've seen a very big uptick in cases. Many of those cases have been essentially punitive in nature to try and go out and attack people. And if the claimant then has the ability to try to pursue that further in front of the governance board and what might potentially be a public body, then there is a much more significant potential for there to be petty infighting and a negative toxic culture within the organization, more so than already is the case. Thank you.
Okay, Vsauce, Nephilim, go ahead.
Yeah, negative, please. I agree with everything that was said, and I think that we should be trying to look for ways to not weaponize ethics and make sure that this is like a sophisticated process that works for people and not against them. I reserve.
Okay, VP of Financial Affairs.
So the point is that if there's a procedural issue,
first of all, VP of Financial Affairs, which side?
Oh, sorry, affirmative. I thought that was assumed. I'm sorry. If there's a procedural, the point of this is if there's a procedural issue, if something is not investigated by the claimant, I go back to like this example that we keep using. If someone punches me and I file an ethics complaint and they're like, oh, well, there wasn't sufficient cause, I should be able to like point out, hey, it was obvious that they punched me. Like I have the bruise right here. Like there must be something wrong. It wouldn't be a like now now Gov Board has to try everything, but I'm picturing a reverse and remand. Ethics says, no, you actually do have to hear the case, and they send it back down and then ethics looks at it again. I reserve my time.
Okay, business rep.
This is kind of like a point of information. Or a query to the speaker, I'm not quite sure. This is like, if something were to happen where, an ethics investigation happens and they, decide not to do any violation, the claimant, is there any other way for them to appeal that decision to anyone?
I'll direct that to Mr. Speaker.
So per the governance board ruling, the claimant does not have a right to appeal.
Point of information, did the governance board say that a claimant doesn't or has remained silent? I don't remember them saying that a claimant has no right to appeal.
Okay, governance board, can you clarify? Justice.
Forgive me as I seek clarification. One moment, please.
To my recollection, that ruling just didn't really pass judgment either way on that. It wasn't relevant to the scope.
I'll just wait on Chief Justice.
Of course, of course.
Justice Bryce,
in my memory, I think what the parliamentarian is saying is correct, but there's been so many cases I can't be 100%.
Okay, we'll wait on Chief Justice then.
So Yes. So it does not grant the claimant the additional appeal to have a second look at the case if it was turned down.
Point of information, it doesn't grant, but does it deny?
I will read verbatim from what I think is relevant here in the decision for everyone. It says, if someone who sent another person to ethics doesn't like the decision rendered, I'm sorry, this is, excuse me.
May I rephrase the question?
Sure.
Did ethics ever say that a claimant has no right of appeal, or have they just remained silent on that issue?
You mean the Gov Board?
Yeah, sorry.
Can you rephrase it with governance board in the question?
Has governance board ever said or something similar in their opinions that a claimant has no right to appeal, or have they just never acknowledged a right?
We haven't explicitly said that. We, however, stated that it is necessary that the respondent should obviously have the right to appeal.
Okay. Seeing the point of information has been resolved to the best of people's knowledge right now. We'll move to any other debating.
Affirmatives.
Director of SMP, which side?
Yeah, affirmative. I would just say I wanted to just raise a concern that I've heard a lot of language in this organization where like people's concerns, a lot of different kinds of concerns have been minimized and said to be like, just people's feelings being hurt and things along those lines. So I think it's a little dangerous to be like leaving it up to a couple people whether or not to take a concern seriously or see it as serious without giving that person an opportunity to appeal. And I reserve the time.
Can I have a point of information?
What kind of point are we talking about?
I guess like a friendly amendment. Would you feel comfortable with, instead of going to governance board, you get a new round of the ethics committee since you're switching out 6 every time?
That would be a pretty new clone. But you'd also have 2 overlap.
Yeah, but like if, like I thought the 6 at random, you don't know who the other people are. So like you have the 10 on the committee, right? But when you're actually doing the ethics committee itself, you don't know who the other 6 is.
Oh, so the new round means that a different number of 6 with like different people. So
I don't know with the language for this. It's quite new and it's 1 a.m. I like the idea. I really, don't get me wrong.
Use similar language below.
Wait, somebody else talking. My fault.
Okay, wait. What is? Okay, Northfield Rep. What's your point?
I used similar language down below in terms of appeals that said like you will be entitled to like a different allotment. I'm trying to find the words.
I think I would ask all the people to just stop making amendments at this point.
It's really not a great idea.
These are just not making sense now.
Also,
let's
just
go back to
these members in the current composition is inevitably going to have overlap. How do we assume that that's going to work that well? Best case, you have 2 members that are returning for that appeal. It's kind of difficult.
So if you're not considering the amendment, let's not waste time discussing it. Let's go to VP of Financial Affairs. Do you still wish to speak?
No, I just wanted to raise the point of order you already made.
Okay. I'm clearing all. If anyone still wishes to speak, they can raise their hand. Seeing no one, we'll take a vote on it.
Yes for aye, no against aye.
Okay, go ahead.
Seeing, yeah, that's now.
Yeah, with a vote of 7 to 17, the amendment is removed.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, can you come back?
All right. Next.
Recommendations instead of actions in a neutral faction. This was without objection. It's essentially small.
Any objection to this? I'm going to clear all. Any objections to this? Seeing none, so amended.
6 hours, 45 minutes.
Keep going.
Lovely. The legislature shall, this would be to...
I'll rescind this amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. Big procedure here. In terms of, I'm not against necessarily the new allotment thing. How much good is it going to do?
For the purposes of this, can I say it's not within the original intent so that we limit debate?
That's fine.
I was corresponding to my original 10/6 amendment when I brought it up in my proposal speech. That one of the benefits of it is that it impacts the appeal.
I think it could be friendly depending on how the VP of Finance interprets the appellate hearing in the Ethics Committee. Like if they rehear it, it might be better for at least some random new people.
It could be the
The original intent of this is to mirror the process of audit and to mirror the process of student groups, what is mentioned in the bylaws at least, and the process of finance.
Let me ask if it could be favorable here to just essentially have the equivalent of an en banc hearing with all 10.
Fine with me.
Okay. Let's just do all 10.
If everyone is in favor of this, I don't want to stop it. I just don't want to have unnecessary debate.
There's a raised hand by off-campus outline. Maybe they are objecting.
No, I have a point of information.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I just want to know how, like, so when I originally voted, I mean, like, basically, is the way that the ethics committee working, there's 10 people that everybody knows who are on ethics, but when you do the actual ethics committee, do the other 6 know who's also in that session?
Yeah, I mean, the same way that ethics right now knows who each other are because it's the same 6 trying each case, like, yeah, they would. They would go together in a Zoom call together, and yes.
All right, thank you.
Point of information.
Of course.
So are appeals now going to ethics once again and not the governance board?
Well, then the ending of this procedure would still be like if there's unsatisfactory.
May I ask what the sponsor's intent is with this?
So, if I may, Mr. Chair. So the way that Finance Committee works, which is really what this is based off of, is that first there's the investigation, they consider the case, then there's the ability for the people to appeal. So an appealing party can say, hey, you didn't let us come before you as outlined in this, or hey, we weren't allowed to provide written thing, or you made a procedural error here. The committee is allowed to fix their mistake before it goes to governance board. If they're still unhappy, then they can go to governance board. But it's adding in another safeguard, it's adding in another check. Does that make sense? I don't want to keep going into debate, but that's the point.
And then I would ask for the amendment sponsor, is it okay to, as per the recent change, to make it just the respondent shall have the right? I believe that would be corresponding.
Can we, would it be the
This initial decision could be a decision that doesn't involve not opening the investigation.
Yes, so this is decision rendered, meaning an investigation was open, correct?
Oh, I see.
Would it be the interest of the chair to break this down since it is such a large amendment with very how do we break it down procedure?
Oh, yes.
Can I ask for objections to individual bits? Sorry.
Yeah, 9 and A objections.
I guess I'll step down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Chief Justice, go ahead. Which side are you talking on?
Can you clarify the affirmative and negative?
Affirmative would be in favor of what's highlighted, and negative will be against what's highlighted.
Okay, thank you. Negative. So I am concerned with this entire section here. I believe that any appeals should be sent to the governance board now that it does have more oversight. The governance board can hear concerns on procedure, not just decision made. So the claimant, if they are unhappy, can bring that appeal to the governance board how and what they desire. Additionally, I see another error I see here is I don't see how all committee members should be able to be like in this hearing. Should, you know, if 6 were only there for the first one, I think that undercuts the point of what the 10/6 was. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, which floor?
VP of Finance, go ahead.
So I'm in for the affirmative. So if this is the process we use to allocate over $1 million and to sanction student groups, shouldn't we be using that process for an internal issue? This is adding another check. They eventually can appeal that to the governance board, but it's adding another check just in case. Like, it's belts and suspenders. Reserve my time.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Speaker, do you wish to talk? Mr. Speaker?
I'll wait.
Okay.
I already spoke on this.
Leonard?
I'll keep it super short. This will be in the negative. I'm sort of concerned about like the language of like appealing party and like counselor. I know that like when it comes to a lot of other like student events and like just like coordination of like whatever, there seems to be like an issue like what a counselor means and what sort of like rights and privileges that come with that. Like there can be some real problems, and I'm concerned that like it becomes a matter of like, you know, whose counsel is better almost. And I'm not sure if this includes like proper legal aid, but I would not be surprised if like an ethics or governance board issue came up and someone like pulled up with like a legal team from like NYC, right? Like I think that like this language is somewhat problematic in its own right, and I'd like to ditto the points raised by the Chief Justice.
Thank you, Representative. Point of order real quick, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Okay.
Is that clause the specific representative mentioned called to question at the moment for debate?
Can you repeat that?
Actually, sorry. I would like to make a point of clarification on what I said. That like is orthogonal to the issue of the language at hand. I'll just keep it really short. In like, I also just have issues with like the whole process of like that, and I don't know if the appeal process at large is like suitable to be voted on in the affirmative as it stands right now.
Okay, this is getting redundant. North Hill Representative.
I'll speak to the affirmative, but I'd like to start by saying that I echo the Chief Justice's concern that I think that the allotment system should have been continued into this in some way. But on the affirmative, okay, so first of all, I'd like to bring the attention down to the fact that this is just a right people have. You can directly appeal to the Gov Board should you wish, but I think that this allows you to explain that evidence or procedure wasn't followed, like maybe you weren't granted the in-person meeting that we are technically always supposed to receive. I think that the ethics board or ethics committee reviewing that wouldn't be problematic if it was only happening sometimes, and the Gov Board also, if you're still unhappy, you can still go to the Gov Board. I think that it's just a check on the committee itself, and like I said, it doesn't infringe on the Gov Board. I yield.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just again concerned about why we're giving the same people who had already made a decision the case again. On top of this, with making it not quasi-original jurisdiction and making it just original jurisdiction, the Gov Board can see all of this now. I understand in the old system you couldn't, but now we can. So why add this step when we can just simply appeal how it's done in USJ? And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. VP of Finance, do you still wish to hold the floor? VP of Finance.
I seek the affirmative and to respond. So the amount of it's the affirmative. So right now, if the Finance Committee just did what y'all are suggesting, which is a two-tier system, we wouldn't have a ledge appeal every time. We would have 6 or 7, sometimes 15. The way this works is it filters things through so that people can understand the committee's decision. And so I'm just translating it to ethics. Ethics might agree with itself a lot of the times. That's what happens with finance. But it's giving another check. It's not infringing on any right.
That is a great
Perfect.
point. Okay, we should move to a period of voting now. Yes would keep 9 and A. I would note that a vote of no would probably just kind of undercut all of this. Good Lord. But yeah, vote of yes keeps 9 and A. Vote of no is against 9 and A.
When you say undercut all of this, what does that mean? I'm confused.
I mean, if no carries for 9 and A, it's hard to see how the rest of this can carry in the same.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Seeing votes settling.
Okay, with a vote of 11 to 13 to 5. So we remove that basically.
Yeah, and as a result, I think this appeal process will essentially fail.
Yeah, so I rescind all my.
Thank you.
It doesn't make any sense now.
Yep, understand. Okay, guys, we're
Point
out
of
of
information. I'm sorry. What was that count?
11 to 13 to 5.
Thank you.
Yep. We are, yep. Okay, discretionary guidelines, technical. We're gonna turbo through. This is getting a lot easier right now, a lot easier. Monthly versus weekly progress reports to the CFO from Committee on Audit Review. Any objections? Seeing none. At least 3 representatives on audit versus 1. Any objections? Okay. Plural, yep. Caucuses, this section should probably be considered as a block. As a whole, there are 4 caucuses here as we described above. Those being Black Caucus, Pride Caucus, Women's Caucus, and then the Latinx Hispanic Caucus.
If I may, Latinx, I didn't want to do this because it's a mess, but I put all of these in alphabetical order. Latinx comes after Women's Caucus, so it should come actually the second one, pending approval.
That's fine. Yeah, can reorder that at some point to respect.
Since there's a lot here, I think it would be best just to take questions on this.
That's fine.
But all of them were passed as bills, so.
Yeah, all of these have passed as bills. I think that's relevant. I want to proceed as we did before for some other similar things with a lot of text. Is there any opposition to the substance, and then we can move to subsidiary questions? Seeing none. Going once, twice. Okay. So then we can consider these. Oh, can't sync your changes. I will have to reload. I believe we're probably, I don't even know where we are, but we'll get back to it.
The director of SMP's amendments were friendly.
Okay, thanks.
And same goes to the amendments made by the VP of Finance and potentially some other people, but yeah, pretty much all of them.
Thanks. Let's see if this account starts working. No,
that would be DSauce Conway. Sorry for the other one.
Okay. I think we're in business. No, wrong account. We are at 7 hours or so.
Okay. While we are doing that, never mind. It's working again.
No, it's not.
Oh,
it's not the right account that I have ownership on. Or full ownership, I suppose I should say. But it doesn't like me. It really doesn't like me.
1:20 a.m. and your laptop decides this.
Well, it decided it earlier, so it's not the first time. At least it's consistent.
Wait, while we're doing this, so in 2 or 3 things, we're gonna get to that committee of student fees. I'm rescinding that, obviously.
Okay.
But I was just hoping that could be included in that document that is passed on. I don't know if that's.
It will be. I have the language that was copied over from the director, and I'll copy that into the text edit document. That's here.
Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah. I'll also make sure at a later point to go through the history of the document. I think at some point I archived the changes, but I'm not exactly sure that actually worked for comments. Regardless, yeah, we'll get the language. That's fine. All members, I think, can we actually return to this on the bottom of 37 real quick and just say that's probably fine, given that that's what just happened?
Yeah.
It's corresponding, really. Okay.
While you're scrolling through, just a quick thing. I added the link from Madam President and from my amendment from hours ago now. I added the language that, just to clean up the language just in case you're going to go through that.
Yep, will do.
So
On the way.
Committee
handbook, can this be rejected?
Accept it because.
Oh, accept it because it's striking. You're right. Thanks. font is fine. The corresponding members of the Committee on Accountability and Ethics? I find this strange. I wouldn't want to burden ethics with attending CBL unless they actually want to. I don't like it when people that don't want to attend CBL because it's unfortunate.
I'll rescind it.
Thanks. Okay, and then business rep, your language. This looks a lot better. Follows.
All thanks to Madam President.
Okay, let's get back to caucuses.
Teamwork. Okay, caucuses.
Relevant to our closed committee will be confirmed. Is that relevant for audit and review and city council?
It is relevant for audit and review and city, I guess. I'll rescind that, I guess.
Okay.
This is not reflected.
I don't know how to rescind it, but like, don't consider that.
Okay. Well, here, if we're gonna do this. Also, it's like too big of a change. I don't know why. We'll fix that. What the hell?
Language.
Yep. Thanks.
David's favorite good language. I was not muted.
Because they mute yourself. Please, decorum.
David loves doing that to me every time I say anything language.
Okay. Returning to the subject at hand, hopefully. Okay. Caucuses, page 47 or 8. Okay. I guess I don't know why.
I accept all of those amendments as friendly.
Oh, I'm still in the wrong one. That's why.
Oh dear.
I scrolled for so long.
Just click like one of our names that's like touched like on section 7, and then you can.
Yeah, I'm clicking names kind of random and hoping that it works. I don't actually know.
Page 48.
Yep. It's loading. Okay. Whoa. All right, so all of these are friendly. Let's just start.
Yep, all friendly.
Small bites at a time. Small changes first. Seeing no objections, I'm assuming, especially because these all were bills by the legislature over the last couple of years now at this point, as well as a recent one, which is awesome. Alphabetical. Let's just do this now. Just to do it. Button X before prod. Okay. And there was the additional language. I'm trying to just track everything at this point. I apologize. Yep, that's fine. Please. Okay, it accepted. Awesome. So all of that seems fine. We'll change, yeah, whatever works there. Okay, there was a proposal here that was never voted on for the idea of just getting rid of first-year council. If the bill amendment sponsor wishes to discuss briefly.
Yeah, I just think that there are much more effective ways to like get people involved in the organization, and that we don't make enough use of committees as things that people can just join in order to get involved in the organization. I think that that's the best way for people to learn what's going on and to actually do something. And when we were talking about like how many transfer students we have, like the first year council doesn't really help them. So having something else that's more informal, I think would be more effective, and try to then transition people into committees.
Okay, and just for clarification, I'm not saying this is kind of a gotcha, but is there constructive language kind of an alternative?
No, I don't know if we necessarily need to codify an alternative personally, but
okay.
Yeah,
I have a point of information. So it's my understanding that the speaker pro temp and the R&R like run the first year council, so they could like informally set this up as an initiative next year, right? Like that's something that they're not allowed to do, right? Like the informal idea, like kind of getting more involved in committees, right?
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to speak? Are we like going to debate on this
I
at all?
mean, I think we probably will, so go for it.
Okay, cool. Well, can we do that? And can I speak for the
There
neg?
clearly is objection, yeah.
Never mind.
You got it.
Okay. So I think myself and the pro tem can speak on this, but first year council is extremely successful and I think it's extremely necessary. We had between, I think, 10 and 15 freshmen, but we had a couple other people who weren't freshmen. They had to join committees. They learned parliamentary procedure probably better than some of us in this meeting currently. They learned about the bylaws. They learned about finance. They got finance trained. I mean, the student body president came, the VP of finance came. It's an extremely successful committee. It does great outreach things. They go to committees. It's one of my pride and joys of SGA. I loved working with them. I think it should be codified in the bylaws. I think it should be a thing that the pro tem and R&R are forced to do, not something that they just do on their own free will. It is a lot of work, but I think it's extremely successful. And you can see from elections how many first year council people are now going to be in elected positions. And it's not just like the 2 freshmen who are part of Ledge. Like you can still get people involved in SGA whether they're on Ledge or not. If anyone else wants to speak, they can.
Awesome. Okay. Any floor?
Point of information.
Sure.
Do you still feel first year council is necessary now that we have legislative seats?
What do you mean by that?
Like, I think we just passed that like each ledge has like 2 different people.
For the office idea?
Yeah, like an office thing. Do you still feel like?
Oh, I think, yeah, I do think this should be used. I think it's extremely necessary to get more people just involved in the organization as general and also learn more about the organization. Because those staff aren't going to finance trainings. They're not going to bylaws trainings. They're not meeting all the directors. They're not getting parliamentary trained. They're not going to mock debates.
Okay. Further debate?
Oh, I would like to speak a bit on this. So,
sure.
First Year Council has been, well, I would say it's been a very successful committee. I don't know, I was quite right in saying that. The committee did a lot of work in terms of like understanding how SGA works. In general, all of them are very proficient in parliamentary procedure. They were trained both by the previous speaker and by me, and then they were trained by VP of Finance for financial, whatever the financial workshop that all legislators get. So it does serve a purpose. Seeing the amendment itself, I would say that yes, a few of these things can be cut out from this, but not everything should be. Like the committee itself can still exist. It doesn't change much in terms of the functioning of SGA, and it just promotes us within the first years.
Seeing that the neg is exhausted time, does the F seek any?
I'll speak for affirmative.
Okay.
So for this year, I'm really glad that the first year council was successful. I was part of the first year council from the year prior, and most of the people dropped out of the first year council, and I was the only one who actually ended up on legislature this year. I didn't feel like my time on first year council was very valuable. I actually much rather preferred actually going to the health and wellness committee meetings and working on different initiatives through the committee. I don't necessarily agree with the idea of a first year council. I do agree with the idea of different directors, like encouraging students to attend these GBMs and learn more about what being an SGA legislator would involve. And essentially, with every new election, many new legislators come in. It's not too advantageous to have gone through many of the trainings that first year council provides, especially with the number of legislators that come in from non-SGA backgrounds. I yield.
Thanks. F, any?
I'll take.
Good.
All right, this is the affirmative naturally. I'm also opposed. I'm opposed to the inclusion of the first year council. If it wants to be, it can be an initiative of recruitment or speaker pro tem, sure. But I also think that we should be super flexible and allowing directors and also the legislative office role to like help recruit new students. I didn't know that first year council existed when I was a freshman. I like I don't think that it really would have been the thing to encourage me of learning parliamentary procedure and so forth. I think that it kind of can like create more internal potential in-group culture in SGA. And I just don't think it's necessary to accomplish its goals. Yield.
Thanks. One last. Anna.
Can I speak on the affirmative?
Yep.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with the points that were made. And I would also say that we should be encouraging directors to reach out to students rather than putting all these new students in this one little committee where they don't really have that much say in what SGA is doing, but rather give them more power so that they can actually work on tangible initiatives. And that's all I have.
Motion to call the question.
Yeah, let's just vote on this.
All right, so a vote of yes will be to strike. A vote of no will be to keep. Please vote. All right, I'm going to call it a vote of 15 to 12, no more. First year council codified.
Okay. The Women's Caucus was moved above, so this is corresponding. Student group recognition, nearly everything in here is just technical. So I kind of want to just run through this real damn quick.
There's
go.
Yeah, section 1 is all technical, but section 2 gets into more.
There's a few things.
There's 2 things in section 2.
Okay, let's go.
Three, sorry.
Oh, and yeah, all groups don't need an SJ liaison. I agree with that. Is that substantive?
That's substantive. I mean, it got voted down last year. Removing this got voted down, but we haven't done anything.
I've personally served as an SGA liaison for our club. It was a useless position, but it was a lot of fun because I still got to be on the executive board, but I didn't need to be the liaison. Any objections to striking SGA liaison?
Not necessarily like an objection, but like an alternative. I think that like creating an avenue, like point of contact, like maybe like a follower mandate was brought up in like previous discussions about this. But some sort of like way of mandating a connection to the organization, I think would be really favorable, even if it's not a liaison position directly, which I also would tend to agree with is largely pointless.
Okay. I mean, I think one thing that could happen would be to say you still have the SGA liaison, but keep it the duty of an already existing officer. I don't know. SGA liaison.
It was meant to be like the same thing. It was meant to be bundled together.
Okay. Any objections to all of this? We have the contacts and
I don't know. I don't want to debate this, but like I just don't think we need to make groups have SGA liaisons if they don't want to.
Yeah, so okay, but are there objections to keeping the SGA liaison?
To removing it, you mean?
Are there objections?
I don't think there's objections. Please.
There are no. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, I got tongue-tied. Okay. Formatting. Okay, it's substantive here.
Yeah. I mean, I'll speak on that if there are objections.
Objections. Seeing none, taken. Objections here, this seems relatively normal. Burden of proof. Objections. Once, twice, taken. All right, striking, what is the striking?
This is saying that it goes to the advisor rather than the director of student groups.
Okay.
I can explain why if there are objections, but I don't
know. Are there objections?
I don't see any objections.
Lovely. We'll fix what the heck.
I'll fix it.
You got it. You got it. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Revocation of eligibility.
We might have to go through and after and like change recognition to eligibility.
That's fine. But do you want to strike this?
Yeah.
Okay. And just to allow groups to apply more regularly, or?
we already had, like, no one knew this was a thing. So like groups have. Right now, this means like if a group mentions dues once in their constitution, then they're denied for the whole year, which kind of
That
sucks.
seems punitive.
All right.
Yeah.
Are there any objections to this? I don't see any. Next.
Okay. See President. Objections?
Nope.
Are there any objections? I don't see any objections. Next.
What the heck is that? Okay. For the next fiscal year, I suppose is that what usually happens?
I mean, so yeah, it's meant to, yeah.
Yes.
It's technical. That part is technical.
Great.
It-
Objections?
Proactive. It's like the one we did earlier.
Yep. Taken. CFO and president or their designees shall work with, this seems essentially technical, wordy but technical.
It's not, I'd argue it's not technical, but I don't vote against it.
Seems like a good idea, I guess. Objections? Okay, what just happened with 2A?
I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry.
Okay, rejecting. That's grammatical. Okay.
Sorry.
Let's see. Okay, adding.
Mr. Parliamentarian, sorry. Just under subsection C, can we just fix that?
Yeah. Oh, what the heck?
I can fix it. No.
Sorry, I'm just. Actually, I can't fix it apparently.
I'll fix it. We keep moving. I'll fix
The
it.
best. Okay, thanks, David. Sorry about that. D or no, sorry. D. Yeah, D4. Any objections to unless implementing the proposed DG may present the need for progressive budget cuts?
Can you explain? I'm confused.
The basic idea is that the Committee on Financial Affairs is not allowed to enforce a DG if it's been initiated during the year, unless it'll prevent progressive budget cuts. So like if there's a new DG, like it was about to happen, if there's a new DG that we come up with and it should be enacted right away to prevent budget cuts, then it can be enacted right away. Other than that, it probably won't unless there's a 2/3 vote of the legislature.
I'll step down and object.
Okay. You have neg?
Sorry?
You have the negative?
I'll take the negative.
You got it? Ready?
Yep. I would just, with this implementation, we would be allowing student groups to be, to my understanding, be rejected based on rules that did not exist when they submitted their budget. I don't see how that's fair to any group. And I understand that there's, for the overall benefit to prevent progressive budget cuts. But I believe for full transparency, student groups need to be understanding of how their budgets are going to be judged. I'll reserve.
I'll take the negative.
Northfield, go ahead.
Okay, I agree with the speaker entirely. They are submitting their budgets with the knowledge of the DGs in mind. Like, to change them is in my view unconstitutional. But by the big constitution yield.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead, VP of Finance.
It has been long-standing practice to do this. It just changed this year. It is not unconstitutional unless the Constitution has changed in the last 2 years.
Okay.
I meant the U.S. Constitution.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Does
Can
anyone?
I
Okay. Just a second.
on the negative. So I just think it's wrong. Like, it is unconstitutional because our constitutional lays out grounds for like fairness and equity in the money allocation process, and changing that without student knowledge beforehand is so like it goes against the Constitution. And like that's why we do these live streams, so that students know all about the DGs, and that's why the VP of Finance sends out those emails like every month or after the allocation period. Like, we need to be like straight up. I reserve.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one else, we'll move to a period of voting.
I seek the affirmative.
You got it.
Go ahead.
So really the purpose behind this amendment is to ensure that one group doesn't come up with something completely brand new that the committee's never seen before and basically drain the budget. Like, for example, if they ask to buy livestock or something like completely ridiculous, like that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there's no DG in place right now to stop that group from requesting livestock. Without this in place, theoretically, they could get like hundreds of thousands of dollars and then get cut, and then every other group gets cut as well. Like what really happens is this hurts the smallest groups. It hurts the groups that really rely on this funding, because the groups that really rely on this funding regularly are then going to get cut, and they're not going to be able to put on the events that they've done, some of them for years, without our reserve.
Okay, Bezos Nephilim, go ahead.
Yeah, can I see the affirmative?
You got it.
Just to echo that, I would say that in my own time on finance, I've experienced a lot of cases where there are a few specific groups that are draining a lot of the money and requesting like absolutely absurd things. And I think that this is like a way to help protect those smaller groups, because at the end of the day, the discussion here is not like whether or not student groups get money, but like which student groups get money and how much money each group gets. And that's all I have to say. So I reserve.
Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
I think it isn't the place of the Finance Committee to determine what is ridiculous to ask for, right? If I know there's plenty of discretionary guidelines in place to say that they can only request things that are, needed for their mission, or et cetera, et cetera. So I think if something that comes up that, I completely agree that draining the pot for one student group shouldn't be allowed, but that is when we implement discretionary guidelines after the fact, which is fair and equitable to all student groups. I'll reserve.
Okay, off-campus outlying, Alawi.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing we have to understand is that.
Which side? Which side?
What?
Which side are you speaking on?
Oh, I'm speaking on negative is to cut it, right?
Negative is against the proposed amendment.
Yeah, so it's important to understand is students are applying to DGs given the fact that they know the rules in the DGs. The rules is being used in that sense, and it's important to understand that if the DGs can change at any time, then what's the point of rules in the first place? And that's the thing we have to understand when it comes to this position. The DGs can be changed in a negative way as well. Thank you.
Okay, the time is done.
Affirmative if they seek to consume, but.
Bezos, Nephilim, do you wish to speak on affirmative?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just to like finish it up, I would say that like, for example, there was one group this year who requested like $10,000 in order to reserve Xfinity. And I'm not saying that like, like student groups should be denied funding or that like this is like a gotcha process, but like if this were to happen, that would drain a substantial amount of money that we have to give to student groups. And then that's going to affect the number of little student groups who are then able to apply for funding. I reserve.
Okay, seeing that there's just 4 seconds left.
Move to
Wait,
I seek the remaining 4 seconds.
4 seconds, go for it.
The Committee on Financial Affairs doesn't decide if a thing is too absurd. That's what discretionary guidelines are that get confirmed by the legislature.
Okay,
It's about 7 seconds, yeah. Just kidding, sorry, but all good.
Well, let's take a vote on it unless people wish to extend debate.
Please no.
Wait,
Okay.
I just proposed language, Ben, or VP of Finance. If you would see that as friendly, I would vote for it. If one group is requesting more than 5% in one period, like of the total money.
VP of Finance.
Sure, I'll consider that friendly.
Mr. Parliamentary, can you just add it in then?
Where? Oh, this is at the end.
Yeah.
That's 50. That's $50,000. Yeah, that's $50,000. Just for y'all to know.
Okay.
Around.
Cool.
Just technically, I believe the amendment has unless at the beginning there.
Yeah, it should, and I don't know why that's not showing up. Thanks.
Also, point of information as well. Does this vote have any contingency on clause 5?
That's up to the VP of Finance. I'm not really sure how this works.
Wait, the VP
no,
finance
so-
could make the percentage lower if they want to. I would see that as friendly.
Clause 5 is, or clause 6 now is it's not changing clause 6. Clause 6 means, yeah, I can explain what clause 6 means if
Take your word. Thank you.
Okay, are we voting on bullet under 4?
Yeah, let's take a vote on this. All in favor of adding that amendment? Green, whatever. Take or cross. Bisas Conway, are you voting?
Seeing 12-11.
Okay, 12. Oh, okay.
Oops.
Oh, back. Fine. 12 to 11 to 4. The motion carries. So it will be added in.
Okay, thanks. Very good. 6, if
Yeah.
able.
Can I go back? I accidentally double clicked it. I meant to vote.
Which way did you intend to vote?
I meant to vote no. I was a 12-12. I got.
So
okay. So how does now I can't even revert changes.
it's this whole clause right here.
12-12 pro temp.
12-12-5.
12-12-4 pro temp.
No, but like the whole count got messed up because. Okay.
Should we revote just?
Let's just take a revote on this. People already know the question at hand, so just go ahead, vote.
I'm looking. All right, revoting on the highlighted part.
There are still people who have to vote. Okay, back at the same count, 12 to 11 to 4.
12.
Someone voted, but then there is one abstention which removed as well. I'll just check. Alawi, off-campus outline, are you voting on this? Off-campus
I'm just going to abstain on this. I stepped out.
Okay.
Okay, so can you raise your hand so that I know that you're abstaining? Because it gets confusing. Conway Bisas, are you voting on this? Okay, so the current vote is 12 to 5. I will vote against the change and keeping it as it is.
So noted. If able for hurricanes, this is technical.
COVID-19.
Yep, that's the new one. Yeah, so hurricane. Deleting all of D and I and 2 here.
I would object.
Okay. Debate or vote?
Debate.
All right. You got Meg. Go for it.
So this would right now completely defund Mary Perg and their coordinator. Considering I didn't realize this was in here, I don't feel like it is fair to them to vote on this without hearing how this would affect their organization, which I know would be quite disastrous. I know this is something that the VP and Finance and I have gone back and forth about this on various moments, but I believe that doing this at 2 a.m. when we haven't talked to students who may be affected by this would be, I think, irresponsible.
Let me maybe pause here. If the VP of Finance would like, I can note this is a reserved potential change to have. But yeah, this is 7.5 hours into a GBM. It'd be kind of difficult.
This is the number one. Like, if there is anything I want passed, it is this.
I know, but do you want this done at 2 a.m. when a good amount of ledge isn't here and there are no student concerns held because people didn't know that we were doing it here? Is that the look that you want?
Yeah, really debate against that like a lot. So
Okay, Mr. Parliamentarian, are you debating on this now?
I don't want to. I just want to be reasonable.
I think let's would we like to debate or would we like to vote?
We're debating. I mean, we are.
Let's start the time.
Let's start the clock.
Who has core?
Ben, if you want to take affirmative.
I do, but can I respond to a point of personal privilege?
Fine.
I proposed this change February 6th. Like, this would have been the first thing on my agenda if I could have. Like, I did everything. Like, I've tried to, like, I really can't be blamed for it being done at 2 a.m. I've tried to do this.
All right. Thank you. Can you now debate?
Kind of personal privilege. I'm not insinuating that the VP of Finance is trying to pull a fast one on us. It is, but I was never informed of this, and the VP of Finance and I regularly talk to Mary Perg, and this is never something that has ever been brought up.
I want to ditto that. I also want to echo that I'm not trying to, be, personally attacking here, but this is the first I'd ever heard.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
For the VP of Finance, did you ever contact Mary Perg, like in any way about this?
Mary Perg themselves, the committee has definitely talked about it. We definitely talked about it last year with Tino. Mary Perg is no longer allowed to request money for the campus organizer. Like, so they can't even be funded next year anyway.
This is debate. The question was, did you talk to Mary Perg this year, I'm assuming, about this?
Yeah, about this.
I believe I talked to Nick, the campus organizer. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe I did. And then Nick resigned.
All right.
Yeah, so point of clarification, the current organizer does not know about this.
So like in the past month, there has not been communication to at least like give an opportunity to Mary Perg to submit any student concerns on this. Like that, that's like a very specific thing to ask, like a student group, I feel like.
Not within the past month, no. But
Let's move into debate. I would appreciate debate. We're approaching 2 a.m.
Point of information.
Yes.
For those of us who aren't super familiar about the ins and outs of this clause, are there any groups other than Mary Perg that like regularly receive this exception for salaries?
0 groups in my history or in the recent history of this organization.
So it's a exception that just really impacts Mary Perg?
And it does not even impact them anymore.
Okay. Right. Great. Let's move, please, Ben, during debate. Go ahead.
All right. So, 1, it's not been used in the past 2 years. 2, no group would not be better with a full-time staff member. The issue is that one group is has run a referendum and has gotten a full-time staff member that is not accountable to the university, is not accountable to the SGA. The SGA pays money for a salary to go to an outside entity to pay for a student thing, to pay for an outside entity, not even accountable to the student group, but to a state organization. Also, to the point that I've never brought this up with the president, that's wrong. I brought it up at the beginning of first semester, and the committee has routinely in past years has brought this up as very, very dangerous. It sets a terrible precedent. There is not a single group that could not use this, but then we'd be draining all the money, and the money is supposed to be used to student activities, not to paying salaries. I reserve my time.
Point of personal privilege, I'd like to clarify that I did not insinuate that the VP of Finance has never brought it up to me. I said, in fact, that the VP of Finance and I have talked about this. Where we haven't talked about this is to the student group who would be impacted by this.
All right, thank you.
Point of information.
Yes.
Apologies. So it appears that this is to fund a campus advocate, or I believe it was said. What are the duties of that campus advocate? I think this goes to the president.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to first apologize because it's 2 a.m. and my brain isn't fully working, but the Mary Perg organizer actually has a contract with the SGA as well as the university in terms of oversight.
this organizer also, per the contract, the organizer also has to be accountable to other different student groups as well. So it's not just Mary Perg, they're required to host like campus-wide events as well in order to help students.
My question was, what do they do?
What do? They hold trainings and help run phone banks and help students advocate for change on state and federal levels.
So like they train like lobbying skills and that sort of stuff.
It's more grassroots efforts.
Yeah, I don't know what their preferred method of like terms is, so I wouldn't want to define that for them, but they train them.
Second point of information, how much, and this the VP of Finance may know this, how much do they typically get salaried?
This past year, they were allocated for around 35,000, but because of issues in hiring and then someone resigning, there's a lot of money that went unspent.
Thank you.
Debate further?
Point of information, can the VP of Finance explain what taking this out would do specifically? I'm just trying to understand.
All it would do is take out that student groups can get student activities fee, your fee money, my fee money. They can ask for that fee to be paid for a staff person that is not affiliated with the university. It's taking out their ability to ask for that.
Clear, thank you.
Can I see the affirmative floor?
Go ahead.
All right. I would just say that, we talk a lot about student groups and student fees, and this money is supposed to go to student groups. We each pay this fee so that this money can go to help student groups. And the fact that this is going to pay someone's salary, I think is like atrocious. Like this money, this is $35,000 that should be going to student groups so they can hold activities and events, not to a person to pay their salary. I reserve my time.
Floor.
Okay, I'm gonna speak against this. Like, I've been involved in Mary Perg before, like a little bit. Like, I went to a few of their meetings, and like Mary Perg is a really big organization, and they engage a lot of students. They have like 5 or so different campaigns that they do. Usually, some of them are the same. Like, we've worked with a bunch of their campaigns before, and I just think that the money, like also a point that the VP of Finance said is that it was brought through a referendum, right? So it was like a vote through the students. So they called on that. So like, if they did that, why should we take that away without even consulting them recently about it, backing up what Madam President was saying earlier? I reserve.
Point of clarification. There has not been a referenda in 2 years. This is saying that there has not been a referenda about this.
Point of information, if there hasn't been a referendum, then they can't get paid next year, correct?
Correct.
So what we do here is irrelevant. They just can't get paid.
This is stopping the referendum from happening in the future.
But since the referendum, sorry.
Go ahead.
They cannot get paid next year no matter what because they haven't run a referendum.
But do they use it to pay for office space or anything like that?
They're still allowed to request for office space outside of that. Like, this doesn't stop funding Mary Perg. This just stops funding for the office for the salary. Everything else they're still able to request money for.
Point of information, can the VP of Finance just clarify why SGA is in the first place paying this person's salary? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's a little murky.
Because they had a referenda 2 years ago. It passed, and there was a bill passed by the legislature that funded it, and that's all I can. That's why it happened.
Okay.
Because it happened.
Information for really anyone that has any knowledge of Mary Perg beyond the past years. How have they been funded prior to that last referendum? Is anyone aware?
They've done referenda in the past to pay for this campus organizer.
So this specific clause has existed in the bylaws for more than just 2 years, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
Can I speak on the affirmative?
Yep.
I would just say that this isn't an attack on Mary Perg. I think Mary Perg does really great work. You're on negative, not on affirmative.
Oh, sorry.
But I would just say that like we would never fund another student group to have somebody salaried. And I don't think that's very fair to other student groups to say that we're going to make this special exception for one single student group because we think that the work that they do is more important than any of the work that any of the other student groups are doing. And I reserve.
Ned. I want to clarify the fact that this isn't just Mary Perg's coordinator. Yes, it is house and that's where the contract lays, but this is a coordinator that is supposed to be accessible to all student groups. It's not just something that Mary Perg only has. And in fact, they're required to work with a full campus and other student groups.
Point of information, do you know how many other student groups like this coordinator has worked with or reached out to?
I don't have that right off the top of my bat, but I can go look at the reports that they're required to send us.
Point of information, what is this contract? Where is it available? And how do people know about this, like this person who can help teach grassroots advocacy?
So the contract exists between, so there's two contracts. There's a contract between the organizer and the university. And then there's a contract between SGA and the organizer. The contract between SGA and the organizer is specifically about their ability to access the student fee and was debated upon for many years, or at least the last year, about what that would entail. And it includes, I can find it if you guys would like. And I'd also like to clarify that I'm not saying this isn't something we should consider in future years. I just don't believe that we as a body have considered the consequences of this enough.
Point of clarification, it's not a contract between Mary Perg and the SGA. The SGA doesn't sign contracts, as y'all have all heard. It's an MOU, which is non-binding.
Can I get a point of information? Is this the only time we're able to discuss this, or can we discuss it in like the beginning of the school year or something?
I think if you wish to not do this now, you should probably vote no.
Yeah, I think this can be translated to next year's document of suggestions.
No, but like, I guess like my question is that given the fact that we're always doing omnibus at the end of the year in this situation, it doesn't seem like a possibility given the fact that this is usually the only time we can speak upon this. Like, is there any way to just get this done in like the beginning of the year next year? Like given a certain time specifically, or do we just, if we vote no on this, is going to the same debate's going to happen next year at 2 a.m. in the morning again? Given
Mr. Speaker, can I answer that?
Sure.
So my plan with this, and I'll make this promise that I will make sure that whatever documents I pass on to the president, that there is a specific folder about this that has my thoughts, the VP of Finance's thoughts, and anyone else's thoughts about this. But I do not believe that doing this at 2 a.m. when we haven't adequately discussed with Mary Perg, I think is fair.
I'll also maybe go on a bit of a tangent, but similar, my transition meeting will include some of the kind of hot button issues, and also, there's been an amassing of institutional knowledge that can be passed on to the next parliamentarian on how to run CBL, so that changes like this can be considered as important issues before 2 a.m. And I understand that this was a long time ago, but this is the first time hearing of it. So,
all right.
Point of clarification. Factual information only, I promise. This will not impact Mary Perg next year. They cannot apply for any funding. They have lost the ability to do that until the year after next.
All right, okay, I'm not sure whose point you were clear, but okay. I think it's ready for a vote, and that no other hands are raised. So a vote of check will be to strike this. A vote of X will be to leave it and then pass it along to next year, as mentioned previously. So again, a vote of check is to pass this and cross it all out. And a vote of X will be to leave it and then pass it on to next year's. Please vote. Please put your votes in. B Sauce Conway. And you raise your hand if you're planning to abstain. The vote is close. I want to make sure everyone's counted. South Campus Commons rep, off campus outlying rep. All right.
I'm sorry. Is mine still coming up? It keeps like flashing off.
1 second.
Right.
It is. I have yours. I have your vote. All right.
Okay, I apologize for that.
All right. It looks like it's settled. 14-13. We cross it out. What's next?
All right. GP of finance. These are very specific changes. I encourage.
So we can take them line by line, but basically it's changing the amount of money that SGA gets to a set amount of money per year as opposed to a percentage of the student activities fee. And it is admittedly lowering the amount of legislative reserves and keeping the amount of cabinet and executive reserves.
Point of information, what would 1.98% look like? What would 0.359? What do these numbers correspond to currently?
1.98% of the student activities fee is, hold on, I'm getting up the thing. We requested this already. I'm getting up the Turpling thing.
That's good.
Our budget that we requested. So 1.98 is 1.98. So next year, that would be $39,092.01.
Thank you. What's 595?
That's executive reserves, right?
Yes.
$7,097.77. And then committee's reserves is $3,549.87. I can get y'all the numbers for from like how much we had this year, which from those ratios.
Further point of information, why is this significant cut to legislative reserve?
Because of legislative, I mean, it kind of runs into debate, but because legislative reserve has not been used.
Okay. I assume in good faith, I'm just like curious.
I would like to object. So if Pro Tem can step in and I'll debate.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ben, please continue, and then I'll debate late after.
I was just
debate already.
Mr. Speaker, you have it.
Okay. So especially this year, I don't like these changes because there's a huge potential that the student activities fee might not bring in that much money next year because of coronavirus, and no one's really sure how much that money is. And I think we need to be on a percent basis based on the total amount, right? I don't know the total numbers, so just using as an example, right? If there's a total of $100,000, I don't think Ledge Reserves deserves to have 20% of it. I think to be fair and distributive in the money that is collected through the student activities fee, we need to do it based on percent. Now, what those percents are, I think that can be a different conversation, but I have issue with making it set amounts for this reason. I reserve.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak on the negative floor?
Yeah, I also want to speak on the negative floor.
Go ahead.
I also think it's really bad timing. With coronavirus, there's like a lot of uncertainty for a lot of student groups, and like especially us too as SGA, like we don't know what's going to happen, and like a percentage just is more liberal and gives us like more money if the population increases or something like that. So I think we should just leave it how it is.
Okay. North Hill Rep, what floor would you like to take?
I'm just going to say this is inherently non-hurricane proof. That's all.
Great.
VP of Finance, you have the floor.
All right. So first on the non-hurricane proof thing and the like, we need to have a percentage. Right now, we don't know how much money we're going to get, but because of this percentage thing, we're requesting $40,000. So next year at this rate, we're going to have $40,000, which in the speaker's hypothetical scenario, we'll have 40% of the budget. That's even worse. That's my point.
Point of clarification. That is not,
okay.
That the percentage ensures that we don't have. So don't. I believe that was a misconstruction of my point.
Oh God.
Okay. Well, VP of Finance, do you have anything else to add to your debating points?
I would also like to. Yeah. So
nothing. Okay.
No, I do have more to add.
Oh, okay. So go ahead. Take the floor.
Also, the legislature has not used, in its recent history, has not used all of its money. And just like yesterday or the day before, the days are all starting to blur together, groups were asking, hey, on Reddit, hey, did y'all see that the SGA gave itself $80,000? That's where that money is coming from. Groups are not happy with us for taking so much money that could be going to them. When we have cuts, we're not cut, but they are. This is unfair to student groups that we're taking so much money and we're not giving it back out. We need to be equitable and lower the amount of money we get. I reserve my time.
What kind of point is it?
So the money, if it doesn't,
what kind of point is it?
It's a point of information.
Okay, go ahead.
If the money doesn't go to us, it goes to the student group funding, right? VP of Finance.
Yes, we apply for it. We apply for it through the student group process in April, and so it comes from the same pot of money. So every dollar we take is $1 less than student groups, and vice versa.
Okay, yeah, I would switch sides I'm on then, but yeah.
Vsauce Nufflin.
Yeah, just to reiterate that, I remember at the end of this year, I'm on affirmative by the way. Like we had like thousands and thousands of dollars that like people like were wondering what to do with, like what bills could we pass to do with this money, and that's all money that doesn't get to go to student groups. And I mean, the fact that like we were able to allocate some $65,000 to the student crisis fund, while yes, that was beneficial to students who were in need, I would also argue that the fact that we just had that money lying around that wasn't in use, I think is very telling of the fact that we have all this money that really isn't benefiting anybody because it just sits there wasted. And I reserve my time.
Thanks.
Okay.
If I may, very quickly, I just want to say that we are at, I believe, 7 hours. God, I don't. Yeah, 7 hours and 55 minutes or so. If we hit 9 hours, there's a good chance that everybody is going to drop, myself included. So let's be nice to each other and maybe try to finish by 3 a.m. Just a thought.
Okay. Let's move to the next. Wait just a second. Lawi off-campus outline.
Yeah. So point of information: are we debating the amount of money, or are we debating the percentage versus the hard cap?
It's the amount here versus the percentage there.
So can't we just use that amount and translate it to percentage?
VP of Finance?
It would change every year. This idea would be that the SGA hasn't changed its debate. Sorry.
This is still debate.
Yeah, let's wait on this. We have people in line.
Can I make it clear to the speaker then? I want to hear his thoughts.
They will have their time to speak on in debate. So.
Inquiry we can assume said.
So let's move to student body president. Keep it short, please. Go ahead.
I would say any other year, I would totally be down to have this conversation, but I believe with such a complication with the student activities fee with coronavirus, I worry that this is going to lead to more money going away from student groups than we are thinking. So,
okay, thank you, Madam President. Chief Justice, go ahead with side ratings.
Yep, seeking negative. I just am more favor of a percentage reduction because that translates to however much money we get in. Putting the flat rate on there, we don't know what we're getting, and we could end up like this. Madam President stated, we could end up with more money than 1.98%. That's my take.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Business rep, go ahead.
This is not debate. Would the Vice President of Finance look favorably upon just decreasing the percentages instead of a set number?
The answer seems to be no.
I'm sorry. Oh, the answer is no.
I defer to him, but that's what was said.
VP of Finance.
I already voted for the simplicity of it. No.
Okay, fine. Are the hands raised right now just remaining?
Please just go faster if you seek to move to a period of debate, just in general.
Okay, so the only hands remaining are, okay, VP of Finance, go ahead. You have the floor.
So I am very confident that we are not going for the affirmative, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm very confident that we are not going to be taking more money by doing this 20,000. If anything, we're going to be giving money back because this year we have requested $40,000. So if we don't pass this, we are going to be getting $40,000 roughly in our account. If we do pass this, we will be giving money back. If we don't, we are taking more money from students. That is a guarantee because that's what y'all just passed in the bill earlier tonight.
Okay, thank you, VP of Finance. Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
I don't understand this logic. We asked for a percent. If the total amount in the given in the student activities fee is less than expected, then we'll get less than 40,000. I reserve.
Point of clarification. It is factual information.
Okay.
Go.
Just factual information. Go ahead.
Just factual information. The way that the SGA requests its money, as shown above, we request our money in April using projections of the amount of money we're going to receive. Using those projections, I calculated 1.9% or 1.98% times that, and that gave us $39,000. That's what I showed you. That's what the SGA requested.
Thank you, VP of Finance. We'll take the last point from off-campus outlying. I'm not taking any more points. Go ahead.
Can I speak for, this would be affirmative, right? Can I speak for affirmative?
Yeah.
13
thank you.
I'll just count, honestly.
Yeah, so I'm going with the VP of Finance judgment, and I respect his decision, and I get the fact that he's smart, so I'm going to accept this. And again, if it changes, we can just change it next year. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Great. Okay.
Thank you all. Let's take a vote on this.
Can you clarify what yes and no means?
Yes is dollar amounts 20,753. Percentages would be no.
Okay. Okay, so with the vote of 11 to 16 to 3, the amendment fails. And thank you, everyone. Mr. Speaker, you can take it.
Small amendment here, 500 versus 1,000 for SGA elections. Are there objections to that?
Any objections? I'll clear all. Are there any objections to knocking it down to 500 for SGA elections?
This one seems more reasonable.
All right.
What's the thrust behind deleting?
Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That was for something that should have been gotten rid of a long time ago.
Very good. Seeking to remove this, I suppose, VP of Financial Affairs kind of makes sense.
Does this happen?
This would be a treasurer thing, I imagine, in the end.
It would be a treasurer thing, and also I don't sign requisitions. We haven't done that since I think the 80s.
Okay. Any objections to this? None. Go.
Okay. Oh, wait, sorry, keeping, rather. Very cool. All right, A and B striking.
This is contingent on later stuff.
Okay.
So like
which later stuff?
So A stands on its own. B is different.
Okay. A, any objections?
No, I think so. That's good.
Okay, thanks. So we'll note contingency and come back soon.
When we talk about executive reserves.
Very good. This is formatting. And then all of
information
section, is this all suggestions?
Yeah.
Wow.
Executive reserves and committee reserves or cabinet reserves aren't mentioned anywhere else.
Okay.
Point of information.
Yes.
Can I?
Yeah.
Thanks. For cabinet reserves, it says that you can buy additional items for services and events if they've been approved, but I don't believe it gives the same leeway for executive reserves. Can you specify that?
The point would be that it should go directly towards I mean, if you want to add that, I'm happy to add that in. I'm happy to add that in as another thing. The thought was that executive reserves is generally used to pay for like ABTS and stuff. I'm happy to add that in, that they can do for stuff that's already been approved.
I think just for consistency, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Can I just copy and paste parliamentarian, or do you want me to?
Please go. Yeah, do it.
All right.
The language remains the same, so are we voting on it then?
Yeah. I'm not hearing many objections here, so I'm fine to just go that way.
Yeah, there are no objections, at least not on.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, all of this is in the same amendment, Mr. VP of Finance, so I'm assuming it would all be considered together with what we considered briefly contingent?
Yeah, I'm sorry for doing it all in one amendment.
No, you're totally fine. It makes the most sense, actually, so that's good.
Clarification about cabinet members instead of committee, anything related to the board?
Yeah, sorry, that should be cabinet, not committee board.
Just want to make sure that's fine.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, is that an unfinished sentence? Oh, sorry. It's too late. Sorry.
Okay. Emergency funding.
That's mostly technical. That's what it's called now. The subcommittee is called emergency funding.
I agree. Okay, good. I'm trying to just approve this rapid fire.
I think this is all technical. Oh,
I agree.
I'll get rid of the by majority vote if y'all really don't want to approve it by majority vote.
I think that's not unreasonable.
I mean, that's what we approve bills by.
Yeah, whoa, things are moving a lot. Yeah, any objections here? I think it's substantive but reasonable. Good. Okay. Emergency funding versus group help. CFO, emergency funding. Well,
it's formatting. I'm sorry.
Like an earthquake. No, you're totally fine. It's not your fault at all. It's just tough. But we'll keep moving down, approving changes. Club sponsored. Yeah, it's reasonable by the SGA. Performed by CFO or their designee. Also reasonable. Petitioning for arms status. Recommendation additionally by Committee on Financial Affairs. I think that's fine. Arms primarily are concerned with that. Nope. Oversight. Yep. Okay. So
okay. I have a question with the previous one. Was the VP of Finance there in the first point? Like in the previous bylaws?
It wasn't there, but it was mentioned in the VP of Finance's job duties.
Okay.
Okay.
Like it wasn't in this section, but it was in an earlier section.
Great.
Love consistency, don't we?
Hopefully. Yeah.
That's adding clarification of like who gets to review it. I mean, I guess it's substantive.
Just wanted the Oxford comma, but I like it. Okay. Increases in costs, including inflation, are also to be fully funded. If you would briefly explain your logic here.
When the student legal aid office requests funding, they don't say for inflation. They say at most it'd be cost of living, but like inflation isn't a thing that's like itemized out.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, reasonable. Are there further objections though?
I object, but I don't want to debate it. I'm just going to vote against it.
Okay, then yeah, let's move to a period of voting briefly. Would it be favorable actually if the VP of Finance just changed it to the COLA?
Sure. Okay. I mean, if that withdraws the objections.
I think it probably would. Is that correct, off-campus outline?
Yeah.
There is still an objection from Norville.
Wait, what do you mean add a colon?
No, COLA.
Yeah.
COLA is the cost of living adjustment. I apologize for jargon. The cost of living adjustment usually encompasses inflation or other changes in.
I still disagree. We should be like accounting for inflation.
Well, that would be something in the cost of living.
Cost of living includes inflation.
Yeah.
Point of clarification.
It would be better than inflation.
If all arms are to be fully funded at a level consistent with their successful operation pursuant to their mission and purpose, wouldn't that like still continue? Like if that consistency is from year to year, then it would include in the purview that COLA / whatever / inflation to be included at that level. Because it's not like we're paying wages significantly, right? It's services, and those services, if they're being funded at a consistent level, I don't see how that additional thing is going to change.
Yeah. Okay.
At worst cost of living, I agree with you, but like at worst cost of living is redundant. So like in order for us to like move on,
I think this would just be consistent with other documents.
Yeah.
Okay. Further objections? Seeing none. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. This is essentially technical from the business representative to say that no one student shall receive honoraria for more than one eligible position. This is traditionally how it goes. Once, twice, taken. Honorarium for the student body president. There's no substantive changes here. Honorarium, correct, for the CFO. Technical.
Actually, wait, wouldn't it be honoraria because it's 2?
For the CFO?
For both, because it's 2 semesters.
Yeah, that's fair.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's reasonable. Oh well. Treasurer, yep.
Wait. Why would the committee ethics send a letter to the treasurer, not the CFO?
Didn't the CFO know if they're getting money or not?
They should know. The reason I included the treasurer is because the treasurer is the one who has signing power over the account. So the treasurer is technically the one who's supposed to tell people to.
So should we add treasurer instead of also removing CFO?
Yeah, sure.
It's the CFO's money.
The same should reflect for president above, correct?
Yeah.
It's one, right?
And the treasurer should be added first.
Yeah, treasurer should be added. This is what happens when you remove a whole VP.
Yes.
You weren't in on that one anyways, though. Interesting.
Okay. Now we find a substantive amendment from the business representative regarding the honoraria for members of the Committee on Financial Affairs.
Yeah, so do I have time to just explain why this is important? Okay, so essentially, the honoraria for members of the Committee on Financial Affairs is the only honoraria that is not, it's the only honoraria that is a set number instead of being tied to, something that changes. And so the thought here was, with changes in cost of living, changes in tuition, changes in fees, this should be set to something that actually fluctuates instead of just, one set number, such as $150 per semester, as that can mean different things each semester.
Okay, so
Point of information.
Yes.
What is that percentage like what would that mean for the following semester?
So, yeah, as I commented
it is right
there,
there.
25% of current mandatory fees for like this current semester would be $244.38.
Thank you. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Okay, the people who wish to speak.
Let's move into debate so that it's.
Yeah, please debate here. 2 minutes aside, no more.
All right, the director of SMP, go ahead.
Which?
No, that was from before. Sorry.
Okay.
I was just speaking. Thanks.
Albert.
Thanks. I'd like to take the negative, not necessarily against the simple V's, but against the point being brought up. If I remember correctly, the reason why it was set, the reason why the finance committee received an honorarium was essentially for dinner during deliberations. And so because they were, had to take on a large chunk of their time that was interfering their dinner time, which would most likely mean they couldn't go to the diner or do whatever. They'd have to buy food from Stamp or wherever they were. That's why they received the money. So I'd like to see more consistent reasoning as to why it's being changed rather than just because of, a different reasoning this year and then a different reasoning next year.
Sure. Affirmative side, obviously. Yeah. So the thought, and I understand, the original reason for providing honoraria to members of the Committee on Financial Affairs was originally, to support their, dining expenses. But each year things typically get more expensive, and since we don't have any type, of mechanism there to increase for a cost and how much food is going to be for each year, tying it to something that actually does change each year would be a good thing. I feel as if, 25% of the current mandatory fees is very reasonable, and mandatory fees change each year. Additionally, if mandatory fees were to decrease each year, I also think that, the amount that they receive should decrease, because typically, mandatory fees and different university fees are typically tied to inflation and different things like that. So, I think 25% of the current mandatory fees is very, very feasible and very, very understandable. And it's actually tying it to something instead of having a stagnant number that does not take into account anything else. Time, please.
Laura?
B-Sauce Rep, go ahead.
Yeah, so to reiterate that, I would also say that the reason that a lot of people don't join finance committee is because of the time commitment. I mean, we spend 12 hours like each week in this committee, and like I know personally as a student who like supports myself, like I also have to have a job, which I work 30 hours a week. So that on top of finance is like 42 hours a week. And I think that having some sort of financial assistance in place helps students like me who might need a little bit of extra help in order to be able to juggle that and also eat and feed themselves. I reserve my time.
Time, please. Time. Oh God.
I'll first have to let other people speak just to respect time, if that's okay.
No, I didn't want time. I was saying like the clock was just running and running.
SMP director, please.
I was just going to say in response to, I think, the liaison to city council's point for affirmative, I think that having people being able to pay for food was part of the argument from last year. But if I'm remembering correctly, there was also a broader argument about accessibility of joining the committee and things like that.
I think I'm going to count that as 7. I don't know why time wasn't running.
Well, I think that would count as the time that we lost when the parliamentarian didn't end the time.
Either way.
All right, stop.
Thrilled for those 7 seconds.
All right, VP of Finance, go ahead.
It's for the affirmative, so if there needs to be a negative, I'm happy to wait.
No, it doesn't. Go.
Okay. So it is about accessibility. People have talked about the finance committee not being accessible, not being representative. What happens when you offer too low of compensation is that people from the most marginalized communities, those commuter students, the ones that like maybe can't afford to have a 12-hour a week commitment, means that their voice is lost. I lost my time, but yeah, that's the point.
All right, thank you.
We might have a few seconds left, but I apologize.
North Hill, is this affirmative?
It's a point. With the possibility, I guess this is information, with the possibility of an online semester and further reduced fees, would this potentially shirk members of the finance committee?
I think I assume that would be directed towards me.
Sure.
So the thought process here was essentially, if the fees were to decrease for whatever reason, if the university decided they wanted to decrease fees, which is something like, we could pray for, but if that were to be something that actually happens, the amount of money that students are paying for, anything like that's decreasing. Therefore, that, the amount that they get compensated should also decrease. I think that's reasonable.
Point of clarification, also just to add on to that, just because we're moving online doesn't mean that like the work stops. Like we've still worked 12 hours in committee.
Okay, I think let's debate. I'm going to rule it. Would anyone else like to speak for the negative? Affirmative has lost one. All right, I don't think so. So we're going to move into a period of voting. The vote of yes will be to change it to 25% of current mandatory fees. A vote of no is going to be $150. Please vote. You can abstain. All right, I'm going to call it overwhelming yes.
I'm shook.
Honoraria for the speaker and vice president.
I want to make a brief just to let the body know. I got a correspondence from Joe and Val. Val is the finance. So I quote, please inform this evening that approval pending confirmation from SORC. Bottom line, with current circumstances, we do not know what the status of the student activities fee will be yet for the coming year. So the caveat here is that if we pass these changes, which is up to the body, they might not be able to be implemented next year due to the student activities fee. This is from Val. I just wanted to run it by her before we voted on it, and I thought I would let you all know.
Mr. Speaker, do you mind if I ask a quick point of clarification?
Yes.
So honorariums therefore come from the student activities fee?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
They do. All of our money, in case y'all didn't know, all of our money that we ever use comes from student activities.
I just want to move this along, but yes, this comes from student activities fee. Our advisor Val said that this may not be possible since, to my understanding, we haven't requested this for next year. Right, Ben?
Right now, it's not budgeted, but there's nothing stopping the SGA from asking for it.
Right, but it just okay. So
like it's possible to do.
Yes, I just wanted to let you guys know that it will be contingent on availability of funds.
Can I have a point of information?
No.
Would the bill sponsor be amendable for the speaker and the vice president to split?
Yeah.
Speaker first.
Wait, split one or split?
No, split. Wait, no. Is the student body president asking to split the honorarium or split the amendment?
No, I mean, I guess both, but split the honorarium.
Yeah, so I said yes to splitting the honorarium between, so half of the tuition to speaker, half of the tuition to vice president.
Yes.
I don't follow. So are you requesting receive an honorarium of half for in each
one semester?
It's just for one semester.
It already is one semester.
No,
Oh, wait, I see.
It'd just be adding half. So honorarium.
Okay, thank you. That's what I asked in the first place.
Yeah, can we clarify that language? I didn't really understand what it was saying.
To be consistent with the amendment that was just passed, could we say 50% as the other one was a percentage? If that
appropriately pedantic, yes.
That's my business rep.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I feel better knowing that that's what half is.
Clarification, sorry, at the end of both semesters. So when you say at the end of both semesters, they would receive 25%.
So right now, you and I both receive a full semester's worth of in-state tuition.
50% of mandatory fees for one semester. It's the one semester is the key.
Yeah.
So it's
so they'd receive 25% of the year.
So like they will basically get the 50% of the year at the end of the whole year.
Yeah.
Right, as long as that's
it's
the
just ensuring that it's semesterly.
Yes.
as long as it's the understanding, it's 3 a.m. So
All right. There was a motion to divide the question. Is that, do you still want to do that or no?
No,
No.
the motion.
Speaker first, VP second.
So, okay, there's a lot coming at me. Quentin, what's up?
I said, can we just ask if there is objection?
Okay, so is there an objection to all, to section 5 and section 6?
Yes.
There was an objection?
Yes, objection.
Okay, hearing an objection, what is, can I ask what the objection is? Would you prefer to divide it, or is there an overall objection?
I would prefer to divide it.
Between speaker and VP?
Between speaker and VP, yeah.
All right, so let's focus on speaker. Is there an objection to section 5?
Yes.
All right, hearing yes, we'll move, would you like to debate or vote?
We just vote.
Yeah, we can just vote.
This debate might get awkward.
Thank you.
Let's just vote. I mean, it is what it is, but let's just vote.
All right. A vote of yes will grant the future speaker 50%. A vote of no will not grant the speaker.
Can I get a point information to the speaker itself?
Sure.
Do you feel like this is necessary or no?
I'll say I spend about between 25 to 30 hours a week on this job.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with a vote of 16-11 to 2, it passes. So then I will proceed to, sorry?
I have a quick technical.
Yeah.
At the, it said, sorry, at the end of each of, it says both semesters. Can I say each semester they serve? Since like by nature, they could be more, I guess, like easily removed through an election or something like that.
I feel like that would fall under, you know, after the Committee on Accountability and Ethics meets and determines that all duties and responsibilities were properly fulfilled.
I was more of trying to build in a protection for them.
I think the protection's built in through the process.
All good. Just was asking.
All right. All right. So now so section 5 we're done. Section 6. Are there any objections to the honorary for the vice president?
I object.
All right. Hearing an objection, would you like to debate or vote?
We can just vote. I don't want to take up your time.
I guess should we? All right. Okay. All right. So I'll clear all. The vote of yes will add vice president to the honorary list. A vote of no will not add them. All right. With a vote of 16-9, this and 3 abstentions, this passes as well. Again, both section 5 and 6 contingent on the amount of money that is available next year.
Very cool.
Great.
Whoa.
I'll fix. Keep going. Keep going.
Beautiful. Okay. 25. This is corresponding. We're almost there, guys.
Oh, this is awful.
Shall issue a report to the Speaker of Legislature versus Deputy Chief of Staff. Any objections? Objections? Going once, twice, seeing none. Cool. Similar thing, going once, twice. Great. Okay. The Constitution and bylaws of funding, that'll be technical. Must in no way conflict with the Constitution and bylaws of the SGA. I think that would be reasonable. Any objections here?
That was already in there. I just changed like the order of it.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that is literally just a reorganization. Great. Committee handbook should be struck.
Yeah.
I think 3 and 4 make sense. Any objections? Cool. Taken. Northell, if you want to explain 14.1.2.
All right, I've been waiting all night. All right, look, guys, omnibus, worst idea ever. Whoever thought of that, oh my gosh. Okay, I don't care what the number or threshold is, but the idea is you can propose an amendment to the bylaws at any time if you have a certain number. I currently have basically 6 co-sponsors that are other legislators signing on. So that way, if it's just one person or 2 people, it's like, then we can get rid of the fact that it might, or sorry, we can address the fact that that might waste people's times. But if there's a significant group of people who want to go ahead and put in a big bylaw amendment beforehand, they should have the option so we don't stay up to 3 a.m. every year.
Objections?
I would object.
Okay. Debate or vote?
Could, if I may quickly, is it to the idea or like a specific threshold? Because I'm amendable to changes on threshold.
I mean, I think the threshold I have in mind is going to be way too high for you to consider friendly.
Sure.
My threshold is going to be 2/3 because that's how much is needed to pass changes. So I understand if that's not going to be viewed as friendly.
Wait, I mean, so you want 2/3 in order for it to be introduced and then 2/3 for it to be passed?
That would be my threshold.
Yeah, that's.
I assumed that was not going to be viewed as friendly.
Yeah, no, all good.
So I'll debate against this. So I think that it's a very dangerous can of worms that we would be opening. I completely agree with the sentiment that staying up late till 3 a.m. is not what any of us want to do. And I think there needs to be a better way of doing it. Maybe kind of half of it in one semester, half of it in another. But I honestly think that this is not the solution. We would then start spending, almost every meeting trying to find a detail or some change that someone believes needs to happen now. 6 is also a very low number. It doesn't take much to hit 6, but I think constantly having this opportunity to change our governing documents means we constantly have this opportunity to go till 3 a.m. Debating, whatever. Currently, we're under a time restriction because there's a lot of material, but any of this could be debated for hours. And so I'll reserve with that.
Can I get a point of information? If we're voting on this, can we just vote 6 versus 2/3 rather than 6 versus rejecting the entire thing?
I object.
Seeing as that's not friendly,
massive difference between 6 and 2/3.
Okay. Floor?
I'll take the affirmative for me.
May I ask a point of information to the query to the speaker? To Quentin from North Hill. What are your thoughts on 50%?
I was thinking moreover like a third or a fourth. Like I think it should be a minority because getting 50% of the ledge to agree on an amendment is like a fight in this debate. And also it's like of all legislative seats and not even everybody is here right now.
All right, thank you.
Right. May I take the affirmative, Mr. Parliamentarian?
Please. Go.
Okay, I'll be brief. So like I said, I completely agree with a lot of what the speaker has said. Like we shouldn't have every meeting consumed with massive bylaws amendments. But if we wanted to work on ethics in one nice session at the end, really, even though that debate was long, that if we were to spread all of those meetings out over the course of our semester, and we were every couple meetings that one of these went through, then that process would be a lot nicer and also a lot more productive conversations. I also imagine that these amendments would still go through CBL, and that committee would be a lot better if they were only looking at like amendments that other people have proposed in that way, in addition to their normal conversations, that is. Like I said, I think the threshold, like if we're going for something, I wrote something incredibly low, please let it be like 1/4 or 1/3 or whatever. You need like a group of people in order to bring something up. And I'm expecting that it is substantial, these amendments, but like Omnibus will still happen, but it should just be the technical amendments and all of the other stuff that CBL has been working on as a project. I'll yield to anyone else.
Any other seek?
I'm not seeking time to debate. I had a question for the North Hill rep. Would they look favorably upon an amendment that would have different thresholds for whether, it would be determined to be a major change or just a technical change? Because I feel like a technical change or like a grammatical change, something like that is completely different from like, completely amending something. So like different thresholds for different types of amendments. And I guess that could be determined whether, what type of amendment it is by the parliamentarian.
I think that that's a lot of language to add right now. I like the spirit of it, but also if I'm like, say, just as an example, if I want like to get a lot of sponsors to change something perceived as technical, seems like it's not. If it is a technical amendment, then it theoretically doesn't take a lot of time. Like if it was changing every instance of CFO or we're splitting up the treasurer role, which could be more technical than major, then I don't think it should require a lot of votes. And for major things, yeah, I just think that would overcomplicate things, respectfully.
That's what I was saying. I'm saying if it's like to change a grammatical error or to change like the name of a position, it's require much less votes than to like completely, change something in the bylaws. That was my argument.
So this is why I wrote the like amendment earlier that like just allows the parliamentarian through CBL to like just create, like constantly bring up technical amendments if they wish, but I rescind it for the sake of time. But I think that like, so I'll use the example of like splitting VP into CFO and treasurer. Like just, if we just had a CFO and we decided that we wanted to move some things over to the treasurer partly through the year, I think that would be like a perfect example of something that's like not technical, but also wouldn't require a lot of debate. But is like a word changing in position. And like, I just want to, I think that's done with the answer.
All right. Debate, I suppose.
Or parliamentarian, could someone force the debate to move on?
Yeah, who's taking floor, if anybody, or are we voting?
Let's take the nag.
Yeah, you got it.
I think that this is exactly why CBL exists. If anyone can just propose things in the middle of any meeting or for any meeting in a bill form, I think that completely negates the purpose of CBL. I think it also would excessively take away from the time we're actually focusing on students and just is about what we focus on internally, which is not our purpose. And I reserve.
Point of clarification, like I said earlier, CBL still reviews these bills, and also like Constitution and SRO and ethics amendments can happen at any time. It's just the bylaws we put this weird exception in for.
I mean, point of clarification, I think that's a personal privilege. I still think my reasoning stands.
All right, thank you. Meeting. Sorry.
Can I speak for affirmative?
You got it.
All right, thank you so much. I just want to make sure, like, it's important to understand that this will still go through committee and this will still go through first and second reading calendar. There's still multiple checks. It will handle like a regular bill, but instead there only need to be 6 co-sponsors. It's going to be a regular bill, and there's enough time for everybody to understand what's happening, right? So I do not see how this will be negatively impacted, and it's not going to be randomly put up, and it's not going to, there's more time will not be spent, instead less time will be saved. Thank you.
Can I speak to negative?
Got it.
I'm worried about having the same bylaws conversation every 2 weeks.
Like if someone changes the bylaws 1 week, then someone doesn't like it, they propose another bill, it gets brought up again. I'm worried that the bylaws are going to become this fluid document that don't actually mean anything if they like constantly keep getting changed every 3 weeks.
Great. Very few seconds on both sides.
May I seek the affirmative? I've had my hand up for a while.
8 seconds of it. Yep.
Our bylaws don't affect just us, they affect student groups, as we just saw earlier. So if we don't change our bylaws and it impacts students, this is why.
Gotcha. Okay, neg 4 seconds if you want it.
If no one wants it, I'll take it.
Go for it.
Yeah, echo earlier sentiments, but again, if someone changes, speaker doesn't get honorarium, and then they do get honorarium, then they don't, they do, they don't, they do, and this whole year is just spent on honoraria instead of students. That's it.
Clarification,
Okay, we're voting.
the Constitution has restrictions over when honorarium can be changed, although that is.
It was just used as an example. Sorry.
Wait, point of information or parliamentary procedure. Isn't there something in Robert's rules about reconsidering the same thing via a bill? Isn't that not allowed?
I'm not exactly sure, but I can imagine several forms of dilatory motions that would involve just constant changes to the bylaws.
Yeah, I believe that is a dilatory motion in Robert's rules and in our documents.
I hope so, but I'm not exactly sure.
Right.
So I have hesitations.
Just to clarify VP of Finance's point, it will not help because Robert Rules talks about a particular session of reconsideration. If someone wishes to ask, if someone asks to reconsider the bylaws again, then they can reconsider everything again. It's like we are basically completing a whole year of work in 2 weeks and just doing bylaws again. It's not like a single bill being considered again and again. With that, let's just take a vote.
Yes to keep, no to.
If I may suggest that we vote on the addition and then have a second vote on a threshold. I currently just want to put it at I'm just changing it to 7.
I think it's in your interest if you want to set that threshold higher. You might get a lot more support that way.
All right, I'm gonna put it at 2. Sorry, it's loading on. 9 reps to get it into the ledge.
9?
Yeah, so that's you and 8 co-sponsors, you know.
Yep, noted. Oh, so 8. Okay. All right, voting on this now. Yes to put in the highlighted part. No to leave it out. Okay.
Okay, so with a vote of 12 to 17 to 1. Sorry, 12 to 16 to 1, it passes.
I think this by CBL is essentially technical.
Yeah.
Okay. In the event that discrepancies between 2 or more governing documents are discovered, the speaker must immediately sponsor emergency legislation. Can we not make it emergency legislation?
The goal would be for it to be fine. I'm happy to get it. Just be right.
Okay. Yeah. As much as I love the governing documents, they're probably not emergencies. And just to make sure that we have everything set would probably take a little bit of time.
I then also say not to include the word immediately, just to give it proper potential
Can we say
time.
promptly then? I do want it to have some timeliness.
I would like it to be immediately, and then it can be amended. Like, so it needs to be sponsored immediately, but then that's how amendments can happen. Like, they can't wait 4 weeks to sponsor it.
Yeah, I don't think this is that bad. And then these will be small things.
And this clarifies that the legislation only changes that one thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would change it to make it more consistent, and it automatically, like, it tells you what the change has to be. It tells you what the legislation has to make the change, making it more consistent.
Insurance. Okay. Any further objections?
I don't see any.
Voting on it as a whole.
There's no objections taken in.
Great.
Okay.
This is replacing this.
Oh, I see. I think this follows in the previous intent from the last year. I think this is good.
I mean, because theoretically, if we don't pass this, we're going to still have a CFO. I mean, we're going to have a VP of finance and 2 other VPs.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Any objections on changing the language from the struck outs to the new 3?
I don't see any.
All right, cool. So taken. Great. Okay. With at least 1 week's notice.
So I guess I have a question to, this is from, so does this mean it won't be as a bill anymore?
No, it means it would be a bill, but you can't skip it from first to second reading.
I
think that should be the 1 week's notice, which is we don't work in weeks, we work in reading calendars. So
I took this from Robert's. Like we work in weeks for finance bills. Like I
don't think this is too much of a problem.
I think it would just be helpful to clarify that it can't be moved up from first to second reading. That's all I'm saying.
I think that it could be moved up from first to second reading if there's like ample enough time.
How about without review from the Constitution and Bylaws Committee or something like that? I don't know.
I'm just going to say mandatory first reading.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, not to like go like too far, but there's like no shortage of like instances where like theoretically put something that's like genuinely unethical and then have like no effective counter through the first reader system.
Apologies, messing around a little bit. Okay. Striking financial affairs and then moving that to simple majority.
So the DGs require a simple majority. The manual is like technically a different document, but in the same doc. It's like weird for like the first thing they look at to be 2/3 and then the second thing.
So I think these two things correspond. Are there any objections?
I don't see any objections.
Wonderful. Okay. Taken. And then amendments to any other documents other than the Constitution cannot be amended to violate the bylaws. That kind of makes sense with precedent, so it's corresponding.
All right.
Well, y'all,
let's just go through to make sure we're done.
I think we might have just done something.
We added 10 pages. That's what we did.
Yeah, that's all we did. We just added 10 pages. Oh, Jesus. For those of you counting along at home, we are at about hours and 50 minutes.
On the committee board, page 15, top of it.
We got rid of committee board, I thought.
We did.
So what happens with this line?
Just delete committee board.
Yeah.
Okay, so cabinet meetings. And then jurisdiction over committee handbook.
Remove.
Got rid of the committee handbook.
The handbook is no more, so just remove.
Wait. 1 and 2 transfer, that's contingent. All right. Looks clean to me.
Okay, cool.
So we're still kind of waiting on the official number here, I suppose.
Yes, but
that's it.
That won't happen today.
Are there motions at this time?
Okay. Can I just move out of the committee of the whole one? Unless someone... Never mind. So motion to dissolve the committee of the whole and take all these amendments as a single amendment to the legislature.
Seconded.
Are there any seconds to this motion?
Second.
Hearing none, so moved. Parliamentarian, what's the next step?
Seeing as we've successfully moved out of the committee on the whole, I think it would not be in order to entertain further amendments to the Constitution and the Ethics and Accountability Handbook. I believe that those changes should be passed on to the next administration, and I encourage those changes to be considered favorably.
Point of order, maybe. So the Constitution prevents changes to honorarium pending, like it has some very specific restrictions in there.
So let's just fix that then.
Also,
look,
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
I haven't been a legislator in a while. Don't know if it's a point of information or clarification. We haven't updated the Constitution in 2 years, right? Because last year we stopped before it, if I'm remembering correctly. Is there anything that should be updated immediately besides honorarium in the Constitution?
I'm going to defer to the parliamentarian since he's been working with these documents.
Updates to honorarium would probably be necessary to respect the wishes of legislators. Besides that, I don't see other material changes.
Thank you.
And, you know, obviously good things have been happening, but it's just, let's change honorarium to be consistent here and then move.
Well, the business rep is back.
Are there any objections then to striking in the Constitution this clause? This was favorable in committee a very long time ago because we've probably just violated this before and not even known.
We have.
Yep, great. Any objections? Once, twice? Taken. It's my belief that at this time, the other amendments are well-intentioned, but not strictly necessary. And as a result, I would prefer to continue, you know, we already are out of the committee on the whole, really, so.
All right, so I'll ask, is the body ready for the main question on the bill?
Yes, please.
Yes. Hearing yes, we'll move into a period of voting. A vote of yes will be in favor of the amendments that we have already discussed. A vote of no will not. Please vote now.
We had quorum.
I cannot believe we kept that.
All right. We've hit quorum of passage, and as such, the bill has passed. I will now move back to the agenda. There are no tabled. I'm going to assume there's no follow-up. Any exec updates? Or executive reports, are there any?
No.
All right, are there any cabinet reports?
Cabinet is sleeping right now.
All right, great.
I'm awake.
Do you have a report to give?
Oh.
No, I don't, but thanks for a good year, guys.
Is there a liaison report from the liaison who decided to stick around past his bedtime?
It is past my bedtime, but Omnibus is my favorite meeting each year. There's like a Wawa coming, that's it.
All right. Comments for the good of the council. Anyone? Final words?
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to say, so it appears from an ongoing UMD IT security investigation that a computer linked to a UMD student has apparently hacked my emails and my Google account and stole personal information and documents from my drive and distributed them. I've sought legal advice from the SLAO and the IT office and was told that there will most likely be a recommendation handed to the Office of Student Conduct. And in light of that, I want to give folks the next 24 hours as an opportunity for anyone who might know anything about the substance of these allegations. Come to me if you have any information so I can take appropriate measures. Good night, y'all. Thanks for a great year.
Fuck you.
Order.
Hey, whoa.
What was
I would
that?
like
Y'all, I'm sorry. I didn't know my mic was on. I'm watching something on my phone, and girl, I'm sorry.
Motion to censure.
Hold nothing directed to you. First year representative. I'm so.
All right.
So.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So sorry.
Other comments for the good of the council.
I actually would have one very briefly. This whole year has been an absolute whirlwind, and I am so grateful for having gotten to know each and every one of you. regardless of anything and everything. I think that like experiences like build character, and I think that like the experience of this year with all of you has been nothing short of remarkable, and I'm so grateful that I've gotten to know all of you. Thank you for the great efforts you guys do, the passion you have for students, and just everything. Thank you all so much for making this such an amazing time, and I'm really grateful for every day and every second.
Any other comments for the good of the council?
Yeah, I just who's playing that music, but I just also want to say thank you guys so much for everything this year. Not gonna hold
I think you were muted accidentally. I don't know if you were, sorry. Body President, you're muted right now.
yeah, all good.
Any other?
Yes, I'm just going to jump in real quick, seeing as we just had another 9-hour meeting. That's kind of my fault. Thank you all so much for putting up with me as well as the CBL process. This has been incredibly encouraging, and this is not for nothing. We really did a lot here, and I think we made a lot of good changes. Regardless of your opinion, it's really cool to see this work, and thank you all so much. It's been awesome.
All right. Are there any other comments for the good of the council? All right, with that, I will take any final motion from the 2019-2020 legislative session.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Are there any seconds?
Second.
Hearing none, so adjourned. Thank you all.
It's been a ride.
That's crazy.
Hey,
I'll remember this is a bit.